in this division. Take a look at the field for the Birdstone, race 5 on the card. 1 3/4 miles. Lone Rock, he's the champ sort of this division, but Fearless got the better of him last time out. Robertino Diodoro says his last 3 works, they've come here at Saratoga, have been tremendous. Training as good as I've ever seen him. For Fearless, though, guys, horse has to get an extra 1/4 mile. We'll see. Greg Wolf, Paula Duca, champion jockey Richard Migliori. Fun to see this rematch. And Lone Rock, he was in that Brooklyn last year, his coming out party. He was sensational here, too, last year.
Yeah, and he's a horse that is 16 for 41 lifetime. He's battled all the battles. He's 7 years old, Richie. And, you know, Fearless at age 6, is he starting to ascend a little bit while Lone Rock might be descending. I don't want to put one race on Lone Rock and then put him on the shelf. He's too classy of a horse. I think he will come back and give his best effort today. But Fearless might be getting a little bit better than him.
Well, it is kind of funny, right? The 6-year-old upstart to the 7-year-old Lone Rock. But, you know, Fearless is certainly a horse trained by the right guy in Todd Pletcher, who seems to be able to recognize what horses will excel at marathon distances, and he's getting good at the time. I'm with you, though. When a horse possesses the kind of stamina and class that Lone Rock possesses, you can't write him off. He was second best this day, but I could see him turning the tables here, going a bit further, and in Saratoga.
Yeah.
Fearless kind of proving and do it at this 1 3/4 miles. And Lone Rock, of course, that bit of a stumble out of the gate. He still, though, had no response to the stretch for Fearless. Going to be fun to see these two go at it again. That's in race 5. We're going to kick off the card here in just moments. We have the opener coming up. 1 1/8 maiden special weight. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
We'll take a look at these fillies as they are warming up, finishing their warm-ups on the track for this first race. 2 turns, the 9 furlongs here around the Saratoga Oval. And we see several contenders coming out of a common race that took place on June 23rd at Churchill Downs. Little tough to trust the form of that race. As you look at the 1, 2, 3, and 6's previous races, none of their figures were close to anything that they earned that day. Now, has been one horse to come out of that race to run, and they only earned a 58 buyer, the horse that actually ran 4th that day. But I suppose the one that has the most upside, and that you could maybe reasonably believe that she took a big step forward in only her 2nd start, is number 2, Forever After All, daughter of Connect. She's a half-sister to Tom Detat, also trained by Al Stahl, and she's beautiful. The longer the better for this daughter of Connect. She's just very long and rangy in her frame. She's very elegant in the way that she's put together. Comes in here fit, well conditioned. I like her disposition back in the paddock and out on the racetrack. The public of the horses coming out of that common race at Churchill has her pegged as the most likeliest to win here. But I think the 2 horses coming out of the the NYRA races are going to have a big say. 3-2, though, on number 4, Inventing, who comes out of the Grade 1 Acorn. This will be our first attempt around 2 turns, and I like it for her. I mean, when she faced that field behind Madureira and Dreamlith and Divine Huntress that day, I thought the longer the better for her. And she just continues to get fitter. She's the right guy in her corner. As you guys were talking about the Birdstone, Todd looking for his 6th win in the Birdstone out of 11 runnings. But Inventing, she makes sense here, but she's going to have to get back to that race she ran first time out at Gulfstream Park, where Todd does win a lot of races. I went with number 5, Aunt Naughty. She's a horse that I've watched progress over her career, and yeah, maybe time is kind of running out. It's time for her to put up or shut up, per se, but she just keeps improving, though, physically and the way she moves. She's so well muscled now, and her 2 efforts back on the NYRA circuit as of this year have been good, and it feels like maybe she's the one that has run against, you know, the legitimate fields other than number 4 in here, Inventing. I love the bounce to her stride, a filly that didn't necessarily move well earlier on in her career. Looks as though Shug has her going really well now that she's 3rd off that little bit of a break that we saw from January to April, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. Program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. So 6-5 favorite, Inventing. You know, people say the biggest drop in racing is maiden special to maiden claiming. I would argue it's Grade 1 to maiden special, and that's what Inventing the 4 is doing here.
Well, that's you think about conditions. Maiden, A other than, 2 other than, 3 on, 4 other than, Grade 3, Grade 2, Grade. This is about 7 conditions she's dropping out of, but She was very well beaten there. I'm a little bit on Aunt Naughty, too. I love her pedigree for the 1 1/8 by the Claiborne Farm Stallion Blame, a Breeders' Cup Classic winner. I have an AP Indy mare, Altice, who is a very accomplished filly and mare for Shug McGahee. I love her pedigree, and I think the 1 1/8 is going to suit her.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with you, because when you look at the 4 and 5, if these two fillies do take to the 1 1/8, they're going to be really tough to beat. I like the 2. Al Stall, tremendous trainer. We saw the cart talk with Jonathan Kitchen about Tom Amos and Al Stall, their connection through LSU and how they were roommates. Al had a tough meet at Churchill. He won like 2 or 3 races out of 40 starts. This filly ran giant last time out. And she lost to Butterbean first time out. And Butterbean obviously was in the Iowa Oaks, came here, stumbled very, very badly. But this horse ran a 1 3/16 in her second start without getting nothing out of her first start. And I thought she ran great at 40-1. So now, you would never be able to really say this, she's cutting back to a 1 1/8. So
yeah, and Maggie mentioned a sister to Tom Seytat. Tom Seytat was one of the best horses in the handicapped division pretty recently for Al Stall. Won the Stephen Foster, won the Grade 1 Clark. So some nice bloodlines.
So that's who I like. The issue with her is she needs to get out of the gate. She's very inexperienced, and she's been a little green in her first couple starts.
But, Paul, you make a great point. I think as demanding as this track has been, from a fitness standpoint, real horses really having to reach down, cutting back from the 1 3/16, I think makes her doubly dangerous.
Meanwhile, 5-1 on She's Keen, who was right behind the 2 Forever After All last time out. She actually had the lead on her into the stretch late in that race and then got run down to get 3rd in the end for Rusty Arnold. Julian Leperoux will ride. 6-5 favorite, though, Inventing, Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable, and the meet's leading rider, Arad Ortiz Jr. It's the opener on our Thursday card here from Saratoga. Let's go to John Imbrial.
They're in the gate. And they're off. She's Keen right out for the early lead. Inventing came away in second. Aunt Naughty's on the outside in third, with Forever After All down at the rail and running in fourth. Then Amonset next in fifth, and Cinq Serres is the trailer in sixth as they move around the clubhouse turn. She's Keen is the pace setter here, and in front by a length and a half. Aunt Naughty on the outside runs in second, with the favorite Inventing next in third as they head for the backstretch. And it is She's Keen, the leader here after a quarter in 24 seconds. Aunt Naughty is running in second, and then it is Inventing and Forever After All right together, third and fourth. Another length and a half to the 2 trailers, Amonset and Cinq Serres. And She's Keen takes the field up the backstretch, leads by about a length. Aunt Naughty on the outside in second, the half 50 3/5 seconds. So it is She's Keen, the leader here right from the start, continues to show the way. It is She's Keen by a little more than a length, with Aunt Naughty in second and Inventing down at the rail in third, 2.5 from the front. Then Forever After All, followed by Amonset and the trailer Cinq Serres midway around the far turn. She's Keen, still the leader here. She's Keen by 3/4 of a length. And then it is Aunt Naughty in second. On the outside is Forever After All. And down at the rail is Inventing. 3/4, 1:16 3. She's Keen in front in the stretch. It's She's Keen now in front by 3 lengths. Inventing comes through down at the rail. And on the outside is Forever After All. It is She's Keen looking to go wire to wire. It's She's Keen by 3. Forever After All in second. Julian Leperoux got away with those slow fractions, and he takes She's Keen wire to wire to take the opener. Forever After All was second, and Inventing finished third.
She's Keen breaks her maiden, 5th career start, and Julian Leperoux dawdling on that front end all by himself.
Pace makes the race, Paul, and you just got to set as soft and easy of fractions as could be. 3/4 and 16. Race was essentially over. The little race riding going on in behind her. Aunt Naughty with Jose Lascano had Inventing to his inside, so he was reluctant to move forward, maybe clear a space for her. And it just kept building She's Keen's confidence, and it had plenty left in the stretch.
I mean, you might as well just handed the race to Julian Leperoux. Listen, nothing against She's Keen. Congratulations to the connections, but the 4-horse last time went 111. The 5-horse last time has gone 112, 112. The 2-horse last time went 113. They let this horse go 116. That's almost 12 to 13 lengths slower. Did you think you were actually going to catch this horse?
Thought and Nadi would certainly be a lot closer. Let's go back to the beginning. Keep your guys on the inside here. The 2 wipes out a Mansa a little bit early on. 3 briefly stumbled out of the gate, but didn't hurt her from getting the front.
Stumbled, but stumbled going forward. Didn't lose any momentum, and was able to establish the lead, and that was the key to the race. This was theft on the front end in the opener in Saratoga, and congratulations to Rusty Arnold, Calumet Farm, Julian Leperoux contributing heads-up ride.
I don't know if it was theft or if everybody didn't wake up till 106.
Gets away with some very soft fractions here. And when you're on a horse like, do you know you're going that slow?
Yeah, I mean, riders at this level are supposed to know how fast or slow they're going, and you're in front, and you got one with their ears going back and forth, and they're comfortable, and every time you move a finger, they pick up the slack. You go, oh, boy, let me go a little further like this, and they're not going to see me again.
When's the last time you seen at Saratoga pretty good fillies made special weight? A mile in 141, 142. They had trotters almost went 146.
Yeah, 154 and 3. Wow. You would have thought this was a mile and 3/16. She's Keen, 5-1 start to this Thursday card to kick off the pick 5 as well. Take a look at what's still ahead on the program. Just getting underway. We'll have the pick 4 next, beginning with race 2 on the card. And we have an interesting second in this New York bred maiden special weight, 5.5 furlongs on the turf. We're going to see that rematch of Lone Rock and Fearless in the Birdstone. Race number 5, and the start of the late pick 5 begins in race 6. Today's action brought to you by Claiborne Farm. On early on FS2, we switch over to FS1, by the way, at 3 Eastern till 5, and then back on FS2 from 5 to 6:30. You can play it all by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, download the app. That's the code to punch in for new members. TOGA200. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Big weekend for 3-year-olds with 2 Travers preps. The Curlin on Friday, the Jim Dandy on Saturday. Early voting in Zandon for Chad Brown. He has a strong hand in the division.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Thanks for joining us here on Saratoga Live. We are proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And hopefully bet on Julian Leperoux in the opener as She's Keen takes the field on a merry chase to break her maiden 4 trainer Rusty Arnold. And I've said it once and I'll say it again, Julian, you are the best underrated front end rider, whether it's the dirt or the turf. We saw you break cleanly with her, and you've been on her for all of her career starts. And then you kind of backed it down in their face. Did you know how slow you were going?
Yeah, I felt like I slowed it down pretty good on the backside. And she was by herself, relaxed, looking around. Last time we got pressed pretty hard on her lead. So I was never really comfortable last time, but she still ran a big race. So today, on the backside where she was happy, I knew she's going to have some more at the end, yeah.
Watching her replay, she always switches to her outside lead in the late, and then she seems to switch back. Is that just a tendency of hers?
Yeah, she's been doing that. But like I said, like she looks around a lot. So like she was looking at stuff in the straight, she kind of drift out a little bit first and then switch lead, but go back inside. So yeah, that's just her.
It's a good thing you know her, I suppose. And we haven't seen you based here for the meet for a couple of years now. Talk about the decision to come back to Saratoga for the full meet.
It feels great. The last 2 years, first year was COVID. I was trying to plan on staying at home in Kentucky and kind of come back and forth, traveling to Saratoga on weekends. So with COVID, I could not do it. Last year, not the same. I thought I didn't have enough horses to come here, so I thought maybe I should stay in Kentucky, try to build some business. But I miss Saratoga so much. It's a great space to be in the summertime, and I'm so happy to be here with the family.
We're so happy to have you and your wife, Shay, and 2 little boys back as well. Congratulations with this win in the first.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Julian Leperoux, a welcome face, an addition back to the Saratoga Jocks room, guys.
Indeed. Welcome back, Julian Leperoux. Nice to get on the board with a win here for Rusty Arnold, Calumet Farm. And, yeah, you saw him looking over at the tote board there. Yeah. And I think when he saw those fractions posted, he felt pretty good.
I think he was feeling really good down the backstretch. He just got as comfortable and relaxed as possible, and She's Keen. Well, she wasn't keen. She was nice and relaxed, paying $13.
Yeah, congratulations to Calumet Farm. Keen Ice, Alpha Belt Suit Mare, spelling. Only paid $40,000 for this filly. Nice little filly here, and Julian Leperoux gets all the credit.
So $13 winner to start our program. Up next, 2-year-old fillies going 5.5 on the turf. It's our 2-year-old race of the day. It's brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. Some intriguing pedigrees in here. Right now, the favorite is a filly with experience for Todd Pletcher, who ran second at Belmont, going 5 furlongs first time out, was beat by a Christophe Clement filly. He'll have to try and beat a Clement filly again. Souffle the 3, who's debuting. Dam produced, among others, Derry Nain. Stakes winners, a 2-year-old.
It's always fun, these 2-year-old fillies in colt races, because you never know who's the next superstar. So these are fun races. 5.5 furlongs on the turf, Richie, and they go.
Yeah, and it's trips. You got to get away clean.
Yeah.
You got to get your spot. But she is the half to Derry Nain, who won her first 2 starts. There's precocity in the family. The mare was a stakes winner. A lot to like.
She's only beat a length, ran 4th at the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf Sprint. Let's take a look at this weekend coming up. All these great stakes races we have over the course of the weekend. A lot of eyes going to be on the Jim Dandy on Saturday. That's going to be live on Fox. Oh, yes, also Jackie's Warrior on that undercard in a Grade 1 in the Alfred G. Vanderbilt. Curlin tomorrow. That's also a Travers prep. But let's take a look at the big showdown we will see on Saturday with the top 2 finishers coming back from the Preakness. Early voting Epicenter. Keep your eyes on the 8. And the start from Epicenter had trainer Steve Asmussen not very happy afterwards.
Yeah, you can see Joel on the 8 is trying to send the 8, but it's just not happening. Where early voting is the natural speed is taking the horse to the front, Richie.
Yeah, and listen, you can understand Steve Asmussen's frustration. You look like you got the Derby 1, get picked up by a long shot that no one saw coming. Then you don't get the ideal trip. I think Joel played the hand, dealt him very well.
Oh, unbelievable.
Right?
Yeah.
And it looked to me like the ground broke away from him a little bit behind. Got to save the ground, picked his way through the field. Let's not detract from early voting's effort. I mean, he raided off a horse for the first time and he put it away. And look at early voting's record. a 76 buyer winning, an 87 buyer winning, a 96 buyer losing, a 105 buyer winning. Every race he's improved markedly.
Going to be fun to see them go at it again. Stablemate to the Preakness winner Zandon as well. First start back for him since that third place finish in the Kentucky Derby. But yeah, new tactics from early voting to win that Preakness, and he's looked sharp in the morning.
He has looked sharp in the morning, and pretty much the way they trained him up to the Preakness, Paul, allowing him to kind of just ride alongside a horse. He's not rank. He's not keen at all. He waits on the rider to ask him what to do.
My issue is they keep on saying he's better with the target. There's nobody faster than him in this race to be the target. I mean, like, literally, he can walk to the front end because he's so tactically fast. Now, his stablemate's going to be behind him. I'm sure we're going to show you that work, but Epicenter might be laying second, but I just don't understand how early voting doesn't go to lead, but he can win on the lead too as well.
Well, I think it would be an ill-conceived plan to try to rate him off a horse with a race that's no pace.
Yeah.
Don't take anything away that comes easy. Allow him to get in his rhythm wherever that places him.
Son of Gunrunner produced a second Preakness winner for Chad Brown and Klarovich Stables. Can he move forward this second half of the year for 3-year-olds? Obviously so important, and the Travers is a big part of it. Starts here with the Jim Dandy, and to see, obviously the Curlin, we could get a couple of starters for that race as well. But who's going to take that next step forward and kind of grow up a little bit? We see it every year.
We do see it every year, and the horse that really stands out to me in that respect is Epicenter. I think he looks like a better horse since the Preakness coming back after 14 days. You watch him train every morning. He looks like a spring coiled up, ready to just explode.
Yeah, I had said Epicenter, excuse me, yesterday, and then I look at early voting, and I just think that early voting has so many options because he's so fast and such a tactical horse that, listen, if he doesn't win the Jim Dandy and he doesn't win the Travers, early voting can cut back to another race and be just dynamite. But
what was going through Steve Asmussen's mind right here, thinking he had a Kentucky Derby, and here comes an 80-to-1 shot.
Well, he's holding off Zandon, who was the main danger, right, at that point. And you realize at the 8th pole, inside the 8th pole, Zandon's not getting by my horse. I'm going to win the Kentucky Derby. Oh, wait. Here comes a lightning strike in Rich Strike.
It's been so consistent, so good. And Steve Asmussen says his work on Monday last week as good as I've ever seen from him, and he says he's seen some really impressive works from him.
No, listen, and here's the thing that people forget about. He's missed the Exacta one time, but he's got the Risen Star, he's got the Louisiana Derby as well. And wow, I think he's going to be laying off early voting in the Jim Dandy. It remains to be seen, but I think he's going to be a lot closer.
I think he'll be a lot closer, too. I believe he will be.
That's Captain Obvious, but
yeah, well-known. Steve Asmussen was not happy with how that played out early on in that race. As for Zandon, this could be his first start back since that Kentucky Derby. And this Derby, everyone I think was watching this race felt, wow, what a position he's in. He's going to roll right on by Epicenter. It didn't happen. Obviously, so talented. What have you seen work-wise from him?
He's always been a good workhorse, and it's unusual because he's a closing type. His style is to close. But, Paul, they always work him solo because he wants to do more. Usually speed horses want to do more. This horse is a very aggressive workhorse in the morning.
Tough read. Okay, so now you got early voting. He's got the freshest legs. Epicenter came back. So does fresh legs win over this racetrack the way it's been playing? Probably not now. But going into the Derby, he was it. He was the buzz horse. And that work right there proved pretty good. And again, he's done nothing wrong.
These works, of course, brought to you courtesy of XBTV. Mig, you look at those works from these stablemates, the Preakness winner and Zandon. Work-wise, who's impressed you more?
Zandon, to me, is a more impressive workhorse than early voting, and his last work, to me, was more impressive than early voting's. But you also have to think about intention with works. And I think the intention with early voting is to keep him settled. So maybe he's not going to be as eye-catching, but Zandon's a better workhorse.
Let me ask some, with a horse like early voting, have you noticed speed horses like that, trainers like to work them very, very slow in the morning so that the speed in the afternoon even sharpens? Because it looks like he doesn't really work early voting that fast. He lets Zandon go a little bit more.
Well, I think that you know that he possesses that natural speed. You don't want to have to see it all the time. You trust that it's there. And with him, I think it's more a function of getting him to stay settled and wait for Jose Ortiz to ask him for his best.
If you've maybe talked to some people who've seen all those three work, the big three, and say of the Chad Brown runners, who's worked most impressively, some might say Epicenter. It's not in that barn. He's been working, which is scary because he's been so good, but he's been working lights out for Asmussen. Live coverage of the Jim Dandy Saturday on Big Fox, 4:30 Eastern time. Prep for the Travers, and we will have it for you live. We hope to see you then. It's going to be a fun edition. So much star power. 3 of the top, probably 4 3-year-olds in the country right now lining up in that race. There is the half to Derry Nain, who was so precocious early for this same barn. Christophe Clement, including a stakes win sprinting on the grass at Woodbine. She has her debut coming up.
Introducing a Stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
We're back on Saratoga Live, and our Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day coming up. There's Souffle, dam-produced Derry Nain for this same barn. Christophe Clement is 3-1 on the board right now. Let's head to Maggie Wolfendale for more.
That's where we'll start here, Greg. And looking at Souffle, she's very well meant for this spot, as you can imagine, being that half-sister to Derry Nain, who was a good 2-year-old herself sprinting on the turf. She is fit, she is professional, she's all things you want to see, except the one thing I will say about her, as she is likely to be a somewhat short price, currently at 3-1, you can still see clip marks on her. So when I'm talking about clip marks is she had to be clipped because she didn't shed her winter coat. And sometimes that indicates a horse maybe isn't doing quite as well as you would like them to on the inside. So that's just the one knock I had against her. Otherwise, I like what I'm seeing for her, especially in this spot. But let's take a look at number 7, Show Me Your Heels, as this one is a daughter of Munnings out of the dam, Freudy Ann, who I'm very familiar with. Not only was she very good on the turf, but she was also a very good 2-year-old on the dirt. She won first time out as a 2-year-old on the turf and then won a stake on the dirt. So it was an equi-talented type of runner. Now, the one foal that she produced is a foal to Show Me Your Heels. He hasn't been that good. We'll see what she does. Now, she comes in here very fit. I like the work 3 back out of the gate. She's just a touch green at the start with a workmate that had racing experience. And then at the end, she was going much stronger than that workmate, which I like to see. And because sometimes turf meant horses Once they kind of get off the bit, then they'll struggle and flounder a bit over the dirt. And she looks ultra ready here for trainer Danny Gargan. As we'll move on to number 8, Moon Age Daydream. I love these Chris Larson names, always named after good songs. This one for the David Bowie classic. I like a lot. She came in here like she owned the place. Great walk to her, really physically mature, well-muscled, and we've seen Jorge Abreu be very effective with his first-time starters. She is a half to Guardian Moon, who is a precocious 2-year-old sprinting on the turf. The only slight negative, don't love the fact she's wearing blinkers at first. Asking here is number 10 is Fancy Pants Juliana. And she's the daughter of Motown. Now, Motown has yet to produce a winner on the turf, but he's a Grade 1 winner himself on the surface. Though this one not screaming it physically nor on the bottom side, but she's kind of interesting, possibly from a speed perspective, as she'll break from that outside post, and she has been sharp throughout the preliminaries thus far in the paddock. She's wearing short cup cheater blinkers and a shadow roll. She's a big, strong filly with a really well-developed hind end to her, indicating there might be some early speed, Greg.
Never talk over a post parade. Sorry. All right, we start with a 1 here. There's Bad Samaritan, first-time starter.
Yeah, out of a mare that never broke her maiden, had one full race, did not show much when she ran.
Big work on the grass for fleet-footed.
Yeah, Tyler Gaffney and Joe Sharp, they're very good together. 9-1, I'm actually surprised.
The 3, the half to Dairy Nane.
Got the pedigree, got the right connection, should be tough.
Little Lindsay, Dan produced Danzig with the Stars. Who won back-to-back on the turf.
Yeah, Castellano's been on fire, too. You're getting a good price, 13-1.
Rudy Rodriguez trying to get his first winner of the meet.
First full out of a mare that was a 3-time turf winner.
Snowy Evening for Pletcher, start number 2.
Showed some speed first time. I think she's going to be better this time.
Here's Show Me Your Heels. The Dan was a 6-time winner on the turf, including a stake at Saratoga.
Yeah, Friday end, very successful here on the New York circuit, and this filly comes in with some good works, too.
Jorge Abreu, first-time starter. Moon Age Daydream.
Yeah, very live in the multi-exotics. And this horse actually has some works to go back to May that are very good.
Big price on the 9. The Dan was a 6-time winner on the grass, Routing.
Yeah, and she's coming in off a sharp gate work.
And Fancy Pants Juliana for Jeremiah Engelhardt as Luis Saez.
Fancy Pants. I thought that you were going to come that way. Luis Saez gets aboard, so that's a plus. 8-1. Got one spin over the turf, so if you like, get a good price.
5 minutes of post. Race 2 starts our early pick 4. You can follow along in the program, get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys as well by downloading free Equibase past performances. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule and get those free Equibase past performances as we get set for our pick 4 coming up. Favoritism to a filly with a race under her belt for Todd Pletcher, but obviously a lot of talk about the 3 Souffle with that pedigree. Christophe Clement going to Joel Rosario, and Dairy Nane, very precocious early on. Turf sprinter for Christophe Clement, including a stakes win north of the border.
You like to see precocity run in families that they can win early. I like the fact that Joel Rosario actually rode Dairy Nane and will have confidence that the younger sister could have a turn of foot. 'Cause look at the turn of foot here, Paul.
Yeah, a big turn of foot. And if it translates, obviously, to the family, obviously, big shot in here. And one of the ones, obviously, and you're getting Christophe, you're getting Joel. That's why you're getting, well, 7-2 is not a bad price considering the 6 is still getting hit here, which I'm surprised.
And the dam herself, by the way, for the 3, won her turf debut sprinting and was a stakes winner sprinting in the license fee.
Yeah, it's all up and down the pedigree. And the fact that Joel winds up here, Christophe reaches out for Joel when he's high on them. It's kind of his go-to guy.
So 3 minutes to post. You see raindrops starting to come down. Some, I believe, later in the afternoon, some thunderstorms expected after around 3:30, maybe somewhere around there. So we'll see. Fingers crossed.
Never know what you're going to get. We're in the Adirondacks. It could clear out or it could blow in here. We were sitting here one day. It was crystal clear and lightning hit a tree. So you never know what you're going to get here.
When lightning hits, jockeys sprint.
Yeah, I won't be here. You don't want to be next to me anyway, Paul. I got too much metal in me.
That's true. Don't want to be close to Mig if there's lightning in the area. Special day at this race course as well. It's First Responders Day, highlighting all that they do. And if you are a first responder, free admission with proper identification. There's going to be a police canine infield show later on in the program. Performances by the New York State Trooper Marching Band on the afternoon as well.
Well, thank you to all of the men and women that work so tirelessly and selflessly to serve and protect and help other people. You know, the people that are running into burning buildings to save people's lives or running towards bullets to save people's lives. Thank you to all of those brave men and women.
Yeah, amazing. I walked by the booth. They had so much stuff going on there. It's an amazing experience. Please stop by. When you go through the gate, go straight forward. It's going to be on your right-hand side.
And if nothing else, just say thanks, give a salute. So
this was great.
Appreciative of what they do, and there's part of that K9 unit, the infield show happening.
He likes the turf course.
It's like an even money favorite.
I like the youthful exuberance on this dog. I like the way he's warming up. Makes a nice showing.
I tell you what, though, I wouldn't want to get in a tussle with him.
No.
Minute to post coming up in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Let's go back to Maggie.
We would be remiss not to talk about number 2 in here, Fleet-Footed, daughter of Spitester. The dam did win her first start as a 2-year-old with an 86 buyer, but those were on the dirt. Now, there is a bit more dirt pedigree, a bit. I say that. The second dam was actually a decent turf horse, and watching the way she warmed up, watching her movement, I think this is the right surface, and Joe is very attuned to which surface his horses want to run on, and the work coming in here on July 22nd indicates that looks as though she got her over the turf quite nicely, and you can see it in her stride. She's a very efficient mover, just a big floaty type of stride to her, and she is fit, and she's well muscled, and I've seen my fair share of Joe Sharp 2-year-olds win doing this at first asking. As I just want to go back to the favorite Souffle, talk about her work, 3 back out of the gate. She too was a bit green out of the gate, but quickly found her stride with Joelle Rosario up, and then she was going way better than an overmatched workmate that day. Just cleared off from that one on her outside quite easily. So she's ready. She's acting and looking like she's run before and has done this. So that's always a fine quality to have with a first-time starter.
Maggie, thank you. Another look at Souffle. She has become the favorite now, this first-time starter for Christophe Clement.
Do you take any consideration into the nice little beautiful haircut right there for the picture?
Yeah, well, Maggie was talking about that, having her clipped, right? You know, because she hadn't shed out her coat completely. And you know what? I just love the family and the owner breeder of Waterville Lake Stables consistently over the years, Paul. They breed good horses. And my top assistant texted me, Carmela Migliori, that the dog was Belgian Malinois. That's the breed of the dog that we were looking at.
That's her top assistant is the billing she gets?
Well, she makes me look good is the point.
Jockey standings presented by WinStar. Incredible opening week for Joel Rosario. He had 7 wins that first week. He's named the National Rider of the Week, but right now chasing Arad Ortiz Jr.
Oh, sorry. This makes me laugh.
You're in trouble when you get home, Mig.
It's like Mig goes, I wear the pants of my family, but my wife picks them out.
That's exactly right.
There's the meet's leading rider, Arad Ortiz Jr., teaming up with Pletcher here on a filly with experience. Look, she got beat by a Christophe Clement filly, ran a 57 buyer in that debut.
She was supposed to win that day. I think that was the case. Irad overdoing the race riding a little bit. He drifted out, allowed Ranting to get inside him, and then he was trying to close the door, and it was too late.
Did get into a 3-horse battle in the front end, though, in the turn, into the stretch.
Felt like she had her chance that day. And honestly, the story I hear, Souffle has been showing a lot as far as one of the better 2-year-olds over in the Christophe barn. So let's see if Souffle rises.
And Joe Sharp, when he sends them out to 2, they usually show speed. I would think that filly shows speed. The Brayu horse, he trains a little bit like Chad because he was an assistant for Chad. So that horse might take back. The way the 6 wins this race is if she does get to the front end here and gets a clear lead, and then maybe some of these first-time starters are a little slow out of the gate. But it's really hard to, project that 8 other fillies aren't going to show any speed, Gregor. You know what I mean?
We'll find out how it plays out of the gate here. You see that rain coming down pretty steadily right now for our second here on the card. There's that 8, Moonage Daydream. As Maggie mentioned, Dan-produced Guardian Moon, who actually won the Saratoga debut on the grass.
Same condition, 5.5 on the turf. So, again, you like to see that they can win early. It always looks worse on the camera. It's just a little miss. It's not coming down hard.
Yeah, it is very light. It looks a lot stronger.
The camera makes it look worse.
Let me ask you something. Obviously, you've been in a full drive. You get eye drops, leak through the goggles? Never?
No, you're good.
Let's go to Johnny Brow. Here's the start of the pick 4.
Ready for the start. And they're off. Very slow beginning for number 1, Bad Samaritan, and she trails. It is Slow Down Summer who's got the early lead, then the gray. Little Lindsay running in second. On the outside is Fancy Pants Juliana, who's running in third. Fleet-footed down on the inside is next in fourth, and alongside is Snowy Evening in fifth. Frankie C runs in sixth, followed by Souffle in seventh. Then Moon Age Daydream, followed at the rail by Show 'Em Your Heels, and farther back the slow starting Bad Samaritan. The quarter went in 22 seconds. Big long shot. Slow Down Summer leads by a little more than a length. Little Lindsay comes on through now to grab second. Then it's Fancy Pants Juliana. Fleet-footed is on the far outside, and the field is in the stretch, and they have Slow Down Summer to catch, and they are catching her. Here comes Little Lindsay. And here comes Fancy Pants Juliana. And now Souffle is putting in a late run on the outside. Here comes Souffle to challenge Little Lindsay. Little Lindsay and Souffle. Photo finish. Little Lindsay or Souffle. They were noses apart on the wire. Was it the long shot Little Lindsay, or was it the favorite Souffle?
Did Souffle get there? Little Lindsay may have hung on. 2 first-time starters. Little Lindsay, a huge price with Javier Castellano.
What a ride by Castellano. He is riding 18-1 on this filly. He's just in his zone right now, Meg.
Absolutely. He really has found his form. This filly's reaching for the wire. Homebred for Janet Derschmidt up in Pine Plains, New York. And we're going to see desperately close at the finish.
Yeah, she wins.
Looks like it, but that was close, though.
She wins.
Incredibly close.
Wow.
18-1 or 2-1, and it is the 4, Little Lindsay. How about this start to the pick 4? Big price to begin it. And yeah, Javier Castellano had a 3-win day earlier on at this meet. He has looked like a revived jockey.
2 yesterday too, right? Yeah, he did. 2 yesterday. 18-1. Wow.
Yeah, really. Listen, confidence is key with any athlete, Paul. You know that. And when a guy gets confident, you know he can ride. And he's picking up live horses. Really good job by Dominic Schettino to have this first-time starter ready. And again, getting back to the breeder owner, Janet Derschmidt, they do a nice job. They're on part of the old James Cagney estate up there in Pine Plains. That's why they had a horse named Cagney ran about a month ago in New York.
Well, this is going to spice up the pick 5.
Indeed it is. Wow, 18-1, 4-3, 10-7. Souffle certainly one, I think, keep attention on next time out. Just unable to catch Little Lindsay for trainer Dominic Schettino. I mentioned that Dan had produced a very good router on the grass, dancing with the Stars, who'd won back-to-back races here at Saratoga, going longer. This one wins going 5.5. Big price to begin our pick 4. Castellano for Schettino. Prices when we come back.
Every breeder hopes to leave a lasting genetic legacy. It's one of the few true paths to immortality. The importance, permanence, and legacy of Alapa is best understood by the influence of Prince Palatine. To put Prince Palatine's significance and that of the farm into a proper perspective, every stallion at Alapa traces their parentage back to Prince Palatine. Hill and Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing. New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
We're back on Saratoga Live. Our program brought to you in part by the champion sprinter Run Happy. Now standing in legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. The champion never lost in his career while sprinting. This horse wins first time out, sprinting 5.5 on the grass. Lil Lindsay at 18-1 for trainer Dominic Schettino with Javier Castellano.
Yeah, got it done. A half to Danzig with the Stars. Nice turf runner. But I thought there was more turf boots on the top side there. But this filly ran well and something to build on, too. Certainly a good job by Dominic Schettino to have her ready to win first time.
So $38.40. Look at that double for $1. $148. Wow.
And the rain is starting to come down, so let's beware of some of the turf races a little later on.
Be part of the showdown contest as the rain, as you can see, has picked up a little bit here. Free to enter. You're competing for real prizes. Go to NOWR.com/showdown to get involved, and we'll have that leaderboard at the end of the program. Move on to race 3. And a big scratch in this third. $12,000 claiming race. 6.5 furlong sprint. The 3 Boldish would have no question been the favorite in this race. Comes out of the mix here with that. In some ways, maybe makes it a better race, wagering-wise.
Yeah, I think it does. It's kind of wide open now. This is a confusing race.
All right, so we'll have more on this group coming up in just a little bit. I know you like a horse in this race quite a bit. We'll get to that in a moment. Not just the Jim Dandy on Saturday, that prep for the Travers. On Friday, we have the Curlin as well. We could see a couple of horses exit this race, move on to that Travers as well later on in August. And we'll take a look at the field that's going to line up at this 1 1/8 on the Friday card. 2-1 favorite, Creative Minister for Kenny McPeak, who is in 2/3 of this year's Triple Crown.
Yeah, Creative Minister is obviously very much the horse to beat. I thought he ran a bang-up race in the Preakness Stakes. So this is a Grade 1 placed horse that is now in a race restricted for non-winners of a sweepstakes, Paul.
Thought he ran well. You know, when he ran at Churchill Downs, he was one of the better horses that ran. And Kenny said, listen, let's go to the Preakness. I thought the horse ran well, came back in the Belmont, did not run well. But if you see this Creative Minister, he's a nice horse. And Kenny's horses has been firing.
What about him not starting until early March? I mean, it's a late start as a 3-year-old, and then having to tackle 2/3 of the Triple Crown. That could take something out of you.
It can, but he's had plenty of time. I like the way he's been working up here on the Saratoga training track. Kenny McPeak stabled in what we call the steeplechase annex, basically out the back gate over 5th Avenue, quiet back there. You know, this horse tried to go 1.5 miles last time. He's out of a mare, Tambos, a Tappet mare that was a turf sprinter, basically. So the pedigree really didn't scream that he'd get 1.5 miles. She's been a producer. She's had some other good horses, but I think cutting back to the 1 1/8 and a little bit of relief in company, he's going to be tough.
Even later start and more lightly race for Chad Brown, who already has the big 2, of course, we're going to see in the Jim Dandy on Saturday with Zandon and the Preakness winner early voting. Artorias, who second start earned a very big figure to break his maiden. That was at Belmont going 1 mile. Now going to try and get 1 1/8.
And you would think out of it being by Arrogate that's going to be just fine. We haven't seen a lot of these Arrogates be that precocious. He has. And I think the 1 1/8 is going to help him out. I thought this was an impressive effort, and I think this horse has got a giant shot.
very professional here. Sit behind horses, find the split, no panic, just kind of ease up in there. This was a real step forward from his first race, going 6 furlongs at Keeneland. And I agree with you, being by Arrogate, mile and 1/8 should not be an issue. I'm not crazy about post 9 going a mile and 1/8 here, but he's definitely a horse that's got big forward movement in him.
Meanwhile, Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable, together again with a son of Uncle Mo, who's put together back-to-back wins at Monmouth.
Yeah, he's been very good at Monmouth, and the fact that he has two-turn wins is, speaks to foundation. And he's a horse that also has improved with every start. And I think this is the next logical step for him in a restricted stake.
You get Luis Saez aboard, Paco Lopez was aboard at Monmouth. Obviously, a colt that is improving. They all got to be creative, Minister, but I thought the 8 and 9 are the 2 horses that are improving at the right time.
So that is coming up on Friday, the first of 2 Travers preps coming up in week 3 here at Saratoga. We'll have live coverage of that one for you. That is race 7 on the Friday card as we look at the week 3 stakes schedule. Looking forward to that Birdstone later today. Lone Rock and Fearless in a rematch from that Brooklyn at Belmont. Jackie's Warrior, the best sprinter in the country. Horse who's never lost at Saratoga, 4 for 4. Looking to win. He's won at 2 and 3 grade 1s. Now trying to win as a 4-year-old at grade 1. He's going to be odds on to do it. More festivities on First Responders Day here at Saratoga. We'll let them play us to break.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
There's no doubt that Kentucky breds are #1.
We never could compete with New York and Florida and all those tracks.
We needed a boost, and HHR has given us that boost.
The purses that the Kentucky breds are now running for matches how dominant they are.
We really have an opportunity to create new jobs and new tax revenue for the state on a year-round basis.
This is just the beginning. I don't think anybody has any idea how good it's going to get.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Central Banker is a Grade 2 winner whose well-balanced good looks have helped fill his books every season at McMahon Thoroughbreds of Saratoga. And now that his runners have proved themselves on the track, breeders are beating a path to his court.
Breeders gravitate towards consistency and a sure bet. It's an uncertain world out there. COVID adds to the mix. And, you know, Central Banker in our regional program and even in abroad has really helped breeders find sure footing.
McMahon points out that fourth-year sire Central Banker ranks in the top 10 nationally. Central Banker progeny have earned nearly $9 million, and not just in the Empire State. His 4-year-old daughter Nico's Dream won the My Charmer Stakes at Gulfstream Park.
And they're off.
That same day, another first crop runner, Bankett, took the Alex M. Robb Stakes back at Aqueduct.
Bankett has taken the lead.
That win was Bankett's third stakes win and brought his earnings up to more than $800,000.
Every single Central Banker foal comes out very well balanced, medium big size with good bone. They train easy. They are not too wild as youngsters, just wild enough as 2-year-olds.
Good to have you with us. You can find out more about the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund by going to nybreds.com. Rain has subsided, the sun is shining, and it's a beautiful afternoon again here at Saratoga Springs, just like that.
This day has multiple personalities. We
It
started
really does.
sunny, we had a little breeze, then we had overcast, humidity, rain, now it's sunny again.
What does this day want to be?
It's kind of like my voice, multiple personalities right now.
I like the raspiness. It's
Yeah.
a different Paul Lo Duca.
I'm sounding like I'm sounding like Val Kilmer and Doc Holliday.
This third coming up, we talked about earlier the big scratch, Boldish. That was huge, that one coming out. With that,
Yeah, big scratch.
Auburn Hills, Paulie pointed out to me, big favorite in the double and pick 3, and now has become the favorite.
Well, here's the reason why. When you look at the rest of the race, this horse is coming out of a 1.125 race. It might be the speed. That's scary because with the fitness that's going on, the 5, 6, 7, and 8 don't possess a ton of speed. The 2 does, and the 2 could get to the front end coming out of a 1.125 race, which is crazy, and I think that's why the horse is getting bet.
The 2 makes the lead going, sprinting here, coming out of the 1.125 race. He's going to be very, very tough to run down. I thought the 5 Quick Return, the son of Central Banker we just saw, I thought he potentially, coming out of some sharp pace races, could make the pace.
I can see that. That is the other horse. Let's see, the 8, Cecilia Mike, and somebody, the 7 and 8, they're turtles. The 6, 7, and 8 are all turtles. So it's between the 2 and the 5 to get to the front end. And the 2's coming out of a 1.125 race. That's giant.
Keep in mind, with that rain, even though it subsided, good and sealed on the main track. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale standing by with a special guest.
So pleased to be joined by Joe Carr of Josh Wineries and Cellars. And Joe, Josh has just escalated to one of the premier wines, started with your Cabernet Sauvignon, and you started as sommelier. And so the passion for wine has always been there. Talk about, though, taking the leap of faith and creating your own winery.
Well, you know, I'd worked in the wine business for a very long time, and it was 9/11 that changed my life and the life of my family. And I left my corporate job, and we refinanced our house, and I flew out to Napa Valley. I learned how to make wine. It took 2 years. I slept on a winemaker's sofa, and eventually I made wines under my name, Joseph Carr. And then a few years later, Josh was born, and that was named after my dad.
And it's a nice segue because Josh is your dad, but also on First Responders Day, it was your grandfather that was a prominent firefighter in your hometown. Talk about what this day means to you.
Well, I grew up across the street from a firehouse, and my grandfather lived next door. And I saw volunteer firemen day in and day out, men and women, who you know, were taking care of their community and taking care of their neighbors and their families, and it really resonated with me. So today on First Responders Day, you know, we're able to express gratitude, and that's what Josh Cellars, the wine, is really all about. It's about gratitude and it's about love. So today's pretty special.
You can taste that love in the wine. I'm not just trying to be corny here, but it's very good wine, and it's just, you can feel the family essence that you put into it and the thought behind it. You also have a great kind of promotion going on here at the track. Tell everyone about that.
So today for First Responders Day, Josh Cellars is being served at all the restaurants and bars, and part of the proceeds is going to the Saratoga Firefighter Community Fund. And whatever's raised, Josh Cellars is going to match that. And in conjunction with that, we're donating a $1 bottle to the National Firefighters Council throughout the country. We raised over $1 million, and it's exciting. We go around to firehouses and we do dinners and lunches. A lot of firehouses, the firefighters have to provide their own food. So we'll raise money for gift certificates, or we'll go put dinners on and things like that. And it gives me a chance to go back and see the culture. And it's just a blast. It's a lot of fun.
Joe, thank you so much for giving back to the community and celebrating First Responders Day here at Saratoga with your wonderful wine.
All right, it's great to be home.
I like that. A native New Yorker here. You can tell that Joe certainly loves coming to Saratoga, celebrating his wine here on First Responders Day. Guys?
Yeah, native of upstate New York. Started off as a wine steward at a local restaurant, and look how far he's come. And a wine that our very own Richard Migliori, one of your favorites.
Josh Cellars is terrific. Their cab is fantastic. It's very reasonably priced, Paul, and a dear friend of mine, Jess Iglesias, turned me on to it, and it's my go-to everyday wine, and the reserve is really good. Just tremendous. I really need to meet this gentleman.
I just wrote down the pitch for you. I wrote down everything you just said right now, and you're good to go. Just go meet him right now.
And by the way, on their website, you could probably help out because you're such a good cook. They're pairing for their cab sauv, Firehouse lasagna, which I'm sure you could put together.
Well, my wife Carmela, who I'm her top assistant in the kitchen,
well done.
makes a great lasagna. No, but you know what? I actually paired the Josh Reserve cab with my braised short ribs. And my braised short ribs, I will put against anybody. Bring it, Bobby Flay. I don't care. Anybody.
Wow. Okay, we need to make that work. We get Bobby around here. I saw him in a golf cart. Richard Migliori.
A little throwdown.
It's a show. Beat Bobby Flay. I need to see it.
But not like my braised short ribs take
and I know
a lot of time.
Bobby's probably watching.
A lot of love in my braised short ribs.
Try and make it happen later at the meet and have another throwdown here.
Homemade polenta.
It's all about the love. The little love is the touch at the end, Greg.
You can taste it if it's made with love. Here's Cecilia Mike, 7-2. Dylan Davis going to ride for Bonnie Lucas here. Slight drop from 16,000, but a horse who's had some good success. 8-year-old who's a 7-time winner.
With 21 seconds, Paul.
Oh, okay, I get it. My handicapping so far, the first couple races, not been good. This horse wins, I'll swallow the form at 7-2. I'm sorry.
Let's go back to Maggie for a paddock report.
Taking a look at number 7, that's Somebody for the Jimmy Bond barn. And if you're just blindly choosing horses based upon appearances, I know it's not a beauty contest, and there are a lot of other things that go into trying to handicap these lower level claiming races, but Somebody just caught my eye. And he's even moved forward from what I had seen from him earlier this spring and into the summer at Belmont. He is poised, and that controlled energy, it's harnessed here by, well, it looks like it's Ryan Bond on the offside of him. But I just love the impression that this horse is giving me here. Now, he did take a while to switch leads in that last effort at Belmont and kind of made a mild bid after a little bit of difficulty at the start of the race. Now posted more towards the outside. We'll see. Can he get a comfortable stalking trip this time around? He looks the part here in the paddock. Coming back to the NYRA Circuit's number 5, Quick Return, whom in his last race was picked up by trainer Matt Shire. He was kind of always in an uncomfortable spot down along the rail. He and his rider just never looked content being in there, and he just seemed to be tentatively ridden throughout there. He makes a good impression on me here in the paddock. He always has, to be fair, so it's not ever the greatest sign when Robertino Diodoro claims a horse, raises it up, and then does not perform. And now Matt, though, trying to be competitive here at Saratoga, drops him all the way down. But these connections do know how to play the claiming game, and this is a horse that I would not be afraid of backing. Greg?
Maggie, don't be so vague. You tell us you like somebody. Tell us who it is.
Maggie?
Wow, Maggie just
She's
went
gone.
and
She
dropped
left
the
us.
mic. She dropped the mic, and you know what? I barely heard under her breath.
Well, she said she liked
I'm not
somebody.
I'm not giving Wolfie any tips.
But-
I heard that. I barely heard it in the back of my mind.
Somebody is the 7, by the way, at 5-1.
So who does she like?
I feel like just cue up Abbott and Costello. Let's go.
Call to post here for this third from Saratoga. So we start with Lost in Rome. It's going to drop down. Big drop from 25 to 12.
Yeah, for Gustavo Rodriguez having a good meet. And horse has got a good record in Saratoga. Win a second and third.
Here's the favorite. I love this name. By Palace Malice, Auburn Hills.
Yeah, Auburn Hills, the home of the Detroit Pistons. Junior Alvarado on the iron. This horse got a big shot to maybe get to the front end here.
And named after that Malice in the Palace. This 5 looks sensational on the racetrack. Quick return.
Yeah, also taking big drop in class. I think he might be able to take the track away if Ricardo Santana's aggressive and normally is.
Saratoga Pow, as Paulie pointed out to me, he likes it here.
2 out of the 5 wins here at Saratoga with the second, and that usually translates.
Here's somebody at 5-1 for the James Bond barn.
Yeah, Jimmy Bond's horses do well up here in Saratoga. It's his home base and a first-class horseman.
And Cecilia Mike for Bonnie Lucas. Dylan Davis rides.
Going to be coming from way, way out of it. Needs a ton of pace to run into, and there really is not a lot of pace in this race.
So let's not forget, track has changed a little bit. Real quick reminder here, 6 times points on Saratoga Thursday and Friday. Bet Del Mar and Saratoga with Naira bets. Everybody who does bet today gets those 6 times rewards points on all wagers. No opt-in required, so earn more this weekend with your Naira bets account. Good and sealed. You look at the off-track records of these runners. Who do you think moves up?
Ooh, good question. I would think the 2 a little bit because the horse has shown speed before. One at Saratoga over a sloppy racetrack. Now, Mig, you could tell us more. What is that compared to a sealed? Is that a sealed racetrack right there?
That's a sealed track. They're going to be running more over the top of the ground. They're not going to
okay.
get down into it quite as much. To me, the one I think it helps the most is the one, Lost in Rome. I think he's got the best wet track form, consistent wet track form from anybody. Again, though, Paul, you made a great point talking about Auburn Hills. This is a horse coming out of a steady diet of races a mile or further, and a mile and 8 last time. He makes the front. He's going to be tough to run down. I think this is the thorn in his side, though.
I love the way this horse has looked warming up. He's only been on an off-track once, by the way. He missed by a nose. That was a sloppy racetrack. It was at Belmont, so different scenario. This is a look 3 back at Keeneland, condition 40 race, and he got a win with a 70 Beyer speed figure.
Yeah, Edgar Morales in the irons that day, and it was a hard-fought win. And he's the kind of horse that's the way he runs his races. Now his last 2 starts have been in 2 different barns. He lands in the Matt Scherer barn. Very good conditioner in the Midwest when it comes to claiming.
And this horse has been popular at the claim box. Now he takes that precipitous drop in class, was claimed for 32, comes in here. We've seen Matt Scherer, the trainer, do this in the past, drop horses down to win.
Greg Wolf keeps looking at the 5.
Jeez.
And he keeps reaching for his phone, whether he wants to make a bet or not. But see,
No,
Greg,
I already did.
Oh, you did? Okay.
No, I'm reaching for mine.
Wow.
What do you think, Mig?
I really like the impression this horse is making. He's getting over the top of the ground. It feels like he might have to get a little bit faster, but for a race that really doesn't have what I would call sprint speed, he very well could make the top. It hurts a horse like Cecilia Mike, who, when he wins, he's not a horse that wants to run by horses. So when he wins 7 wins versus 21 seconds, it's because they fall apart in front of him and he has no choice but to run by them. He's not going to get that scenario here.
No, he's not. Somebody, let's see, hold on, 15. Saratoga Powell. You made a great point, Greg. This horse goes back to races last year. Goodness gracious, they would destroy this field. Now the 8, were we on the 8 here? We were on the 8 for a second. There he is, Cecilia Mike. He just comes from so far out of it, and maybe the wet track moves him up, but I don't know. He looks like he's going in the wrong direction too, compared to some of the others in here.
Well, certainly figures-wise, last couple of starts, he's gone down and gone way down since early March at Aqueduct when he was running some really big figures. You talked about Auburn Hills, and if he's anywhere close to the lead, he's got to be tough. But yeah, this 5 has sprint, at least tactical speed, and if he can get loose in this spot,
yeah,
he is going to be tough.
I think so. He's getting a warm-up from Ricardo Santana that would lead you to believe he's going to be aggressive. And listen, I don't mean to be too hard on Cecilia Mike. This is a horse that's earned over $650,000. He's a great owner's horse. Just not a horse that is crazy about getting his picture taken.
I'm surprised it's not in the 2, I'll be honest with you. Because you can make a case that this race goes to 5 in the 2 could literally spread this field open. I mean, if the 5 goes to the front and the 2 lays sort of outside the 5, like there's all the rest of the horses in here are turtles out of the gate. Now they might show up late, but I don't know, 9-2 on the 8. I thought he'd be the longest shot.
Let's go back to Maggie.
And yes, I saw what you guys saw in the warm-up with regards to quick return here. Now, Matt Shire, I really got to ask him what's the proper pronunciation of his last name. But he's having a string here for the first time. Now, he doesn't have a pony, this horse, as you see Ricardo Santana by himself with him, kick the feet out of his irons, just getting him to relax now after what was a beautiful warm-up. But, sometimes it's an oversight. If they're new here, they don't hire a pony or they just forget, and here we are. Anyway, I do want to talk about number 2. That is Auburn Hills. I'm a little surprised to see him as a favorite, though I will say he's a horse that should appreciate the way that the track is now, a horse that has won on a wet track, a horse that I've always said looks more like a turf horse, to be honest, so he should appreciate the kind of bounce that is resulted from the track being sealed. But there is no part of this horse that looks like a sprinter to me. Sometimes these turnbacks work, but I don't see it with him necessarily, and I wouldn't be willing to take a short price, as I do want to talk about number 6, Saratoga Pal. We see avoided claim last time out, and a horse that has always kind of worn the way he is going to run on his sleeve. He sometimes doesn't look great in his coat, sometimes doesn't carry great weight. And I know this was not an administrative voided claim. It was something that occurred at the test barn, whether it be he was off upon examination from a vet, or if it was a bleeding issue. I don't know, but I know that it was voided at the test barn, not by the racing office. Look, he's a horse that sometimes looks very dull in his coat, and he looks very dull in his coat today. His weight looks good for him, but we'll see. The only times that this horse has been successful is when he gets pace to run at, and I don't know if there's an abundance of pace in here, but then again, guys, sometimes that's when we see some quicker fractions.
So I'm going to load up here momentarily. Thank you, Maggie. Favorite still Auburn Hills, which I don't think any of us expected.
I just think there's questions, Paul. I mean, he has chased fast paces but routing, but it's just a different way the races are run, because they get to run into the bridle more, where now a bigger horse might have to be hustled along. Very unusual kind of race because of the lack of speed in here.
It is. First quarter of a mile, I think you're going to know who the winner is. I really do. I think it's one of those type of races. If the 5's able to clear, he's going to be tough. If the 2's able to stay close, he's going to be tough. The 6, 7, and 8 are going to have the 2 and the 5 really get into a ding-dong battle, if that can even happen.
Great shot of our starting gate there with some of our new camera angles this summer here at Saratoga. Kudos to our crew. Third from Saratoga. Let's go to John Imbrial.
They're all in. And they're off. Bit of a hesitant start for number 1, Lost in Rome, as the field races up the backstretch. And up front, it is Auburn Hills with a head in front of Quick Return. The front 2 have 3 lengths, and now Lost in Rome is moving through down at the rail. Saratoga Pal is there. And then it is Somebody and Cecilia Mike on the extreme outside. Auburn Hills steps away here to lead by 2 lengths. Quick Return in pursuit in second. It's another 2 to Lost in Rome, who has advanced up into third, the quarter 22 and 1. Auburn Hills is the leader by a length. Quick Return getting closer now in second, with Lost in Rome running in third. Then it's Saratoga Pal in fourth. And farther back, it is Somebody. As they come for the top of the stretch, there goes Quick Return on the outside, up to challenge, and now up to take the lead from Auburn Hills. It's Quick Return, Auburn Hills trying to get back into it here on the inside, not done yet. It is Quick Return and Auburn Hills and Lost in Rome out in the middle of the track as they come past the 8th pole. It is Quick Return who has the lead over Lost in Rome. Auburn Hills now back running in third. Quick Return is in front. And it will be Quick Return to win by a little more than 2 lengths. Lost in Rome was second. Auburn Hills faded to third.
Quick Return wound up sitting off of Auburn Hills, who did get to the front, but he powers away in the stretch under Ricardo Santana Jr.
Sometimes those horses that have route speed, when they've got to throw in those 11-1 kind of, eighths of a mile to string together a 22-1 first quarter, it starches them. They're not used to having to go that fast. Quick Return, more of a natural sprinter, was able to set up shop right outside of him, and he got it done. I just thought he always had a bit of a tactical advantage. The one, Lost in Rome, I do think the surface being wet moved this horse up, and he ran well after not breaking particularly well, Paul.
Yeah, 2-1 over 6-1. And like you said, the 2 has no excuse, Auburn Hills. I thought it was the right move by Junior Alvarado, move up the rail and say, hey, listen, I got the fitness, come get me. 5 just way better here. Ricardo Santana is going to stroll home, and I'm with Mig. I thought the 1 ran a giant race. This horse did not show up last time out and broke bad. Today broke a lot better and ran a nice second.
Should we call Jonathan Kinchin? We need 2 words from him.
10.
Strike. Marshall Graham, well done. 5-1, 2-7, 2-1 here. Let's go back to the beginning of the race and look out of the gate with a 1.
Yeah, 1 was acting up a little bit early. They kicked it, got off about a length slow from everybody else. Did good to rally up into position early and run on for second. Big effort for him, Lost in Rome, but second best today, 2, Quick Return.
Good ride by Liscano. Sometimes, more times than not, guys will rush a horse like that completely right into the race. He just had her settle on the rail, and she ended up getting a good trip at the end.
Worked out a real good trip, and you make a good point. He didn't go all in at once. He didn't panic. He allowed the horse to get into stride and get there.
5-1, 2-7, Quick Return. 4th win of his career, wins first off the claim for a barn new to Saratoga this summer. Matt Shire will be back.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
For over a century, success starts at Saratoga. As America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 and graded stakes winners, Saratoga is the can't-miss event of the summer. One catalog of selected yearlings offered over 2 electrifying evenings. Recent Grade 1 winners include the brilliant Flightline, Bleecker Street, Maracuja, and Queen Goddess, plus new Hall of Fame inductee Tepin. The Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, August 8th and 9th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Back with you on Saratoga Live on this Thursday afternoon. Our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Race 3 in the books. Quick return. Back in the winner's circle. First off the claim for the Matt Shire barn. 10 Strike Racing and Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, horse that was natural sprinter, was able to get in a good position and got it done on a pretty sharp drop in class, Paul.
Yeah, New York bred that by Central Banker out of a Catnitz mare, flashy note, and you know you've been running basically in Midwest, but this horse had been running at Saratoga now 2 for 6.
And it still has a New York bred condition.
Yeah,
you know.
I know.
Let's go to Maggie.
I'm getting it from Matt because I made the comment about the no pony. Because I was right though. It was a minor oversight because you're a one-man band up here.
Yeah, 2. I got my guy with me. Yeah. No, it's it's been a little tough, but yeah, I could have done without the no pony note.
But he was beautiful, and he looked great out on the racetrack. So job well done to you for having him prepared to win here.
Thank you. Yeah, he's a really cool horse. He's very classy, does everything right, and just glad to win here. It's probably second start up here, so we're 1 for 2, so that's good.
That's really good. And talk about the decision to come up here this year, obviously having the backing with 10 Strike Racing and Marshall Graham in your corner.
Yeah, we're always kind of looking for somewhere to go during the summers, with Churchill ending. Last year we went to Del Mar, which was great, but it's just, a bit of a long ship and everything out there. So we tried Saratoga this year, Marshall, and some of my other owners, Jeremy Sussman, Corey Miles, everybody was looking to kind of get some races in at Saratoga. It is, obviously it's great up here. So it's, we brought 4 up here originally, and we're up to 7 right now.
You say you claimed a lot.
Yeah, we claimed a lot. That's great, but it's also a lot of work for us. So, but it's good to get the first win, get that out of the way, and yeah, we're having a good time still.
Hoping this is the first of many, Matt. Congratulations and all your hard work paying off.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, and I can attest, yes, it is him and one other guy at the barn as he's stabled right next to my husband, guys. But so pleased for him to get off the top.
Much either, so.
I know Tom. He's a smart Alec, to say the least, Greg.
Good for him early on in this meet to get a W. One of the new faces here. We'll see if he kept this horse, by the way, or if someone put in for a claim.
Yeah.
But should mention also, we mentioned Marshall Graham and 10 Strike, also owned in part by Richie and Sussman. So congratulations to all the winning connections.
We're in the paddock set. If we walk in front of us, the executive offices are right over there. Yesterday, that's where our restroom is. I walked in there yesterday. There was a 27-way shake for a horse. There's been 20 shakes. There was one that was 34-way shake. So horses are getting bought out of every race.
Yeah, people are horse hungry here for sure,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of activity at the claim box. And one of the byproducts of it is most of the trainers, if there's, let's say, a 20-way shake, they'll all put up $100 each. Whoever wins the shake also wins the pool.
I like that.
That is beautiful. Yeah. But they said they've had, usually they do it as they put them in pills in a pill box, but they've never had 30 pills, so they've had to like do all this kind of shuffling. Guys said it's been crazy. Yeah, it's been crazy.
You find some good talent, even if it's at a lower level claiming race here at Saratoga. 4th race up next, and this is 7/8 of a mile. New York Breds, maiden special weight, and Ocean's Reserve. Can this son of Spitzer for Leo Germani break through today? Second each of the last 2 races, missed by a neck and a nose.
A horse that had gait issues. And then you're wondering, okay, when is he going to break? He did last time, and he just missed again. Now, the 8 on the outside, Devil Boy, another horse that has gait issues. So the 2 favorites in here, they got to get out of the gate, Richie.
Yeah, Ocean's Reserve, like you said, Paul, they'll put it together last time. Devil Boy, I think the outside draw helps him going 7/8, because at least even if he doesn't break great, he's not going to get pinched.
Yeah.
New York State Trooper Marching Band continuing to entertain on First Responders Day. We're going to talk Jackie's Warrior, top sprinter in the country, trying to get a 5th win at Saratoga this weekend.
consistently versatile with 24 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins. Olympiad gets the gold in the New Orleans Classic.
Churl's fight running on. Mason in front. Churl's fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
All purpose, all places, all power. Spitestown.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
I guess I was in my 20s, early 20s, when I really started pursuing photography seriously. The reason I got into photography was when my father died. I'd done some work when I was in high school on the yearbook and all, and everybody else had something to do on the farm, and I thought, well, nobody's doing this, and that'll suit me. And so my passion for photography grew through my love of the farm and the horses. Well, Seabiscuit was raised right there, and when I was a kid, I was learning to read, and we put the names of important horses on the stall, and it's there permanently. And I can remember walking down and going, Seabiscuit, that is the craziest name. And then I started riding competitively when I was a kid. And I had a nice pony, and I went, to horse shows all the time. And my love for horses grew through my love for riding. And then when we were kind of thrust into ownership of the farm, it was just a natural. Oh, sure, I've got some all-time favorites. I've got one picture of Secretariat that he was such a magnificent horse and so important to racing, really, and I love it. And then there's some farm scenes that I really love. I like that one. And there's Blame in the Snow. I love that one because I love Blame. A garden. Some wildlife things that you do here and there that I really like. If I was just going around and those foxes were in a barn. I love those foxes. But then I found some of these pictures. There's Julie Crone and Shoemaker. Pink Eye. Stevie Cawthon. That's when he was 16. There's Cordero. There's Shug when he was quite young. I'd say early morning light and late evening light here at the farm are my favorite times. But anytime you're around a good horse, it's fun to try to capture them, no matter if it's here at the farm or if it's at the racetrack.
Well, Del Hancock had said it was taught to my brothers, my sister, and me to give back to the horses who give us so much and give us such a lovely life. And they certainly have done that over their careers. What an incredible history. Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Welcome to our continuing Thursday coverage here of the premier meet in the country. Greg Wolf, Paul LaDuca, champion jockey Richard Migliori. And great weekend coming up, not just that big prep for the Travers and the Jim Dandy. We're going to see the top sprinter in the country back in action, who's trying to find some competition. He's just that good. Jackie's Warrior has come back sensational after that surprising defeat in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
He's a different kind. His natural speed, and you're right, Greg, I want to see him face somebody. I do. I want to see him have some competition, but unfortunately, this has been a repeat of his last 2 races.
I understand what you're saying, Paul, but just going fast comes so easily to this guy that, you know, even when it looks like horses might be able to keep up with him, he just seems to stroll away from them. And you see Joel Rosario always kind of steers him out away from the rail. Like, if, hey, you want to come inside of me, challenge me, go ahead. And he's always winning with something left.
I thought there might be a little knock on him coming back because he ran, for him, a soft figure. It was a sloppy racetrack.
Yeah,
it was his comeback race at Oaklawn against a field you would think he'd do this to. And he won by 3/4 of a length. And he had that surgery, of course, which you talked to Steve Asmus, and I'll let you expand on that. But since that time, he's gotten back to his dominant self.
Well, he had ran with the chip before. The doctor told him it was a kind of a chip that was a floating chip. And
in his ankle, right?
Yeah, in his ankle. And sometimes it would swell up, sometimes it was not. But they had said, listen, if we go in there, we'll be able to get the chip out. It's not going to be an issue. He's come back stronger since they've taken the chip out, Mig.
I mean, that's a scary thought, too, for how good he was even before.
Yeah.
He's 4 for 4 in Saratoga. He's been winning with consummate ease. He looked fabulous schooling here in the paddock yesterday. Jackie's Warrior, you know, we tease Maggie because she's such a fan of this horse.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, he's continually made me more and more of a fan.
Grade 1 winner at 2. Grade 1 winner as a 3-year-old. Now trying to become a Grade 1 winner as a 4-year-old. He's going to be probably 1 to 9 to get that Grade 1 win.
Yeah, and the thing, you got to give Steve Asmussen credit. His horses get better and better with age, better and better with racing, and that's exactly what's happening with Jackie's Warrior.
Jackie's Warrior closing in on $2.5 million in earnings. Not easy for a sprinter to earn that kind of money.
True.
Incredible star, incredible talent, and we're going to see him Saturday in the Vanderbilt, and then likely again in the Forgo as well at this meet, putting that perfect Saratoga record on the line. Of course, Jim Dandy on Saturday, prep for the Travers Stakes, rematch of the top 2 finishers in the Preakness Stakes, early voting in Epicenter, 3rd place finisher in the Derby, Zandon, early voting stablemate, both for Chad Brown. Live coverage on Big Fox Saturday, 4:30 Eastern start time. As the baton shifted to Fearless, is he the new top dog in this marathon division? He'll try and do it again to Lone Rock in the Birdstone coming up when we return here on Saratoga Live.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
We're back on Saratoga Live. Good to have you with us. Fourth race is coming up. Program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Going 7/8 of a mile in this New York Red Maiden special weight. And here's a son of Curlin, the star of Hillendale's Stallion roster. And he's certainly got a shot in here. Faced a good one named Price Discipline. He was second to last start. He's the 4-5 favorite in today's 8th race on the card for Chad Brown. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Interesting maiden field of New York breds, and I love what I'm seeing from Ocean's Reserve here. We'll see if he can finally break through for my good friend Leah Giramatti, but I want to take a look at some of the lesser experienced rivals that he faces today. Now, as Meg likes to say, it could be the Goldilocks effect for number 3, 2 for Charging. When he first debuted early on in the meet at Belmont, I had written that I really liked him overall, but looked like he wanted to go longer. Wasn't in the paddock for that May 29th effort, but I would have picked him that day, to be honest, because he looks like a horse that wants to run a one-turn mile. So maybe the 7/8 is what he wants. Now, he came back immediately after that race and posted a few fast workouts. I like the rider switch to Flavien Prat. I thought last time out, he just was very tentatively ridden and not really persevered with and asked for maybe all that he could have given. We'll see, though. He looks great for Jorge Abreu. As we'll move on to the outside with number 7, Full Complement for Jimmy Jerkins. Last time out, switching from turf to dirt, he didn't break that quickly, and then he was sent up and probably went a bit too quick for his own good. Now, Jose Gomez maybe hopefully learning from that, and I was gonna say this horse seems very relaxed until they put the blinkers on. As soon as they put the blinkers on this horse, he just puffed himself up, blew up, got on his toes. We'll see. Now I'm starting to think that maybe they will go to the lead here with him once again. But physically, he's a big, strapping horse where you would think that despite coming up short going to 6, that maybe just with more fitness under his belt and maybe controlled a bit, he could see out the 7 furlongs. Number 8, Devil Boy, he's 3rd off the layoff. And Jeremiah Englehart having all of his horses up here this spring, this guy had to ship down every time. And last time I noticed he got really hot and washy at Belmont. So I'm wondering if being able to run out of his own stall is going to benefit him today. He looks sensational 3rd off the bench, and he is your 2-to-1 favorite. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Post-parade coming up. We start with a horse, Capleton, who's going to run for purse money only, so unable to wager on Capleton.
Yeah, just ran 11 days ago, had a brutal trip on the turf, but you can't bet on him anyway, so.
9-1 on Sinful Dancer. This horse, I feel for him. This is his 10th start. He has a world of talent. He was 3rd against American Revolution.
Yeah, she was. Blinkers go on, and she's had blinkers on before, so she'll show some pace.
7-1, 2 for Charging.
Was over-restrained last time, resented it, and wound up spitting the bit. I like Flavien Prat taking them out.
Here's Compromiser at 10-1.
Yeah, this is a horse that came from way out of it first time out, then won on the turf. So he's got a big shot with Luis Saez aboard, maybe a long shot look.
Slight cutback from a mile to 7/8 for Curlin's Wisdom.
Yeah, maybe you help him finish the deal a little bit.
Ocean's Reserve just missed each of the last 2 starts.
Yeah, and you're at 6-5, just misses right, and broke well, did everything right, just didn't get the bob.
This horse showed that speed in the dirt debut last out for Jimmy Jerkins, the 7.
Yeah, big improvement off his first start. Good speed last time. Maybe he'll be fitter.
And here's the second choice right now. This is Devil Boy, Jose Ortiz. Paulie mentioned those problems out of the gate.
He's a big boy, isn't he? I mean, gosh, son of Daredevil. If the track was a little bit sloppy, if the rain would have came down, probably would have benefited him. He can't get out of the gate. If he can get out of the gate and break with the field, he's obviously a player.
So here's Ocean's Reserve. 9-5 favor. We're going to look 2 starts back. He was in that race with Devil Boy. Devil Boy got out slow. Ocean's Reserve would wind up missing by a neck to Asymmetric. 2.5 lengths clear of Devil Boy.
Yeah, I mean, he just got away poorly. And actually showed a great deal because Paul, he's starting to climb a bit from the dirt and then finally kind of grabbed the bit and, moved on. So this is a horse that I think the outside post is going to help a great deal.
Yeah, and now you're going to see Compromiser is in this race as well, but looked dead last, going to swing all the way to the outside and shows a great turn of foot. So, but can you do that on this racetrack? It's going to be very interesting what happens because Ocean Reserve just gets out of the gate a lot better.
And Mig, the race after this for Ocean's Reserve, He was down on the inside, had the rail, and had that inside position. Do you think it's going to be better for him being outside today?
That's a good question. I thought last time he broke very sharply. He worked out a really good trip. He wasn't in particularly tight. He came through on the inside. Felt like he was supposed to get it done last time. Is he a horse that wants to run alongside horses and not necessarily past horses?
You got beat by a first-time starter for Todd Pletcher, who did earn an 80 buyer in the debut, and that's the number that Ocean's Reserve ran. We shall see. 8-5. This is opportunity number 5 for him to break his maiden. Those last 2 were so close to getting it done.
Yeah, they were, as the rain's starting to come down, and Devil Boy on the outside is loving all this, being a son of Daredevil who is very good on a sloppy racetrack. So this has gone from sealed to good harrowed to now, okay, Mig, it's harrowed with the rain coming down. Will this make it muddy?
Yeah, more rain's going to get into it. Now that it's open, the water will get down into it more, as opposed to if it's sealed, it'll kind of roll off of it. That's the problem with up here protecting the weather. We're in the foothills of the Adirondacks. We got the Catskills to our south, right? We're in the middle of the mountain ranges. The rain can come through, bounce off a mountain, and come right back.
So now that they open the track up a little bit, harrowing it, and if this water gets into it, is that going to make it a deeper, tiring racetrack potentially?
It would definitely be a lot more cloying, pulling at them.
Sticky.
Absolutely.
Now, as you can see, it is coming down pretty good right now. So 8-5 favoritism. Ocean's Reserve, the 6 for Leah Giramatti.
Look at the canoe, not even moving at all.
Might need a pump for that canoe. Filling up with water.
2-year-old champion. That Travers win, big part of why Essential Quality was named 3-year-old champion as well.
Is this on tape delay? I don't see any rain coming down on this shot.
No, but that's the crazy thing here. It's sunny across the street. It could be dry on the backstretch and raining in the paddock.
Now you can see the rain behind. Wow. I love this place.
It's a sun shower.
I love this place. The thing is we've been here now for, I'd say, 17 days or so. We really have not had a lot of rain. We kind of need this, to be honest.
Let's go back to Maggie.
I don't know what to do here, guys, whether to be on camera, off camera, under the umbrella, out of the umbrella. I'm very confused because it's sunny up on the clubhouse turn, and it looks like it's a washout down on the far turn. Okay, I'll be on camera. Fine. As you guys are mentioning, there's a lot of water on the racetrack. There's a lot of lying water where it's sealed still on the outside paths, and a lot of water has gotten into it. And when I talked to Julien Leperoux after the first, he said that the track was tiring before this rain came. So it's going to be tiring out there. But the good thing with regards to your current favorite, number 6, Ocean's Reserve, he's a little bit of a lighter, aerodynamic type of horse, and I like the way he warmed up over it. So I don't think the track, given the fact that he's never run on a wet track, though, will be a factor for him today. I really, really like the warm-up I saw from number 3, 2 for charging. I'm a little apprehensive about the racetrack because he is a bit of a, not heavier, but of a bit of a more bigger lumbering type. We'll see if that plays negatively into how he runs, but at least watching him warm up over this racetrack, he got my vote of confidence, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. And just like that, sun is back out, as Maggie was talking about, and the rain is basically stopped.
I feel sorry for the people out here in the picnic area. Lifting chairs, moving them back, moving them in, moving them back.
Well, the grass gets a little softer, you get a little cushion.
It's warm out. Just get wet. Why run? I mean, come on, you know.
Take your medicine.
Small price to pay to be here at the most beautiful racetrack, the best racing North America has to offer. Now you see what Flavien Prat did there? Because your goggles are not covered if you're not expecting the rain to come. So you don't want your goggles to get all, waterlogged. Oh. So you put them underneath your silks. You see, now he's going to reach under his silks to get them.
Now we got a Shark Tank invention. Windshield wipers for goggles for jockeys.
That, and I want to create a rear view mirror for jockeys, so I don't have to do all that looking around. Like put a little extension on the goggles, a little rear view mirror.
That might be a legal edge. How many pairs would you wear, Mig? And how many would you go through in a particular race when there was
I mean,
mud
days like
coming
this,
back at you?
I'd want to have 5 on a day like this, especially now because it's going to stick.
Let's go back to Maggie with more on the horse running for purse money only, the one Capleton.
Yeah, Greg, just wanted to explain why he's running for purse money only. He lost a shoe, and unfortunately, they could not get it back on him. So therefore, now it's up to the trainer's discretion and to protect the bettors, because let's face it, sometimes a loss of a shoe can be a compromising thing for a horse, but not unsafe. So, you know, for you to wager on him, you want everybody on a level playing field, and a horse running with 3 shoes, you know, theoretically is not on a level playing field, but still the trainer opting to run for the purse money only. Guys?
All right, Maggie, thank you for that update. So Capleton from that inside post, again, purse money only. Favorite remains Ocean's Reserve, the 6 for Leah Giramati. Javier Castellano looking for his second winner of the day, the 7-5 favorite as we take a look at the 4 Compromiser.
A bit reluctant to load, but a horse that I do think has an outside chance. He ran actually very well first time when he didn't break at all and made a big closing run to beating 4.5 lengths.
Yeah, if he can stay close to the pace. He was flying late. Again, pay attention to the gate. The 4, 6, and the 8. 3 horses that have had trouble in the past.
Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. A quick start for Ocean's Reserve, and now moving up is Sinful Dancer and Capleton, who is running for purse only. Sinful Dancer and Capleton, they are right together. The front 2 have opened up 4 lengths. Moving up on the outside is Full Complement into 3rd. Then the favorite Ocean's Reserve in 4th, followed by Devil Boy in 5th. Curlin's Wisdom is next in 6th, followed by 2 for Charging. Compromiser is the trailer in 8th. As they race up the backstretch and the opening quarter over the good and harrowed track, 22 and 4/5 seconds. It is Capleton and Sinful Dancer. The 2 of them are right together. Full Complement sits just off them in 3rd. Now Sinful Dancer takes over the lead. Full Complement moving up on the outside of Capleton. And then it's another 2 lengths to Ocean's Reserve, who's down towards the rail. On the outside is a Devil Boy, and then comes 2 for Charging. Sinful Dancer and Full Complement. They are heads apart at the top of the stretch, with Ocean's Reserve looking to rally down at the rail. The half-mile went in 46 seconds, and now they're moving for the 8th pole. And now Ocean's Reserve has taken over the lead. Ocean's Reserve in front. A late move here on the outside by 2 for Charging. 2 for Charging has charged to the lead here in the stretch. 2 for Charging wins it here by a little more than a length. Ocean's Reserve was second. Farther back, Curlin's Wisdom and Sinful Dancer.
Runner-up yet again for Ocean's Reserve. That's 3 in a row. 2 for Charging. Slight turn back in distance. Jorge Abreu and Flavian Pratt.
Good call by you, Mig. And you talk about fitness, turn back in distance, and this horse rolled home.
Turn back in distance. Maggie liked this horse too. Good call by her. This horse last time was just overrated. He was under stout restraint and he resented it. Today they outfooted him. Got an absolutely beautiful ride. I would tell people, go back and just watch every move that Flavian Pratt makes with this horse, saving ground before angling out into the stretch and rolled home.
And this is a homebred for, I believe, the farm that's given the tours every Friday.
You're right.
Here at Saratoga, Old Tavern Farm.
Old Tavern Farm. So congratulations to them. Listen, always great to win as an owner, trainer, jockey, but to be the breeder and owner of a horse, wow.
Makes it special. We'll take charge here, the sire. Wow, Flavian gave this horse a perfect ride. And again, Ocean's Reserve, bridesmaid for the 3rd time out of 5 starts and did not run bad. Well clear of the 3rd place horse, but sometimes these kind of horses find ways to lose. And the favorite on the outside, the 8, Devil Boy, was just a bad bet by me because he got out of the gate fine. He's not as good as the 6 and he's not as good as the 3.
Mig, we saw Ocean's Reserve too in the stretch in front drift out a little bit. Was that to try and make this horse get competitive with the 3, or was just getting out?
No, I think Javier was making him drift out to try to engage that horse, meet the challenge. Yeah. But I do think, and you see the way Javier rode him and gave him a terrific ride, being very careful, trying not to hit the front too soon, save the ground. I just think he's a horse that is always going to be more prone to be with company.
Those type of horses that get second-itis, Are you better up just opening up and going? I mean, because when you look now, like she's what, or he's 3 lengths clear. Is he really waiting on the other horse? I don't think he really is. I think the other horse is actually moving.
I think the other horse really got
You know what I
rolling down
mean?
the middle of the track, and maybe
Yeah.
he was just second best today. But it's an interesting point, Paul. With horses that kind of wait on horses when they hit the front, I used to love to put those horses on the lead because they wouldn't get rank. You'd open up a length or two, ride them hard, and then they would kind of idle themselves and raid along, and then when someone got to them, they would pick it up. It's an interesting dynamic.
Yeah.
7-1 in this early pick 5. We've had an 18-1 shot as well. It's going to be a nice pick 5.
We had an early pick 5 earlier last week, paid $105,000. The early pick 5, I want to say on an average, has been enormous this meet, and it's going to pay enormous again today.
Flavian Pratt for Jorge Abreu and a homebred for Old Tavern Farm in that tour we were talking about, new this year at Saratoga. Breakfast here at the track, watch morning workouts, and then a trolley over to Old Tavern Farm.
Get to see the babies, the mares, where it all begins, and then, having already experienced watching them train here in the morning, that's fantastic. I want to take the tour.
I'll join you. Let's
You
do
in,
it.
Paul?
Oh, I'm in. Table for 3.
Trolley for 3. 2 for charging. Start number 3. And able to break his maiden here. Son of Will Take Charge out of a Malibu Moon mare. $16 for the victory. And Ocean's Reserve, we'll see if there's a win with his name on it down the line. 3 consecutive runner-up finishes now.
Yeah, and I have to see what this pick 3 pays because $1,200, and you started off with She's Keen, who was, I want to say, the second longest shot on the board. So if you're live in this pick 5, get it home.
We're rooting for you. Do you want to know?
Well, I would think, Fearless? I'm going to go Fearless, 5,000. Lone Rock, 6,200.
A little bit better than that. Fearless, 7,800.
Wow.
Pick 5 here. Lone Rock, over $12,000.
And then what's the next highest?
58,000. I thought Original Intent was the long shot that had a chance to maybe upset the apple cart if those two don't run their A race. That's 70 grand right there. So we'll see what happens. That's coming up next, of course, in the Birdstone. Let's go back to Maggie right now for more.
Oh, man. Talk about the stars aligning here with Walt and Michelle Barisanock. And, Walt, we saw you just a few days ago on the feature because you are providing the farm tours with Old Tavern Farm. And we have a lot of people joining us now. But talk a little bit about the farm tours and how popular they've been this year.
Oh, yeah. Well, breakfast and breeding, we actually talked about it with Naira in 2019. And obviously, with the track being closed, we didn't launch it. So this year, we launched it. We kept it to 40 people. We thought that would be more than enough. But literally, as soon as they announced it, it got sold out. It's across 6 Fridays, and all got sold out. So what we did is we've now run an additional bus. So we're going to go up to 52. They announced it yesterday. Now that's sold out. But the people have been so engaged when they come to the farm, because what they do is they kind of see where these great athletes are on a track, where their life starts and how they're taken care of and how they're raised. And they've been really engaged in it, which has been fantastic for us,
And you rewarded everyone with a winner here, 2 for charging. Michelle, congratulations. And hopefully they get to pet this one's dam.
Well, our stars aligned because it's Women at Work. George Hurst, come on over. Yes, this is our team here.
Congratulations, everyone. A massive winner circle celebration here for 2 for charging, Greg.
Oh, it's a great win. Very happy winner circle right there with a homebred for these connections.
Fantastic. Love the program. It's amazing, and they had a winner. Congratulations. Awesome.
Up next, the Birdstone, the rematch with Fearless and Lone Rock on FS1.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as his precocious 2-year-old Power Attack wins his turf debut at Belmont.
It is Power Attack, who has a 4-length lead as they come down for the finish.
As well as a 1-2 finish on opening weekend at Saratoga.
As they come for the finish, Dancing with the Stars won it.
Now with 28 wins in 2022 and over $3.5 million in Prodigy earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Spa feels like the spa on a Thursday. This is Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Trackside welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. This is a big 5th race coming up shortly. Not only the start of the Pick 6 at Saratoga, but it's also the Thursday feature. You don't see this very often. It's a marathon, 1 3/4 on dirt. It is the Birdstone, named in honor of the 2004 Belmont winner who spoiled the Smarty Party, defeating Smarty Jones with a Triple Crown on the line. There's the field. Updated odds. Number 2, Lone Rock, defending champ, not the favorite. That distinction belongs to Fearless. Even money. Defeated Lone Rock in the Brooklyn, but he's never raced this far. Let's take a look at Fearless. And that's the question. Like, has the torch been passed? Is he the best dirt marathoner in the country? We'll see. That win in the Brooklyn, a statement race, as I'm joined by Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens. And Gary will get into the contenders for this upcoming Birdstone. But first, we have to talk about the track. All right, it's been on again, off again rain all afternoon. Track currently listed as good. What are some of the challenges for the riders the rest of the afternoon here at Saratoga?
First, they had the track sealed, meaning that the racetrack would not allow water down deep into the surface. Then the rain went away. They opened it back up right before the last race that had just run completed, and they kind of got caught with their pants down a little bit when that water did get into it. So it becomes muddy, and with this humidity, it's not going to dry out much the remainder of the day. Listen, Lone Rock, he's raced on an off track, a muddy track 7 times with 5 wins. Fearless has never run on a wet track before. Will it make a difference?
Nor has Fearless raced 1 3/4. Some of the challenges for the jockeys as far as the distance, 1 3/4, less than all races in North America on dirt are run at 1.5 miles or farther. So this is, even for the jockeys, it's not very common.
Well, Lone Rock, he actually won this race last year, so he's experienced 1 3/4. This would be Irad Ortiz's first time of climbing aboard Lone Rock. Ramon Vasquez has ridden him in every race since May of last year was the last time he had another rider on him, so he's getting a new rider today.
And did a good job, Vasquez. He won 7 stakes races with Lone Rock, but Lone Rock defeated in the Brooklyn, and you go with the 3-time Saratoga riding champ, Irad Ortiz, on Lone Rock, trying to defend his title
in this Birdstone. That's coming up next as we welcome in our handicappers from the paddock, Jonathan Kinchin, Andy Serling. Gentlemen, your thoughts on the Birdstone, who really is one of the most underappreciated horses of the last couple of decades.
I could not possibly agree more. I think, Birdstone has this reputation because he's the meanie that beats Smarty Jones, when the reality was if it didn't rain on Derby Day, who knows what he might have done in the Derby, because he couldn't handle a wet track like so many other horses. I say he beat him fair and square, never that far out of it, and his Travers was a great race. He won the Champagne, the Belmont Stakes, and the Travers. Not a lot of horses did that.
Birdstone, fun fact. I was at Hazel Park, right outside of Detroit, a harness track, when that went down.
Really? Which one? Smarty Jones? Or
Smarty Jones when he lost to Birdstone.
Hazel Park, yeah. They used to have a lot of twin tries there, I think, yeah.
How about today, though, Andy? What are we going to do today?
Place. It's very hard, obviously, and I think you'll agree, to go beyond the two horses that are both 6-5, and I don't want to be a chalk-eating weasel. I know you're dying to be one, but, I mean, why am I supposed to assume that Lone Rock's going to turn the tables on Fearless? Lone Rock had a better trip last time, and Fearless just crushed him, I thought.
On the day, I kind of remember feeling like the inside was probably where you wanted to be.
It was good early in the day, and then it changed.
But when Fearless won here, I thought I'll never bet against Fearless again after winning from this trip. I will say this. I think the interesting part of this race today, the interesting narrative, is that Lone Rock will be without his pal, Ramon Vasquez. And I don't think that you're supposed to assume that he moves up with Irad. I'm just saying I think it's an interesting part of the race.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine being hurt by Irad, but on the other hand, what has Ramon Vasquez ever done but give him good rides?
No, a couple rides back at Oaklawn, I bet him to win, and Ramon Vasquez did everything in his power to get him beat that day, and he still won.
Well, I mean, arguably, he got the wrong ride when he lost to his stablemate when that horse came up the rail at Belmont. I just wonder a little bit, though, if Lone Rock is tailing off a tad, and Fearless ran like a horse that distanced no problem.
I think we agree that I would be shocked if someone outside of Fearless and Lone Rock wins this race.
I use them all. I mean, I'm alive. I use both the 1 and 2. I'm alive to pick 3. I want to get alive to horse the next race, but I pressed the 1. Gutsy move that I made. Lafitte, got anybody else clever in here the like?
No, you guys covered it. Covered it just fine. Test of stamina and class for the upcoming Birdstone. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. As mentioned, lots riding in this 5th, the Birdstone, and the start of the pick 6. A late pick 4 in the 7th. Main track is now good. Turf course is firm. Temperature around sticky. Just a friendly reminder, haven't signed up? Offer still stands. Join us at Naira Bets. You're going to use that promo code TOGA200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match as we welcome in the 5th member of our broadcast team, Maggie Wolfendale, standing by in the paddock with this Birdstone Paddock report. Maggie, what is Fearless showing you?
Well, I'm glad that you can count really well, Lafitte, but Fearless, this is a horse that when I'd seen him, and oddly, as Andy had rightfully pointed out, that he's a horse that prior to the Brooklyn win, never stepped foot in with regards to racing on a Naira racetrack, which I thought was odd, but I did have the pleasure of seeing him a couple times at Oaklawn, and he always just seemed distracted there for whatever reason. He'd kind of stop and look, and they couldn't get him to walk forward, and he'd holler a little bit. But when I saw him for the Brooklyn last time out, he just seemed laser focused, and today it's the same thing. And I like the pairing of him and Luis Saez because I feel as though Luis Saez is a rider that's going to stay on top of him. And as far as his physicality, he's a horse that's built to run these distances. I'm surprised it kind of took them so long to come to this conclusion. I think he could move to the king spot in this division, though we'll see. I think it will take one more race to knock Lone Rock off the throne. But Lone Rock, he looks good. I wish they would take this fly nut off of him. I've seen him carry maybe a bit more weight and conditioning. But with that being said, obviously he looks fit. He's a horse that has run 41 times, hardly any breaks. I love his action. He's very interesting movement. He kind of has this extra suspension and bounce to his stride, which I think lends itself well for these really long distances because he can unravel it with a comfortable timing. So I like what I'm seeing from him. I have no problems, but I do think Fearless is the one that's the up-and-comer. Do want to give a little bit of love to number 3, Original Intent. I know class is a major question mark, but sometimes when you get out to these distances, class is mitigated, and if they can handle the distance, sometimes they can take down some classier rivals. But I thought Original Intent's effort last time out was really good. I mean, he was taken back, got to the rail for the first 2 turns, then started to launch this wide bid down the backside and basically circled the field and just missed the leader late that day for Bentley Coombs. And the horses coming out of that race complimented him. The winner came back to run a 92 and win. Rough Sea, the 3rd place finisher, came back with a 96. The 4th and 5th place finishers also came back to win. Makes a great impression in here. Kind of a longer bodied gray horse with some good energy. Obviously he doesn't have that running style that is forward like Fearless and Lone Rock, but one that maybe if things do get a little bit hot, I know that's weird to say in a 1 3/4 race, he could be the one running late. Guys?
He'll have the right jockey in the saddle. Joel Rosario seeking a 6th stakes win at the Saratoga meet. It's day 11. Meantime, when we come back, can he do it again? Fearless handled Lone Rock in the Brooklyn, but this is different. He's never raced here. He's never raced this far. Does any of that matter? We're about to find out in the Birdstone.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
And Smarty Jones enters the stretch to the roar of 120,000. But Birdstone is going to make him earn it today. The whip is out on Smarty Jones. It's been 26 years. It's just 1 furlong away. Birdstone is an upside foot. They're coming down to the finish. Can Smarty Jones hold on? Here comes Birdstone. Birdstone surges past. Birdstone wins the Belmont Stakes.
Birdstone at the 8th pole with the lead. The Cliff's Edge takes it to him. Zito 1-2 with the 16th to go. And little Birdstone digs down. The Cliff's Edge could not get to him in the darkness at Saratoga.
couldn't see a thing, it still wasn't going to rain on their parade. 2 unforgettable moments, Birdstone's Belmont and Travers, a big reason why. The people around him, Mary Lou Whitney, Nick Zito, Edgar Prado, 2 great calls from Tom Durkin, Gary. Pitch black here at Saratoga for that Travers.
Birdstone knew where he was headed. He didn't need to see anything.
Go to the shining light. Go to the shining light, the finish line. His legacy continues. Birdstone post-parade, fearless. Louis Size pictured even money.
He seems to figure out the right horses in these long-distance races like Todd Pletcher, as evidenced by his success with horses like this and the Belmont Stakes.
Lone Rock, more on him in a moment. Defending champ, come and catch him if you can. Original Intent, proven at the distance, 2 for 2.
Yeah, he's got to improve to beat these horses. He's better at the distance, but he's still not good enough.
Porto, second at 2 for Todd Pletcher, 4th in the Brooklyn.
Yeah, no, there's really nothing in the Brooklyn that suggests he's going to turn the table on the top 2 in here.
Sugar Ray 2, trained by Tyler Service, son of Jason Service of Smarty Jones fame.
Well, he ran second this race behind Lone Rock last year, and probably the best race of his career, and they're hoping that this distance will work well for him. Perhaps it will.
John Service of Smarty Jones fame, Sugar Ray 2, field for this upcoming Birdstone Stakes. 6 minutes out, we check in with Maggie.
Pleased to be here with Jay Provenzano of Flying P Stable, main owner of Lone Rock. And Jay, we've seen this guy at the head of the class in this division for year 2 now. He was beat last time in the Brooklyn. How is he going to turn the tables on Fearless this time around?
Well, you know, he's been doing this for a year and a half consistently. You know, he had an off day, you know. I mean, he's entitled to it. Everybody has an off day. I mean, Ali took losses, you know. The Rock is going to redeem himself today. It's a mile 3/4. We know he can get the distance. He did it last year. We asked a little bit too much. The races weren't spaced perfectly, you know, this year, the way they were last year. He had to run 3 1.5-mile races in 2 months. You know, we scratched our head, you know, the day after. You know, I don't think I've ever taken a loss so hard, you know. And I was sitting there with Tino, and Tino's like, all right, we're going to ship him down. I said, no. We're going to send him right up to Saratoga. We sent him up to Gargan. Danny did a great job. Him and Carol Fisher babysitting him. Canizzo pitched in, supplements, shoeing, everything. You know, this is a whole team effort. You know, even his regular rider, and Ramon is still his regular rider. He was not taken off. This was a decision made because he was just starting Del Mar, and he would have lost 3 days. You know, it was a lot to ask of somebody. So me and Ramon spoke, me and Billy Castle, William, we spoke, and we decided that, you know, Ramon was going to ride for his meet. He had just won the Los Al, you know, title, and he's building up his book of business over there. I even asked them, what was your opinion? And they said, IRAD. So, I mean, this is a real team effort we're putting into this one. And you know, and I really think we're going to get his best effort. He's been up here acclimated since the day after the Brooklyn. So,
Well, Jay, thank you so much for your time. Wishing you the best of luck, Lone Rock.
I appreciate that. Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Lone Rock. Will he capture yet another Birdstone? Turn the tables on Fearless this time, Lafitte.
Maggie, have to appreciate the candor. Jay Provenzano. He took the loss hard, and he says, quote, the Rock is going to redeem himself on this afternoon, Gary, and this is why he's been so special in this long-distance division. Look at that, 6 stakes wins at 1.5 miles or farther. He has dominated the marathon division on dirt for a while.
And I love that Jay recognized that he's had those 3 hard races in 2 months. It's a lot to ask of a horse. He's got a chance to freshen up, and hopefully, and I believe that's probably all he needs. He loves the track here. I mean, he's run 3 times, the first and the second, but his race here last year under Brooklyn was huge. And like I said before, he loves moisture in the racetrack. Can he turn the table? Fearless was so impressive winning the Brooklyn, but I feel like Lone Rock can turn the tables today.
So Jay Provenzano still confident. He said, look, Ali lost. He said he had an off day. Did he just have an off day, Gary, or is Fearless just better? And as this experiment with Fearless has gone on with longer distances, maybe Todd Pletcher has figured out what he's wanted to do all along.
Look, he's run solid figures, speed figures in every one of his races this year, dating back to January. He hasn't really sprung forward, and he hasn't regressed. Just very, very comparable. Whereas Lone Rock, in his last 2 races, he didn't run anywhere near in the Isaac Murphy at Churchill Downs. He won that race by 7 lengths, but his speed figure didn't come back that fast as compared to what he had been accomplishing last year. So look, he's 7 years old now. Is he getting long in the tooth? Has he lost a step? I don't believe he has.
We'll find out in a couple of minutes. Lone Rock, incredible claim, excellent work. Robertino Diodoro, Andy J.K. The question today, will this Cinderella story continue?
I don't think so, but I won't be shocked if Lone Rock wins in the air. I want to talk a little about the track. You guys are talking about a little bit of rain that we got. For me, I'm not a person who has a big opinion on wet tracks. I think most horses handle wet, dry. I focus more on sealed tracks versus harrowed tracks, and this track is harrowed. I think sometimes sealed tracks, sometimes horses have trouble handling it. You have any opinion on this, Jonathan?
Not really. I mean, when there's moisture in the track and when it's dry, I want my horses to be forward on the dirt. So, like, I'm in off the goalpost in those situations. It doesn't really matter. It's the same opinion for me. I will say this, though. I do think the track has been a little demanding. It's been some slower times for races.
Especially as races were on.
Absolutely. Now, we don't know how the rain can sometimes change that to a certain extent. It can kind of tighten it up a little bit, or it could loosen it up. I will say this. With the 2-horse Lone Rock, stamina is not anything I worry about. If they rode a race at 2.5 miles on the dirt, I would bet Lone Rock in that race.
You think the 1 3/4 maybe gives him an edge over Fearless, who only beat him in 1.5 miles last time?
If your concern is not real, then I do think so. I think it helps him. If he's tailing off, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think, Gary was talking about, I do think that there's a potential that Lone Rock is tailing off. He's still very good, but his last 2 races have not been as good from a speed figure standpoint as his prior races, and I think it's reasonable to say maybe he's tailing off, and Fearless doesn't seem to be tailing off. He seems to get better with distance.
Yeah, he seems to be improving, and one of the moves that I have a lot of comfort with is Todd Pletcher going long on the dirt. And that's the concern here. I'm hopeful as a fan that the real Lone Rock shows up today.
Maggie, Todd is good at so many things, but he is a master of finding horses that are effective in these route races, these long route races.
Andy, I've said it since I started working here 12 years ago, and as we have run the Birdstone 10 times in the past, Todd has won half of those, 5 wins here in the Birdstone. Now, he does have a stiff left and a mediocre right punch coming in here. I don't necessarily like Portos that much, but I do think the moisture in the track helps his chances. He's a horse that just looks like one of those wet track horses. Now, I will say, with regards to it being harrowed versus sealed, when that comes into play, you kind of are more, it's more when you're dealing with maybe turf horses that will run fine over sealed tracks, but obviously can't stand up when the track is harrowed and open because it's just more tiring and more demanding. But I don't see that necessarily being a problem for any of the horses, any of the logical contenders in here. I just think that Portos is a horse that actually might move up just a smidge on a track with moisture in it, whether it be sloppy or sealed or harrowed. Again, it's all about the 1 and 2 in here, Lafitte.
And being bet accordingly. Maggie, Fearless, even money, Lone Rock, Irad Ortiz, 3-2. Still looking at Portos, jockey, the chess match out there between Luis Saez on Fearless, Irad Ortiz, Lone Rock. What will you be looking for throughout this 1 3/4 journey, specifically from the start?
But Lone Rock, he took all the heat early on in the Brooklyn. There was another horse in there that had some gas. They didn't go that fast, but it wasn't a relaxed early part of the race. He was having to run and exuding a lot of energy early on, in my opinion. Now today he's drawn outside of Fearless. You talked about the pace figures when we were off there, and it's showing Fearless is faster than Lone Rock. I don't necessarily agree with that, and you don't either. But if I'm Irad Ortiz, I kind of force Louis' hand the first couple of jumps and make him commit to do one thing or the other early on. I don't think you're going to see a match race from the word go here.
And if you see Luis Saez encouraging relatively early, don't panic. Don't panic. That's just Fearless. He takes some encouraging. Fearless, 4-5, odds-on favorite. Can Lone Rock go back-to-back, become the first two-time Birdstone winner? About to find out. John Ambriat with the call to Birdstone live from Saratoga.
And they're off. Fearless and Lone Rock. And Lone Rock has the lead with Fearless on the inside and Sugar Ray 2 on the outside. At the back of the two grays, Original Intent and Portis. It is Lone Rock who has the lead here by 3/4 of a length. Longest shot in the field, Sugar Ray 2, right alongside in second. And the favorite Fearless is just in behind the front two in third. Then it's Original Intent and Portis. Lone Rock on the inside and Sugar Ray 2 on the outside. The two of them heads apart through a quarter in 24 and 4/5 seconds, but we have a long way to go. As they come into the stretch here, it is a Lone Rock on the outside, Sugar Ray 2. Down at the rail is Portis, and then on the outside, Original Intent, along with Fearless. As they come past the fans in the stands for the first time, it is a Lone Rock, Sugar Ray 2, and Original Intent has made a move now on the outside. Fearless is in behind the front three and fourth, a half mile and 50 seconds as they go into the clubhouse turn. It is still Lone Rock who's maintaining that narrow lead. Lone Rock is in front. Then comes Sugar Ray 2, and on the outside, Original Intent. Portis is down at the rail, and the favorite Fearless is fifth now, about 3.5 from the front. 3/4 up in 1:15 and 2. So it is last year's winner, Lone Rock, who has the lead here as the field heads up the backstretch again. Lone Rock is the leader with Original Intent. Now moving up on the outside, and now Original Intent will challenge Lone Rock for the lead. Sugar Ray 2 has dropped back. Fearless now makes a move on the outside, and Portis is the trailer. It is Lone Rock on the inside, and on the outside, it is Original Intent. And those two are heads apart, with Fearless racing in third, now 3 lengths from the front. Then Sugar Ray 2 and Portis. And they're going around the far turn now for the final time. Lone Rock and Original Intent, and they are heads apart for the lead. Now they have 4 lengths on Fearless, who's being asked for more. Lone Rock by a head. Original Intent on the outside, and they're coming for the quarter pole. It is Lone Rock and Original Intent with Fearless in third, and they head for home in this 14-furlong marathon. Lone Rock is the leader. Fearless is down towards the rail and is coming on now. Original Intent out in the middle of the track, and now there's 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Lone Rock challenged on the inside by Fearless, and on the outside by Original Intent. So there's 3 of them across, and here comes Fearless up the inside to take over, and Fearless will be the winner of this Birdstone Stakes. Original Intent got up for second. Lone Rock finished third.
Somebody get Louis Saez an oxygen tank after that one. Grinding, grinding, grinding. Fearless gets there in the Birdstone Stakes.
I'm tired watching. I mean, he humped and pumped on him every step of the way for 1 3/4 miles. I thought he was done, finished 3 different times, especially around the final turn. And Luis didn't give up on him, and the horse didn't give up. He just taking his sweet time. He knows where the finish line is. Comes away a pretty easy winner. Original Intent ran huge under Joel.
Mike Rapoli's Fearless, 1-3-2-4. Lone Rock right here. J.K. Andy gonna come up empty late, and Fearless on the inside, plugging away as he delivers at 4-5.
Yeah, and I'm with Gary. Both of us thought he had nothing. We thought this horse was in trouble at the half-mile pole, 3/8 pole. You said to me, John, that he came in the stretch, you go, I don't know, maybe Fearless isn't finished here. And the fact that Original Intent, and congrats to 10 Strike Racing, I'll say it. They don't have to drink if I say it. And for getting second, and I think the fact that Original Intent ran as well as he did for second shows that Lone Rock is just not quite the same Lone Rock.
Yeah, you know, it makes me sad because I love Lone Rock. He's just such a cool horse. And it just doesn't seem like he's the same horse because he got a great trip. Irad rode him well. He never let anyone put their head in front of him. I like him on the front end. He just couldn't find in the lane. And he's the type of horse who's supposed to just gallop away from these horses at 1 3/4 miles on the dirt. And like you said, Fearless looked done at the 3/8 pole, and he just kind of kept grinding away. So good for Fearless. Maybe Fearless is the kind of new leader in this division. We'll see if they can kind of work out some different things with Lone Rock. I'd love to see him back, but I also appreciate the great races and the great performance he's given us.
And Lafitte, the sundial, caught the final time just 7 seconds slower than the track record.
Whistling that 1 3/4 miles. Luis Saez. Gary, you hear of push-button horses? Yeah, that's not it. Why do some horses like Fearless? Mike Rapoli owned another horse like this, Stay Thirsty, who ran second at Belmont. He won a Travers here in 2011. How challenging is that for a rider that a horse constantly needs to be reminded, pick it up, and encouraged?
Well, I'll just tell you that I was fine riding those kind until I was about 35 years old. And when I was 55 years old, I used to run and hide if I saw one that was like, 'cause I couldn't do it. I could not do it. My hat's off to all three of these guys in the top three, Luis, Joel, and Vasquez. They were at it the entire 1 3/4 miles. And cardio-wise and leg-wise, physically, it's challenging.
Slugfest to the wire. You saw the reaction from Mike Rapoli, co-owner of Nest, brilliant in the coaching club, American Oaks, and another stakes win here. Thumbs up, Luis Saez, Fearless in the Birdstone. When we come back, Epicenter, talented, classy, and tough. Second in the Derby and Preakness. The Colt who beat him in the Preakness. Early voting and Zandon. They'll all clash in the Jim Dandy.
Eclipse champion Blaine ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include these standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch annually ranks among America's top value sires. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Thanks for joining us here on Saratoga Live, proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well and riding unusually well. Luis Saez aboard Fearless today in this Birdstone win. Louis, I said it back in the paddock that you fit this horse beautifully, and it's because you have to stay after him. Louis, you rode him for nearly a mile of this 1 3/4 miles.
Yeah, we started riding for early. And, well, when we hit the half a mile, I thought we was dumb. We're not gonna finish nowhere. But he always keep with the same kind of move, and well, I keep working on him, and when he came to the top of the straight, he made switch lead, and he gave me another year. And, well, he get the job done, so it was a beautiful race.
You joked, I think I lost 4 pounds in that race alone. But also talk about your move and your decision cutting the corner coming for home.
Yeah, that was the main thing. Cut the corners, and because Ira was the horse to follow, so when we came to the top of the straight, I just come in and try to, save the most inches we can, and that's what we did.
We saw rain come down earlier, Louis. How demanding and tiring is this racetrack?
Well, it's getting pretty humid. It's pretty hot, but well, we love what we do, so we have to keep going.
Louis, go get some water. Congratulations here.
Thank you so much, Maggie.
All right, Luis Saez, as leading rider last year, Lafitte, picking up a win here in this Birdstone aboard Fearless.
Earned that one and then some. Maggie, Luis Saez, Winner's Circle. Lead-in brought to you by the 101st Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, offering the best of the North American yearling crop August 8th and 9th. Where will you be? Todd Pletcher should just automatically go down to that Winner's Circle after the Birdstone. A 6th win in this particular race. Fearless, big run, original intent. And were you surprised, Gary, when Lone Rocky Rat Ortiz, you could tell he was out of gas with about 1/8 of a mile to go?
Yeah, I was really surprised, but I could tell that he was laboring coming into the stretch. They all looked a little bit like drunken sailors on a Saturday night trying to get home. It wasn't fast, and when Luis said that the horse hit another gear with him turning, I don't know what kind of gear that was, or the other one's just lost a gear.
Second,
and he kept
third.
pedaling, and they're fun races to watch. And they used to be fun to ride in, up to a certain point. They're young men horses.
Up until 30.
Young men and women
30.
horses, I should say.
Luis Saez delivering the perfect ride there on Fearless. In just 48 hours, Saratoga's traditional prep for Saratoga's marquee race will take place. It is the America's Best Racing's race of the week. 59th running of the Grade 2 Jim Dandy. Only 5 3-year-olds running a mile and 1/8, $600,000 per post 4 early voting. Post 2 Epicenter. Let's start there, Gary. He is as talented as he is classy, as he is honest. Like, impossible to fault Epicenter as an individual.
Yes, he is. He's a beautiful specimen. He looks great right now. He's been training outstanding since the Preakness. I think in this case, there's no other speed except for early voting and Epicenter. Early voting's got more early speed than Epicenter does. I know after what happened in the Preakness, Steve Asmussen was critical of the ride, but I think Steve, he's got trust in Joel. He's back aboard, and I think Joel has to trust himself going into the early part of that race. I think early voting is fast enough to clear. Will he clear, or it's going to be a cat and mouse game the entire trip, and it's got me really intrigued of how it's going to set up. We've seen this. It's a short field. We've seen many of them at the meet right now, but they haven't disappointed, and I don't think that the Jim Dandy is going to disappoint either. And we're just talking about the 2 horses that are in here. There's more. There's 3 others.
Trained by Steve Asmussen, who recently said, quote, "This is his first run back off the Derby and the Preakness." Quote, "We're using the Jim Dandy as a prep. This should set him up well for the Travers." Andy and JK standing by. This is a prestigious race, the Jim Dandy, a lucrative $600,000 race, but it's still a prep for an even bigger race in the Travers.
And I think the horse that probably needs to win it the least, they all want to win it, is early voting, because he has that Preakness win. Epicenter, Steve's got to want to win. Zandon needs to show that he can beat Epicenter. Early voting's already done it. I wonder a lot the frustration that Steve Asmussen had after the Preakness. If it really wasn't as much as Joel, it was just like, I lost the Derby to this preposterous 80-to-1 shot. And now I got a horse who used to have speed, and he doesn't come out, he's a little trouble early, and he's last, and I finished second in here, and it's like, I feel like I should be going for the Triple Crown. Instead, I've had 2 second-place finishes. And understandably, who wouldn't be frustrated?
Yeah, well, I can tell you who was frustrated on Derby Day is I had a lot of money on Zandon, and I thought he was going to run by Epicenter, and he didn't. And then Rich Strike came up the inside. It was a rough day for me.
With Zandon, I think Chad Brown did the right thing, and it ended up maybe not being the right thing. In other words, you can't go in the Derby with this horse and say, I think it's going to be a meltdown. I'm going to sit back at 18th and expect a meltdown. Because when that doesn't happen, it doesn't happen that often, he's going to, get criticism for being too far back. So he said, I'm going to follow Epicenter. And he followed the right horse. And I think that in doing so, he was close to the pace that he was most comfortable. I still think Epicenter ran the better race. But I think if he had sat back 4 lengths farther, he might have won because he would have got the better trip.
I don't often disagree with Lafitte, but I'm going to today.
I
actually don't think this is a prep race. I think this is like unique for the Jim Dandy to be an actual, real, serious race that matters with 3 really good horses.
Right. Well, if early voting should win this, he's in a very good position, and then to win the Travers, and it's over. But I think the other guys really want to show we can win this race, whereas early voting got it. But I don't disagree. And you know, he's right. It's a prep race, but it's an important. I don't think he was saying that he's not worried about winning. This is a great matchup, and it's not one that needs to be hyped out. I think it's a great matchup, and Keisha has more on the horse I like in the race, early voting.
And early voting has been terrific as a 3-year-old, Andy. I do agree that the Jim Dandy is such an important race because it is the first race out of the Triple Crown for these 3-year-olds as well, when there often is so much pressure into those Triple Crown races, whereas now we'll get a chance to see where they stand leading into the second half of the 3-year-old season. As far as early voting, his last work on Saturday, July 23rd with Jose Ortiz in the irons, I thought was terrific in the way that he did it. Jose Ortiz never asked him. He was outside in company of a horse named Akrativ, who's a fellow 3-year-old, has only run once, but was a very impressive maiden winner for Chad Brown. And the way that we saw early voting kind of sit just off his flank, Jose Ortiz never moved his hands, but he kind of just let the rein out a little bit in the gallop out. You could see just how early voting really accelerated at that point. Physically, he looks like a tank. He looks like he's one that's just doing so well, training really well, and getting a chance to speak to Jose after he won the last race yesterday. He said he's been a big part of this horse's training and the way that he's been progressing leading up to this. He's only tasted 1 defeat in his career, and that was in the Wood Memorial behind eventual Belmont Stakes winner Mo Donegal. Early voting has been terrific. He has early speed. He's training like a horse, though, who could potentially show another dimension, and I think we're seeing that physical and mental maturity showing up at the right time. Really looking forward to seeing early voting, the very talented son of Gunrunner, as well as the rest of this exciting Jim Dandy field. Lafitte?
Acacia, and that'll be just Chad Brown's 2nd and 3rd Jim Dandy starters ever in Zandon and early voting. And just going back to Epicenter, Gary, it was kind of a reading in between the lines thing as far as Steve Asmussen and just the quotes saying Epicenter, this is his first run back off 2 hard races, the Derby and the Preakness. We're using the Jim Dandy as a prep. This should set him up well for the Travers. To me, just kind of translating that, it felt almost like, all right, you're going to see Epicenter on Saturday, and then you're going to see even a better version, the best version of Epicenter in the Travers, is how I understood it.
Right, and I understood it the same way. And riding for all the years that I rode for Richard Mandela, Bob Baffert, going towards the 3-year-old races, and then going through most of Beholder's career, preparing for the Breeders' Cups at the end of the year. And these trainers, they work from the Breeders' Cup 2 halves of the year. They do. And her 6-year-old year, we thought that we were going to have an easy time of it early on. And I knew she wasn't cranked. He knew she wasn't cranked. But we had a couple of embarrassing defeats, and people wrote her off. I don't think we're going to see that with Epicenter or early voting. They're both going to show up. But I think what they're saying, they're going to improve off of this race.
Right.
And then they're probably going to improve again for that race called the Breeders' Cup Classic.
And maybe
that's where
3-year-old
they're all
championship.
working back from.
Big purse at 2 of the 3 Derbies he won. Those horses lost their final prep, Thunder Gulch and Silver Charm. We'll follow that story as we get closer to the Jim Dandy. We'll be on Fox on Saturday. That's Big Fox, early voting, Epicenter, Zandon, who is the nation's finest 3-year-old. Coverage begins 4:30 Eastern Saturday. The Jim Dandy only on Fox. Just like early voting in Zandon, trained by Chad Brown, there he is. Only started that 1 runner in the Jim Dandy Cloud Computing 5 years ago, hoping for a better result this time. Has a contender in the upcoming 6th race, Investment Income. That's next.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile, in the Belmont,
essential quality, has won the Belmont Stakes.
Well named.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience. Looking to own thoroughbred racehorses and win at the highest level circuits? We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Experience the Adelphi difference. Join the club today. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi experience and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as horses are in the paddock for this upcoming 6th race on the inner turf. And take a look at a couple of the contenders here in the paddock as there is a little bit of light drizzle falling at the moment. But looking at the number 2, Peg's AK Girl, unfortunately, in her last start at Gulfstream, I did not see her in that race. So my first time laying eyes on this filly, but watching her replays, she struck me as the type that just really didn't handle the Tapeta last time out. She kind of ran in place a little bit in that effort, and she also physically looks much more like a turf horse. She has a flatter hoof to her. She's very fit coming back off the layoff, not having run in over 7 months for Mike Deeney. I thought an intriguing prospect taking a drop in class, and she is one that did run well first time out. So we'll see what she does getting back to what I think is her preferred surface. The 3 birthday time takes a drop in class for trainer Todd Pletcher. Beautifully put together filly by Empire Maker. She did run for a claiming tag for the first time last time out, in which the winner did wire the field that day, and this one widest trying to close. You could see she was really fighting, really trying to find more in the stretch, in which she ended up switching back to that left lead, maybe showing a little bit of greenness, maybe showing that she was trying every step of the way at that point, but just not having enough to get the job done. We'll see what kind of trip she does get in here today. She did show speed 2 starts back. She's framed up beautifully. She's forward, but very relaxed, very professional, very, very fit in here, and Flavian Pratt will stay aboard. The number 4, Public Service, is first off the claim for Mike Maker and taking a lot of money as she does come out of a race with the top 2 finishers both coming back to win. I don't know how much stock to put in that effort. I thought that she had a chance to go by that day and just wouldn't get the job done. Even looking at my notes from her last race, she seemed a little agitated prior to the race. She was swishing her tail just a little bit all over the place. And I've seen that from her again today. That tail swishing often means that she's thinking about other things versus what's going on in front of her and her business. So I'll watch her out on track, but not sold on this one, who is taking the early money as we head across the paddock to Andy and Jonathan.
I like the 2, Peg's AK Girl. I thought ran very well and better than the speed figure suggests first time. Be on the talented customer list who probably should have won here on opening day and setting a quick pace, and then caught a very tough field. drops down in here, and I've just kind of had enough of the horses. They're the logical ones. They can win, but I want the new face.
Yeah, I was with you a little bit on 2 Pegs AK Girl based on her 2-year-old form. We talk about it often on the show. These horses will run numbers as 2-year-olds that look a little bit light, but when you assume that they're going to grow up a little bit, those numbers can kind of improve a little bit, and at 7-1 makes a lot of sense. I thought that if the 2, 3, 4, or 10 didn't win, I had zero clue who would.
Oh, I agree with that. I'll be surprised if anyone else does. As far as birthday time, obviously she can win. She was in a slow-paced race against Tuffer last time out. Having said that, that race 2 back with the 73 Fig is not as good as it looks, that race at Gulfstream. She had a lot of things go well for her that day, and she can win, but I'm just not concerned about her if my 2 can run.
I agree. Look, I think the 3 birthday time makes sense. If you have a stronger opinion later in the sequence, you got to use a horse like this. If you wanted to toss the horse, I wouldn't argue with you about it.
You want to survive the race, you use 2, 3, 4, 7, 10. You want to narrow it down, I just singled the 2 in a pick 3 play to end here. Public service excuse last time was that she was 2-3 wide, and the horse that ran 1-2 spent most of the race on the rail. And they had just taken the rails down for Belmont Stakes week, so this horse was against it that day. I'm not concerned. Maker taking it from Chad Brown, he's hot as a pistol.
Look, I have no problem betting Maker off the claim. I don't love betting off of Chad. But this horse ran for 40 last time. Chad didn't win with him for 40. I mean, is Maker going to win with him?
Not much horse. The 10 is fine investment income, and similar to the number 3 birthday time, the post just isn't as good.
Wide open 6th race. Start of the pick 5. Andy with a 7-1 shot. Pegs AK Girl. Post parade starting with Cold Call, and the cheapest she's ever run for.
I mean, I guess if you go 2 back in Cold Call when you ran for 75,000, the horse ran fast enough at Churchill to make her a contender, so maybe she's the one that could blow up my Jonathan and my 2, 3, 4, 10.
There she is, Pegs AK Girl, Tyler Gaffleon.
Yeah, this this Animal Kingdom filly does have some nice 2-year-old figures, and you could expect a little bit of an improvement with maturity.
Just saw those colors in the winner's circle for the Birdstone birthday time.
Won't be shocked if she wins, but she's just not that good. But, you know, I'll be honest with you. I kind of agree with Jonathan. Maybe at the price, she's a better bet than the 4 at 3-1.
Just saw him in the winner's circle. Luis Saez, Public Service.
Mike Maker has moved up worse horses than this one.
Any Port still chilling in the paddock. Roussel pictured here, serious uphill sledding to this point.
I'm thinking the Port of Saratoga might actually prove that wrong.
Number 7, Dancing Sophia, Maryland bred, in from Fair Hill with Graham Motion.
I guess she's one of the others that could potentially upset the apple cart in here. Kind of a new face, this group, but she's running against some weak horses at Tampa.
6-1 currently. Number 8, Roundabout by a former Whitney winner, Cross Traffic.
Yeah, I mean, she was 4-1 last time, running for 40 and got beat by 17 lengths. What's different today?
Belshaza, Joel Rosario retains the call for Gary Siaka.
She's been in some pretty hungry fields downstate. The best thing she has going for her is the pilot.
Investment income. Manny Franco rides for the first time.
I don't know. I'm a little bit shocked this horse isn't favored. Clarvett Stables, you get Chad Brown.
Post.
You get a horse dropping.
The post.
But
if post didn't matter, if it was a straightaway, I do think this horse would be favored. But it's a mile. They hit the turn so quickly. It's going to be tough.
Have that discussion about Trip in a moment. There she is, Annie Port and Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, well, maybe the rain will help. What do you think? Any Port in a storm for this one? Good luck. Will Lehrman.
Hasn't been productive thus far. See how it all unfolds, kicking off this late pick 5. And this is something you don't want to miss. Get involved. Bet at Saratoga and Del Mar with Naira Bets. Get more. Everyone who bets with Naira Bets today gets 6 times rewards points on all wagers at Saratoga and Del Mar. Everyone gets the bonus points. No opt-in required. Earn more this weekend with your Naira Bets account. Get your account today at nairabets.com. Circle back to number 10, investment income. Gary, and it's confidence inspiring for any rider that's not investment income. There's Belshaza. There she is. But yeah, confidence inspiring for any rider wearing those silks. Riding for Seth Klarman, owner, trainer Chad Brown. And just look at what Franco and Brown have done together this year. 6 stakes wins, 3 graded, in the Grade 1 Manhattan with a $40 horse. Like, what did that do for your confidence when Charlie Whittingham, Bobby Franco, Wayne Lucas started giving you opportunities?
Well, the same thing is what it's doing for Manny Franco. Manny's a very good rider, and he's just continued to improve. He's got confidence in himself, and that confidence continues to grow. When you're riding for some of the biggest trainers in the game, and they're putting you on that live of horses, it's a big booster for you. But Andy kind of stole my thunder here with this bad post positions, because that's the only reason I don't necessarily like her in here. And Manny's going to have to work some of his magic from this outside post. That turns are sharper on the inner turf course. The turn comes up quick. So what's he do? If he sends, he could get hung 3 or 4 wide. But one thing I did notice is her one and only race here last August in Saratoga was the best buyer speed figure that she's run of her career, and she came from well off of it. So maybe he'll just opt to tuck away, come away from there quiet on her, or a little bit quiet, get over and try and save some ground. If he can somehow work out a trip, be mid-pack, then I think it's investment income's race to win. And the only reason that I went with Public Service is because of the draw that Public Service has, and I think Public Service will be forwardly placed under Louis Saez, and I don't, for any reason, think Mike Maker's gonna move up off of Chad Brown. Just think this filly, she's gonna break her maiden sometime. Why not today?
It's a difficult task, Andy J.K., for Manny Franco, investment income, and trying to work out some type of decent trip going into that first turn.
I think the secret is to be aggressive, to try to make the race spread a little bit. Because if it spreads, even with a short run of the turn, it increases your chance of saving some ground.
Especially on the drop. I mean, you know, if you're dropping in and you think you have a chance, and be aggressive and try to put some class into the race and not make it about tactics.
I agree, because if you make it a bunch field and you end up 3 wide around the track in a slow pace, good luck. We were talking a little about the rain off camera. It really hasn't rained much. We've had a couple of brief showers. We have had next to no rain throughout the beat. I mean, we had a little bit on Monday. This course can take a lot. It's still listed as firm. It might not be July firm at Belmont when it's super hot and the turf force gets what they used to call hard, but it's still firm.
I drive by this racetrack all the time. The sprinklers are on for a very long time.
Right.
They skip the sprinklers when they know that there's weather coming. It's basically just happening a couple of hours later in the day. I wouldn't, at this point, make any decisions based on the rain we've seen when it comes to this grass course.
Right. We also don't really know how it's going to affect things. I'm going to stick with the 2 pegs, AK Girl. You like the 3 birthday time?
That's a strong word, like. I'm picking the 3. I don't like the 3.
I know how you feel about liking and picking. Acacia?
Thanks, Andy. And I like the same horse that you do, actually. I like Peg's AK Girl. But quickly wanted to explain, as you might have seen, that the number 5, Any Port, did come out from the paddock late. She wasn't wearing blinkers. And as you noticed in the program, she did wear blinkers last time out. So they brought her back into the paddock to put the house blinkers on. If you ever want to do an equipment change, you need to notify that when you enter the horse or before the horse runs. Can't just make the decision prior. So not sure if it was an oversight, but the paddock judge did catch it. She does have those house Naira blinkers on now, as she should. The number 10, Investment Income, second off the layoff now. She was very sharp in that warm-up under Manny Franco, as you could see. But that's always how she is. She is a high-energy filly by Candy Ride, and one who has a lot of length to her frame. She has a lot of good size, but I think just in her demeanor, that probably didn't bode as well for some of those longer distances that she was trying. I think the mile actually suits her very well. She's extra fit today, super tucked up and looking like she came out of that last race well, in which she got off slowly. So given that big warm-up and how energetic she is, hopefully she's able to break a bit quicker today, Lafitte.
Investment Income, Acacia, for our viewers, Gary, how will they know if Manny Franco has done a good job placing her in a position to be effective? Where would you like to see, what would you consider a good spot from that outside post going into the first turn?
I'd like to see her get a decent break and be splitting the field, laying about 5th. No wider than 2 going into the first turn. That's asking a lot with this short run.
That's a tall order.
That's a wish list is all that is. And I'm sure he's wishing the same thing right now. That decision will be made for him the first jump, depending on how she jumps.
Can you lend perspective to just how tight this turn is in this mile course on the inner turf course at Saratoga?
Well, you look at Belmont's turns and Aqueduct's turns and put this inner turf course inside Belmont's racetrack, about a 1/16 of a mile inside of it, and that's what you're going to have a merry-go-round. You've got a merry-go-round compared to Belmont
Like,
Park.
how often are you able to execute your plan versus just playing the hand you're dealt?
Older horses, class horses, you can play it a lot. But these younger, especially maidens, they're a little difficult to figure out sometimes.
See where she is early on. Investment income all set for the 6 from the spot. Here's Johnny I.
And they're off. There goes Belshazzar trying to get that early lead. Right alongside is a Public Service. And it will be Public Service to lead the field into the clubhouse turn. Belshazzar's on the outside in second. Birthday Time in third. Investment Income is next in fourth. And then it is Peg's AK Girl, who's down on the inside and racing in fifth. And it's Russell in sixth as the field rounds the turn and heads for the backstretch. Public Service gets away now to lead by a length and a half. In between horses is Belshazzar. Investment Income is on the outside. Birthday Time is down at the rail and in fourth. Peg's AK Girl is next in fifth. And alongside is Any Port in sixth, followed by Russell in seventh. Dancing Sophia is eighth. Then Roundabout in ninth. Cold Call trails the field in 10th. The quarter went 25-1, the half mile in 51 seconds. It is Public Service who holds the lead here by about a length. Then Investment Income and Birthday Time right together, second and third. Then a gap of almost 4 lengths. On the inside is Belshazzar, and on the outside is Any Port. Still chasing Public Service, who will take the field to the top of the stretch. It is Public Service in front. Birthday Time running in second. Investment Income on the outside. It is still Public Service with the lead here. Birthday Time now kicks in, so it's Public Service and Birthday Time. Looking for a way through is Peg's AK Girl. Investment Income is there. Belshazzar on the outside. It's 5 of them coming to the finish together. Here's Peg's AK Girl. Peg's AK Girl got it right at the end. Then Birthday Time and the pace setter Public Service.
Wild finish. Cavalry charge to the wire. Peg's AK Girl. Tyler Gaffleone at 9-2. Andy Serling zeroed in on this one. That's why we love turf racing.
Yep, and that's what it's supposed to be all about. And if you're Chad Brown or Manny Franco, you had to love where you were at going into the first turn on an Investment Income. I'd love to take a look at some point the far turn, the scrimmaging that was going on between
Birthday Time and Investment Income.
the 10 horse and Birthday Time with Flavian Pratt. Neither one of them wanted to give up any ground. This is my spot. No, this is my spot. And at the end of the day, Peg's AK Girl comes with a big kick at the end.
Andy Serling, come on down.
It was one of these ones I'm watching it, and like Tyler's trying to get out. The horse outside him is leaning on him, and I got JK going, oh, he's getting blocked. He's actually rooting for me to get through. And then I'm thinking, he's just going to not quite get up. Give Tyler a lot of credit. He was very patient, and he worked out a very good trip with this horse.
It's a phenomenal ride by Tyler to save that ground when he needed to and to find his way through. It took him a lot. Good for Tyler to get the win in here. But I got to say, when you said, Andy Serling, come on down, tell me right now that Andy's not the guy. When you bid 199, he bids 198.
Or 200. Who's the idiot that doesn't do that?
1,000, the Showcase Showdown. 1,000%. Peg's AK Girl. Acacia pegged her on top as well, 9-2. What'd you see going up the backstretch here,
Look
Gary?
at the Rapoli silks and the Klarovich silks. Flavian Pratt, he had secured that position. He kind of snuck up in there, and then Investment Income and Manny Franco, he wanted nothing. He's like, no, you're not getting through here. But Flavian secured his position. There was a little bumping going on there. Meantime, the 4-horse Public Service, she was skipping away from it. I thought that they were going to set it up for her. I hadn't seen Peg's AK Girl all bottled up on the fence, but massive run by her.
A lot of bumping, trading of paint, routing the turn in the stretch. So what, generally speaking, the scene in the jocks room after, will there be a conversation? Flavian Pratt, Manny Franco, after something like that?
There might be some dirty looks. But look, I've been in that jocks room for a full meet up here before. It's competitive. tempers fly, but these guys are so busy right now. They don't have time to think about what just happened. They're going to go buckle their helmet up, get changed, buckle their helmet up, and go out and do it again.
Go out and do it again. Tyler Gaffalione, beautifully ridden. Pegs, AK Girl. Andy Acacia, well done. 9-2 at post time, 2-3-4-9 in the 6 to kick off the late pick 5 results. Much more. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run. Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner.
It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's improbable to win the Whitney.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Idle, perfectly timed. Idle gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big cap.
It's known agenda for St. Tobias Stable. Grace Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Pegs AK Girl, welcome back to Saratoga Live. Entering the winner's circle, winning trainer Michael Deeney, winning rider Tyler Gaffalione. Daddy was a Kentucky Derby winner. Animal Kingdom, Pegs AK Girl, 11-20. Exciting finish in the 6th race at Saratoga.
Yeah, it was. It was entertaining to watch. Everybody got into that first turn in pretty good order, and the finish was just a blanket finish on the wire. Very exciting.
Tyler Gaffalione won last year's 4-star Dave with Got Stormy. Only female to have won the 4-star Dave. We'll hear from Gaffalione shortly. First, we turn the page, race 7. In the inner turf course to the Mellon, 5.5 furlong dash, good allowance sprint, $115,000 purse, wide open, Ring of Fire. The favorite at 3-1 with about 22 minutes to post. Back to the winner's circle. Keisha standing by with the winning pilot.
That's right, Tyler Gaffalione joining me here. Pegs AK Girl, ready off the layoff, Tyler, and you're just crying out for some racing room weight. I mean, tell me about trying to find a hole for her to run through.
Yeah, like you said, just had to wait a little bit longer than we expected to. Spot opened up, and she accelerated right through there. She ran a big race today.
She's been based at Monmouth. It's your first time climbing aboard her today. Tell me a little bit about the preparation that goes into riding a horse that you may not be as familiar with.
So it being the first time I'm being on her, watched the replays, talked to the trainer, try and get some insight. I spoke to the rider that rode her first couple starts, and she's definitely matured since then, so yeah, all the credit goes to the connections.
All the work paying off, and I'm sure you love this conversation, but been knocking on the door the last couple of days. It's tough up here, and talk to me about just kind of keeping focused and working to get these wins.
You know, we always come up here, it's new territory. You're riding against the best colony in the country, and you know it's going to be more of a struggle, but I'm happy to be here. I love coming out here every day. The fans are great, and there's no better place to be.
And in the winner's circle, right?
Absolutely.
Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Tyler Gaffalione, all that hard work and preparation paying off with a nice winner here, Lafitte.
Thoughtful rider, Acacia, very talented rider, Tyler Gaffalione, Gary, with a big, bright future.
Yeah, he does. He's a terrific rider, strong rider, great finisher. And I don't think we've seen the best of him. He's going to continue to grow. And you talk about how tough it is up here. Look, the Ortiz brothers, Manny Franco, Joel Rosario, Castellano. The list goes on and on. They've got built-in business. What Tyler has basically is the Kentucky circuits. That's where he spends most of the time now, is in Kentucky. And then he'll fly into New York to ride some of the stake races on the Kentucky horses. But he's sort of the outsider looking in, and he's doing just fine.
Really good ride there, Peg's AK Girl in his 6th race at Saratoga. And when we come back, for those of you aspiring young trainers, David Donk, you're going to see how early his day starts. Fair warning, very early. Might want to watch this one for those of you thinking about training thoroughbreds as a job moving forward. That's next on Saratoga Live.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
New for Saratoga, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of 3 selected races on the Saratoga card each Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of the meet to win big. Go to NYRA.com/triple play for more details.
Today, the New York Racing Association honors first responders, police officers, firefighters, paramedics, emergency medical technicians for their dedication and service to the community on First Responders Day. A salute from all of us at Saratoga Live. Coverage continuing the 7th race in about 17 minutes. Trainer David Donk has a horse in the upcoming 7th race here. It's after 4 o'clock, though. His day started over 12 hours ago, but that's the reality of being a thoroughbred trainer. And David Donk has been doing it for decades, and he loves it as much today as when he first started.
Grooms get here about 4:30, get to the stalls, do the stalls. Hot walkers don't need to be here till 5:30, till we start training. My alarm goes off at 4:25, 4:15. I'm in here by 5. Georgie's the rider. He gets here at 5:10, 5:15, sets the tack. for both riders. First set's at 5:30. Beyond Brown can be second. All right, well, she'll be number 2. Let 87 North be 1, so. And we're in a late race. Boy, a lot of days this meet, so a lot of long days. You got an easy morning, only 8.
Okay.
You won't know what to do. I guess same thing, huh?
What's it up?
Straight off. He might need to do her too, Faye. My dad has owned and bred horses since I was about 8 years old. We were in 8th grade and we'd all meet with our guidance counselor, and I think they always asked everybody, what do you want to do when you grow up? And I'm going to train horses. And told my dad about the conversation with my guidance counselor. He was not happy. Listen, you're never going to make a living doing that. You got to plan on doing something else. Georgie, if she's quiet, maybe just jog a mile and a half and come off the backside. I had worked a couple years out of high school. I'd been on the track, and my dad said to me, my dad owned some horses, and he said, listen, if this is what you're going to do, I'm going to help you get started. I was going to be 20 in May, so I went and got my trainer's license. And I started in 1980 at Finger Lakes, training horses. And when you're there, you do everything. I did everything but ride. I went to Florida when I was training after my 5th year. And, towards the end of the spring, got a phone call from Bill Wilmot and said, listen, there's an opening at Woody Stevens looking for an assistant trainer. I drove over to Hialeah and then met Woody. And long story short, he hired me. I called up my dad and said, Dad, I'm not coming home. A couple weeks went by, and I think he realized it was what I knew was the greatest opportunity I was ever going to get. I always said I came to New York 35 years ago to go to work for Woody. Good, Georgie. And I'm very fortunate to be able to have stayed and make it work. Woody wrote a book while I was there. It's titled Guess I'm Lucky. I guess how appropriate, because I'd say the same thing. I'm lucky. I've been really fortunate in the sport. Really good clients. Been lucky to have some good horses. Great staff, a lot of great employees. It makes it a lot of fun to do this, to do something that you love to do. Experience a place like Saratoga. I guess I'm lucky too.
Lucky and good. Not a bad combination. David Donk running Thin White Duke in the 7th. He's been routing sprints today, and we'll have a Hall of Famer in the saddle, John Velasquez. Gary, he mentioned learning from Woody Stevens. Can you describe what kind of an education that is for a young horseman?
Well, you're going to learn how to work. If he didn't know how to work already, you're going to learn how to work. You're going to learn how to be a true horseman, and you're going to make connections via what Woody does. He's training for some of the biggest owners in the country and getting some opportunities with some of the best horses in the country. So to be around cheaper horses and very, very good horses, that's a heck of an education. Anybody can train a good horse. Anybody can ride a good horse, pretty much. But it takes somebody special to get to work on the cheaper horses and see them move up. It comes full circle.
Woody Stevens, who trained 5 consecutive Belmont Stakes winners, a record never to be broken, as we check in with Acacia. Standing by with this Race 7 Paddock Report. Acacia.
Where you left off with the Dave Donk conversation with his runner in here, Thin White Duke, who does get back in distance and will wear a hood. And now, as we've often talked about, Dave Donk brings virtually all of his runners into the paddock wearing a hood, basically earmuffs, in that their ears are covered, helps them muffle out the sound and keep them settled. This is a horse who is very sharp prior to his races, so he will actually run with that hood on. It's basically like a blinker set that goes over the head, though no cup covering the eyes. It's just those earmuffs over the ears. So he will wear that as he hasn't raced in that hood previously. But given how energetic he is, they can understand the thought process behind that equipment change. He's super, super fit in here today. Again, he's always an energetic type. Given that, I like the cutback in distance for him. Showed more speed last time. He has been going longer. They've tried him at a variety of different distances and surfaces, and I think turf sprinting physically and given his demeanor should actually suit him quite well. Right next door to him, the number 5, Legends Can't Die, able to get up in the shadow of the wire and win on debut. So he's making just his second start here. He does spot the others in this race as far as seasoning does go, but he was valiant in that effort, able to get up in time 3 wide. He never really saw the rail in that race either, and being able to save ground. He's got a lot of good size to him too. Did debut going the 6 furlongs. He'll cut back a half furlong. Physically, he looks like just a touch longer, actually suits him a little bit better, but he was very sharp prior to that race, and while he does have good forward energy in here once again today, he seems a lot more relaxed, a lot more focused, which I certainly like to see, given the fact that he's getting a chance to learn what this racing thing is all about. The number 2, Immortalization, has turned a corner since coming onto the turf and going into the barn of Michelle Hemingway. Had an impressive win last time out, got to the lead and just kind of kicked off throughout the rest, away from the rest of the field. His color has improved, his condition has improved. He looks really, really strong in here. He's a very long-bodied type of horse. Maybe not the smoothest mover visually when you watch, but seeing the progression and how he's really seemed to flourish physically since coming into Michelle's barn is encouraging, and he looks a picture in here, really framing himself up nicely and on the muscle in the paddock as he comes off of that win at Monmouth. And we head over to Andy and Jonathan.
Thank you, Acacia. I think I'm going to try to beat him. And even though he's not favored now, Jonathan, I think the outside horse, Boston Tea Party, is in some ways the horse to beat.
No, I agree. You look at the race he ran on May 29th, going 6 furlongs. He ran a fast figure that day, first time out. For connections that can win first time out. So I don't think you need to get overly excited about that. But then went and tried the stake a little bit longer, now cutting back to probably where this horse wants to be running.
Yeah, I just think it's sort of a logical spot. He is coming back relatively quickly from his last race, but Tony Dutrow being aggressive at Saratoga. I like his chances, but I think today's a very important race for him. Also an important race for the horse that I picked on top. I picked a race 168. Evan Singh won his debut going short, and I thought he ran okay last time, though he was involved in the pace with Eyes on Target, who ended up winning the race, but he's okay. I kind of like the cutback for Al Stahl.
My good friend, a professional player, Sean Borman, told me today he absolutely loves the one Evan Singh. I didn't see it. I made him talk me through it, and he kind of convinced me, to your point, the cutback's likely going to help, and those races are actually probably a little bit better than they look from a speed figure standpoint. He makes sense to me, and I look, in turf sprints with Jose, he's usually forward out of there. I like being drawn inside with him.
Yeah, I think as the meet progresses, we saw Tyro win last race. He struggled a bit. Jose, that great first week. Say he struggled a bit in the second week. These guys are too good to continue like this, and they're going to win races, and they're going to win them in bunches. And I do like Evan Singh. I think the question with Thin White Duke, who I picked second, is did he improve when they stretched him out in distance, or did he improve in the new barn? Now, Dave Donk's taken some horses from Phil Gleaves. Phil's involved with them. Dave, of course, and Phil both worked for Woody Stevens so many years ago. My friend Steve Christ involved with this horse as well as Ken Durrett. I think he's improved as a horse, and this horse can turf sprint.
He can. You look back 2 years ago, August 13th, I'm assuming that's the race you're talking about, where Thin White Duke almost won, lost to It's a Gamble, a horse that you
bet the other day. He's just finishing now, I think.
Yeah, but you're right. He has shown the ability to turf sprint. And so if he's shown the ability to turf sprint, and now he seems to be a better horse, you would think that those two things can line up. And I also think it's important, Andy, and you'll agree with me, to bend the knee a bit to our friend Steve Christ, a handicapping legend, his ownership in this horse.
Steve is an absolute legend and has done so much for horse players. I mean, Formulator, really his baby. It's very not clear without Steve we would ever have Formulator. So we owe him a debt of gratitude for that and many other things. And his book, Exotic Betting, is great. We miss his writing. The game needs guys like Steve to be writing about racing.
No, and look, Exotic Betting changed my life. It's hard to find. If you can find it, Exotic Betting by Steve Christ is a game that will make you a better wagerer. Not a better horse picker, but it's not as important as you think it is. The wagering part of it, much more important. Steve pointed it out in that book.
Right, and I think one of the important things about it is that there is no one way to bet to be successful, and anyone who suggests otherwise is wrong.
Very well said regarding Steve Christ and a tip of the cap. Definitely miss his work, miss his riding, and a legend in this sport of thoroughbred racing. As you hear the call to post for the 7th race, start of the late pick 4 in a post parade. Evan Singh, 3-1, tepid favorite. Andy's top selection.
I'm hoping Evan Singh getting back the sprint can get it done, and Jose can work out a good trip behind the speeds.
Immortalization, first mount of the meet for Hector Diaz.
Look, I think this horse is a little bit sneaky. I don't love the horse because the pace wasn't particularly fast last time, but he did run well.
Ring of Fire, Rudy Rodriguez still looking for that first win.
Yeah, Rudy's going to win his first race on me, though this horse did run well last time in a slow-paced race.
Number 4, Bustin' Shout, Roddy Valente, New York homebred.
The one positive thing I can say about the 4 Bustin' Shout is I think he will appreciate the cut back to the 5.5.
Legends Can't Die, lightly raced 3-year-old gelding.
Yeah, listen, he's 1 for 1. He got bet like he couldn't lose that day and just barely got up. This is tougher, but he's lightly raced.
Number 6, Thin White Duke, Hood in place for David Donk.
Has some good races. Turf sprinting seems to be a better horse now. Can the two merge into one performance here today?
Number 7, Biz Biz Buzz, Javier Castellano, a couple of wins yesterday and one today already.
Javier is really having a sensational meet, and he rode well at Belmont. If he could get this horse home, maybe we should just give him the riding title even if he doesn't win enough races.
6-time Travers winner Javier Castellano, Boston Tea Party, Ontario bred by Triple Crown winner American Pharoah.
Horse was extremely impressive on debut. Tried to go a little bit longer in the stake, ran into Annapolis, now cuts back. I think this horse is sitting on a big race. I like the outside draw. Try to stay in the clear on these turf sprints.
Late pick 4 starts here, 7th at Saratoga in 5 minutes. Trainer Rudy Rodriguez, do we have to be objective? No? Good. We love the guy. Challenging start to the meet, still looking for that first win. He's got a shot in the upcoming 7th with Ring of Fire.
For over a century, success starts at Saratoga. As America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 and graded stakes winners, Saratoga is the can't-miss event of the summer. One catalog of selected yearlings offered over 2 electrifying evenings. Recent Grade 1 winners include the brilliant Flightline, Bleecker Street, Maracuja, and Queen Goddess, plus new Hall of Fame inductee Tepin. The Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, August 8th and 9th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's 4th. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race.
Welcome back to Saratoga Racecourse. As always, coverage brought to you by Run Happy, #1 second crop sire of last year by Dirt Earnings. Breeders' Cup Sprint Champ, Run Happy, always race medication free. We're getting ready for the late pick 4. Fans doing their handicapping, trying to figure out this tricky 7th race. As we take another look at Andy's top selection, Evan Sting and jockey Jose Ortiz. There he is. As they mentioned, a decent start to the meet thus far, in search of a 4th Saratoga riding title. So just how dominant have the Ortizes been at Saratoga, Gary? You look at that, when Luis Saez captured that riding title last year, First time since 2014 someone not named Ortiz won the riding title. 6 between them, Irad and Jose. Frightening to think about how much damage they'll do by the time it's all said and done.
Yeah, I mean, they're two extraordinary riders, and they both work so hard in the mornings and in the afternoons. They take care of business. They're competitors, not only with each other, but the other gentlemen in this tough riding colony here at Saratoga, all of Saratoga, New York, year-round, and headed down to South Florida in the wintertime. It doesn't get easy. They constantly travel, and yeah, I mean, if they stay healthy, that is the key thing here, is staying healthy. As hard as they work, as many miles as they're on horses, things happen, you know, in the morning, and they don't think about that. As a rider, you can't think about it. If you're healthy, you get out there and work, and you've got to just keep at it, because if you're not out there working, somebody else is taking your place.
And they love it. It's not like they happen to be, you know, just good at something that they happen to like. No, they're really good at something they love. So competitive, Irad and Jose Ortiz. Kind of a Peyton and Eli thing, 2 of the best in the business.
Yeah, and you know, I've got a feeling in watching Irad and Jose that a lot like my big brother Scott and myself, I want to beat him as bad as I could beat any of the other competitors. But if I couldn't win, I was darn sure rooting for him.
And you see that. You see that support from one to the other. Keisha, what about Jose's mount here? What are you noticing from Evan Singh, who has emerged as the favorite 2-1?
He has, and he does cut back in distance to a sprint where he won on first asking, and he's one of those horses, Lafitte, that looks a lot better under tack. Once they got the saddle on him, he really framed up nicely, had a big warm-up out there under Jose Ortiz. He is a little bit sway back in that he has a dip in his back, but he's very, very strong in his hindquarters. They have protective pads for horses with a physical like that. It doesn't inhibit them in the races at all. But given how strong he is in his hind end, I think he should appreciate the cut back to sprinting. I was curious to see what Boston Tea Party was showing out on track. Last time out in the Manila, he was just doing too much. He was so revved up prior to the race, expending so much energy and stretching out to a distance that I was concerned about him getting in the first place. So he cuts back today, which I do think that is better for him. He's definitely more of a sprinter. Could see he's a little bit hot out there. And once again, Eric Cancel didn't take him away from the pony. He kept him with the pony, and I kind of wish that he'd given him a little bit of a gallop just to expend some nervous energy, especially because he's sprinting today. He's been better, but he's still very revved up and has gotten himself into a bit of a lather in here, Lafitte.
Like a keg of dynamite wound up Boston Tea Party. Andy, how surprised are you surprised that Evan Singh is 2-1 at post time?
Yeah, I mean, I would have picked the 6, be honest with you, at 6-1 if I thought they'd be that much bigger price this horse. But I will say one thing, and Jonathan and I were just talking off camera. You get the feeling a little bit, Jonathan, that Evan Singh is getting bet like a they knew.
Yeah, when there's a horse like this that you know you feel clever about, and they go off favored like this, you weren't as clever as you thought you were. Everyone kind of saw the same thing.
Right.
You know, if you bet this horse, I would say your race is going to be won very early. If Jose can kind of break away from there clean and work out a good trip, then you know you can feel confident.
And sometimes when I pick a horse like this and they win getting bet like this, I think, I'm not sure if I made a smart pick or I just sort of got caught into the right vortex.
For viewers who don't know, later you're going to have to explain what they knew is all about. We'll see if they do know. Evan Singh, the 2-1 favorite on the inside with Jose Ortiz. All set for the 7th, kicking off the late pick 4 from Saratoga. Here's John Ambrial.
And they're off. Boston Tea Party was away well from the outside. And down at the rail is Immortalization. So it is Boston Tea Party and Immortalization with Ring of Fire next and third. And then we come back to Bustin' Shout. On the outside of Ring of Fire, there is Thin White Duke, then Bustin' Shout and the gray, Legends Can't Die. At the back of the pack are Evan Singh, and the trailer is Biz Buzz. As they go around the turn, the quarter went in 22 seconds. Up front, it is Boston Tea Party and Immortalization. The two of them are right together. On the outside, here comes Ring of Fire. Then we come back to Legends Can't Die. Thin White Duke is down towards the rail. Evan Singh is coming on the extreme outside. Here comes Ring of Fire, and here comes Evan Singh. And up the inside, here comes Thin White Duke. It is Evan Singh who's got the momentum, and it will be Evan Singh to win it here by 2.5 lengths. Thin White Duke was second, and Ring of Fire finished third, and the time was 1 minute 2 and 4/5 seconds.
Yes, they did know. Evan Singh, the 2-1 favorite, last early and streaking down the stretch. On the outside, Jose Ortiz unleashes a furious run. Evan Singh in the 7th, Gary.
Yeah, Jose knew early on, going into the turn, I believe. He was setting chili, he knew what was underneath him. He swung out wide, tipped out, coming off of the turns, got all that momentum and the whole stretch to do what he needs to do. They're fanned out across the racetrack. Doesn't swing out wide until they're actually straightened out. When he swaps into the right lead right there, he hit the afterjets, and race is long gone over right now.
The start, he was farther back perhaps than expected, but right there, Jose Ortiz going to work. Evan Singh responds, and in the end, Gary, makes it look rather easy. In what looked like a competitive race on paper, Evan Singh blew their doors off. Andy, you didn't get that 8-1 morning line, but you have another winner.
You know, it's funny. We're watching the race down here, and Jonathan said to me around the 5/16 pole when Evan Singh was last, he goes, Jose's riding this horse with so much horse, I don't think he thinks he can possibly lose. You were right.
Hey, man, he was impressive. Look, and Andy mentioned it, you know, that they knew. I'll let him explain. They did. They knew this horse was going to run well, and Andy will explain who they is, but he was brilliant today. And like you said, he was never really in danger. I think maybe a little bit early, kind of took it back a little bit, but like you said, it's hard to keep up when you're cutting back with these 5.5 turn sprints.
I mean, the 6th, Thin White Duke ran well and got it. What a ride he got from John Velasquez, by the way. He was a speed when he finished second in that race, but they've been going long, and it takes their speed away. They knew is a suggestion that there's like a nebulous, smart cadre of players out there that are betting a horse significantly more than it rates to get bet. And they seem to be right sometimes, but sometimes they don't know. And, you know, the term wise guy, in my opinion, is badly misused. You have people, because of the internet, that say a wise guy is like a dummy horse. For people who have played this game for a long, long time, a wise guy is somebody who has a little bit off the beaten path opinion and is right enough to be considered a wise guy. Wise guys are good just because the internet seems to say they're not.
They were very smart on this afternoon and locked in, as his trainer there, Al Stahl, campaigned the great Blame. Champion older horse, only horse ever to have defeated Zenyatta, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, and Al Stahl with Evan Singh like he was shot out of a cannon in the stretch.
Yeah, Evan Singh, he broke his maiden sprinting. They tried to stretch him out, and he didn't run horribly stretched out, but his comeback race, they may just leave him sprinted the way he just reacted there.
1-6-3-2, impressive Evan Singh. Results, reaction. As for trainer Kenny McPeak, you know he won a Travers in the dead heat with a horse who hadn't raced in nearly 4 months, Golden Ticket. Trying for a more conventional approach this time, Creative Minister, 2-1 morning line favorite in tomorrow's Curlin Stakes.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Just announced like 5 seconds ago, races 9 and 10 off the turf. 9 and 10 off the turf on the main track. This is Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Down to the winner's circle, Acacia standing by with winning trainer Al Stahl.
And he's nice enough to hold the umbrella for me as well. Evan Singh, Al, tell me about the cutback in distance today, as he really seemed to flourish getting back to a sprint.
Right, we tried him around 2 turns. He ran a flat mile. He ran okay. He just didn't quite punch, so after we saw that twice, the first thing came to mind was to shorten him up.
And he seemed like he was pretty aggressive last time, too. Do you feel like in getting him a little bit less ground, he was able to settle a bit more?
Right. We didn't think we were going to be dead last, but Jose said he didn't quite get his feet underneath him leaving the gate. He's a sway back, so maybe that has something to do with him pushing off. And he said once he got going, though, it was, he had plenty all the way around there.
And it seemed Jose was quite confident on him, too. He was climbing aboard for the first time. How confident were you in talking to Jose prior to the race today?
Well, yeah, I'm always confident with him. After the way he worked with Shelby Barkley on the turf at Oklahoma last week, we felt like we're pretty live in this spot. I guess that's why the money showed for him, too.
And he showed up on the racetrack, too. Thanks for your time, Al.
No, my pleasure.
And I'll take the umbrella as well, because I know you have to go adjust as you mentioned.
That's okay.
Al's still going to scratch out of the 9th race. Nice enough to take some time here, Lafitte. As mentioned, races 9 and 10 now off the grass.
Scratch number 4, Reigning Spirit. We'll keep you posted with any other changes. Races 9 and 10 off the turf of the main track. What is a swayback, Gary, that Al Stahl referenced?
Well,
why hard to ride?
It is exactly what it says, a sway back. They've got a dip in their back, and their withers poke up higher. Your saddle sits down. Whenever I rode a sway back horse, I put an extra pad, extra saddle pad underneath to equal myself out. A lot of the sway back horses carry their head very, very high. That's not the case with this horse. That kick that he had is devastating. I liked what I saw.
Yeah, whatever they're doing with Evan Singh, clearly working in a sharp victory over the lawn in this 7th race at Saratoga. Again, races 9 and 10 off the turf on the main track. Before Curlin was ever a prominent stallion at Hillendale, as you know, he was an absolute monster on the racetrack. Champion, Horse of the Year at 3, Preakness winner, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Gary, and this was his only start at Saratoga as a 4-year-old in the Woodward.
Yeah, I watched this replay this morning, and I was here for the race, but I watched it again this morning, and just a beautiful thing. He was quite a ways off the pace. It was a torrid pace that day, 22 and 3, I believe, or 22 and 4. 109 for the 3/4, and he ate up ground around the turn and just continued on. And his stride was so efficient, and he's passed this on to his sons and daughters.
Great call from Tom Durkin as well. Curlin in the Woodward. He was an absolute powerhouse, as we mentioned. The Preakness win at 3, the Breeders' Cup Classic win, a 2-time Horse of the Year, highly decorated, 7-time Grade 1 winner, the mighty Curlin. Kind of reminds me of another big red horse from not that long ago that you rode, Point Given.
Not quite the same sire as Curlin. he was a great racehorse, but he was not one of the best stallions there's ever been. But his daddy, Thunder Gulch, he's become, to me, one of the best broodmare sires in the country. You can trace a lot of Thunder Gulch back on the dam side to a lot of really good horses, turf and dirt.
Easy to go down memory lane, but back to the task at hand and the Travers prep races this weekend. We previewed the Jim Dandy. Here's the field for the Curlin 3-year-olds who've yet to win a graded stakes race at a mile or longer this year. 9 deep. Mile and an eighth. Number 7, Creative Minister, 2-1 morning line favorite, Gary. And the thing is, unlike many Curlin runners, he's run with the big boys on the big stage. This was before the Preakness, sharp victory, Churchill Downs on the undercard of the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, and he broke his maiden only in his 3rd race and then jumped right into the deep end with the Preakness. Wins impressive here. And when they put him in, look, Kenny McPeak, he thinks outside the box. He's not afraid to run a horse. He's not afraid to run horses that are going to be double figures in the betting. And they show up. They run races. And he did show up in on the Preakness. He was only beaten 3 1/4 lengths to early voting. And Epicenter, he got beat a length by.
Creative Minister, big opportunity. Dylan Davis riding Creative Minister for the first time. Andy, I did want to ask you a question about scheduling in terms of the Curlin on Friday, and the Jim Dandy on Saturday. Why back-to-back days of Travers prep races?
Right. I understand when somebody says, well, you run the Curlin and you took some horses away from the Jim Dandy. Okay, that might be true, but these horses are not ready to take on just yet the monster, Zandon, Epicenter, and early voting in that race, and people want to give the horse a chance. So it's another option were good horses, but haven't proven themselves as much as the ones in Jim Dandy. Don't kid yourself and think this race isn't a prep for the Travers, though. Miles D, second last year, third in the Travers. Dynamic One won this race, did not run well in the Travers, but he's becoming one of the best handicap horses in the country. V Day for Jimmy Jerkins. He beat another Jimmy Jerkins horse who did run the Jim Dandy, Wicked Strong. He won the Curlin. So it is a prep for the Travers, but for horses that aren't quite as experienced as the horse in the Jim Dandy.
Yeah, I don't really have a problem with it, right? Creative Minister would be the fourth choice.
And a distant fourth choice.
Yeah, a distant fourth choice in the Jim Dandy. And I kind of like it. I kind of like having the winner of the Curlin and the winner and the second place horse and the third place horse of the Jim Dandy to then go on to the Travers. It makes the Travers a little bit more of an interesting race.
Yeah, I mean, the two idiots up here, a few years ago, we took the fourth place finisher in the Curlin and we both picked him in the Travers. He's at the 8th pole now, but Jonathan liked the name, looking at bikinis. I think the interesting horses in this race are on the outside. Artorias coming in for Chad Brown. This is a very, very nice maiden win. But this is a big step forward, and he did not draw well, especially after he got such a good trip at Belmont.
No, he is drawn towards the outside, and he's going to take a lot of money, I think, as well. I know Creative Minister will likely go off favored, but Artorias is going to be right there behind him. And I think if you take that into consideration, I might try to look elsewhere in this spot, because it's Saratoga and it's Chad Brown. They're going to bet this horse.
He feels like a horse that probably should be around 4-1 in here, that might go off at 5-2. 4-1, I'm good, and I think you feel the same way. I want to let people know we're going to get to Be Better in a second. With those races coming off the turf after the pick 4, first leg of pick 4 is over, the second leg of pick 5, races 9 and 10 become all races in both the pick 4 and the pick 5. All races in the pick 4 and pick 5, races 9 and 10 now off the turf. I got to tell you something. I'm impressed by this guy. You think about Be Better, Jonathan. He ran against Jack Christopher in his debut. Losing to him by 10 lengths first time out is not just an embarrassment. And Todd really seems to be bringing him along with this race in mind. I like Be Better.
I do as well. And one of the situations, we talked about it earlier in a different situation with Fearless with Todd, the longer they go on the dirt, I start to believe more that Todd's going to get him figured out. And I feel like that might be a situation here. He's going to continue to go further and further. I think the 9 furlongs, he's improving. While some of these horses kind of feel like they've kind of shown what they are, like Creative Minister, I know who he is. I feel like Be Better could be getting better.
No, I think that's a very good way to put it. I mean, Creative Minister will benefit from less distance. He could not get the 1.5 miles, and I bet him in the Belmont, and he is improving. But I like Be Better in this race as well, and Mike Rapoli and Todd Pletcher will try to win it 2 years in a row.
Deep competitive edition of the Curlin. Have it for you tomorrow on Saratoga Live. Wind blowing, race falling, and just to reiterate what Andy just announced, for the pick 4, the pick 5, races 9 and 10, all. Races 9 and 10 in the pick 4 and the pick 5, all with the surface switch off the turf on the main track. Field updated odds for the 8th race. Oh, can we trust him today? Bryce Discipline just missed it 2-5 in his latest at Belmont. Closing late, too little too late, but he has more ground to work with today. Much more from Saratoga with the rain falling on this Thursday afternoon.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
Global Campaign. Holding on to the lead, Global Campaign. What the Peter Pan?
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Brand new this year, Saratoga's Post Bar in Paddock Suite. You got to check this thing out, Gary.
Yes, we do.
It's awesome. Might be even like cooler than it looks on TV. Lounge, balcony, incredible views of the paddock. Got to come check it out. Saratoga's Post Bar and Paddock Suite. Not quite that bright here at Saratoga right now with the rain falling. You're watching Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Rain really falling as you look at price discipline. 6-5 favorite. We check in with Acacia. Owl Stall still available, Acacia, with the umbrella, I hope.
I found some cover here by the saddling stalls, Lafitte, but I did send for help and some rain boots for the last couple of races. But taking a look at your current favorite, and everyone acting really well, as they will keep most of the horses inside the saddling stalls here to keep them out from the rain. And there is an extra kind of walking path alongside of it, but it can get a little cramped in here. And so far, everyone acting very professional as far as price discipline does go. One impressively on debut, going a mile. And then last time out, he looked like he was the type of horse that Flavien Prat just really had to work on every step of the way. The winner, Montebello, wired the field that day. This horse, price discipline, just a little awkward, switching his leads. I'm estimating that the addition of the blinkers today is not so much to maybe show any more speed from him, but maybe to have him react to his rider's cues a little bit more efficiently than he seems to have done in his first two races. He just seems like he's the type of horse that takes a little bit of time to get going. And I'm guessing that with those blinkers, sometimes it just helps to add some focus and allow a horse to be a little bit more clued in, a little bit more responsive as well. The number 6, great workout. Big, long, striding individual. Now, he has not been proficient on a wet track as of yet, but he is definitely built like the type of horse that wants to go a mile and an eighth. Distance is his friend. He covers ground so much, and even though he is so big, he's remarkably light on his feet. Given it, you can even see the stretch to his frame in watching the replays and watching his races too. Long legs, super, super fit. So he's one, I don't know about the track conditions, but the distance, I'm confident he will appreciate. The 7, Mr. Breadwinner, goes back to the main track today after 2 turf attempts, and actually my first time laying eyes on him as far as being down in the paddock, and I don't mind him going back to the dirt. I also think that he is a horse that will handle a wet track once again. In fact, he broke his maiden on a muddy track at Aqueduct. When he did that, he went right to the lead that day. He's a little bit of a high-headed type of individual, but he has kind of those smaller feet and a little bit of a lighter frame. Oftentimes the physical that will get over a track like this quite well, as this course condition will be a big conversation for many of these runners. As we head over, check in, Andy and Jonathan. I'm jealous of you guys staying dry right now.
I tell you, Acacia, it's very dry in the set.
I mean, it's kind of splashing my legs a little bit.
You're wearing a bathing suit. Stop complaining. I'm wearing a suit, you big baby. The rain is torrential, but it is supposed to stop in about 10 minutes. So, tough guys that we are, we're going to tough it out in the tent. That's actually Mitch Levitas under ultraviolet light. That's what he looks like. The favorite is price discipline, and I think he's way the horse to beat. You're going to try to beat him, which I can respect. But if you're the connects to price discipline, you're Chad Brown, you're Seth Klarman, Clarver Stables, you're not happy it's raining. You never wanted to rain at a sloppy track when you have the favorite. The sun's out, by the way, and it's pouring.
Yeah.
The sun is shining brightly.
To your point, These horses train typically on fast tracks. They run typically on fast tracks. So this idea that anyone wants it to be sloppy is just inaccurate.
It's just not true. You're going to try to beat him with a horse that I would say was the last time was the time horse, and that's Dangerous Edge. And my complaint about him is he won last time because Endowed got left, but he still ran his career best figure.
Right, I just think he's getting better. He's been with Rob Batchers for 3 races now. This will be his 4th race. He seems to be improving. He lost a lot of ground last time. He was wide all the way around there. And so now being drawn on the inside, I think he can probably get a better trip. And really the biggest deal for me is that he's 7-1 and the favorite 6-5.
Yeah, no, that's, listen, price overcomes everything. My idea for the other horse here is also 7-1, and that's the 542 Ace. And I'll tell you something, the rain's not going to hurt him. Was his big win, big figure, and you were right, he was probably with the track that day, but that was on a sloppy sealed track. I thought he ran very respectably behind another Chad Brown horse, Dr. Ardito. Something went wrong in March after that.
Yeah, he just kind of tailed off away from those figures that he was running. And those figures also kind of jumped up from him, too. I don't know if it was the muddy racetrack.
Or Charlie Baker took him over.
That as well. If we're talking 7-1 shots, I prefer the 1. Obviously, you prefer the 5.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the 1, but I hear you. As far as 42 Ace, I think he's a good horse to use a price. You know, they laid him up, they ran him back in the turf, they gave him the prep, and see, the riders are not as tough as us. We're in here. I mean, we're braving the storm in the studio. These guys are running. It's embarrassing. It really is.
They're gonna get a lot of water in their boots, Gary. How does that go when you get a lot of water in your boots?
I rode a race at Colonial Downs. I was on my way up to here at Saratoga. It was 2005, and it was so hot, and I didn't know how I was going to be able to compete all day long. Seriously, yeah. It was that hot. And I went in and I prayed after I'd rode one race, and I came out and the sky opened up. And it was a $400,000 race. My boots were full of water. I didn't care. I won the race. I had instant relief from the heat. And so you got soggy boots. They still pay you.
Do you remember who you rode in American Pharoah's Preakness? Torrential
That would be Firing Line.
Do you remember? It was Firing Line.
That was.
I interviewed you after the race, and I remember you got on the scale after the race, and then after you got all the water out of your boots and everything else, it was like 8 pounds or something insane.
Yes.
Never seen anything like it. The boots.
It's over with
staying
now.
Dry. Yeah, so I guess when you get that alert on your phone about a severe thunderstorm, like what they mean is severe thunderstorm, life at the foothill of the Adirondacks.
I got one about an hour and 45 minutes ago. Oh, that didn't sound good, Lafitte. I got a red code alert about hour and 45 minutes ago, but it wasn't for here. It was for Lookout Point in Hot Springs, Arkansas, where my house was. And then I got an 800 call, and that's what that was, too, warning me about the storm. They weren't worried about me here, only in Hot Springs.
See, now, for Andy, yellow's bad, red's really bad. The radar over Saratoga Springs.
I don't ever want to be anybody where they show me that as a test. I got another horse I want to touch on, Jonathan. I want to touch on the number 2, Son of an X. Eric Cancel will be riding this horse instead of Louis Cardenas. This horse has maintained incredible form. I mean, he pretty much consistently, for a barn that doesn't win a high percentage, runs buyer figures that I think give him a chance to get a piece in here at 19-1. What's wrong with him? And no disrespect to Heeman Harkey, Eric Cancel's an upgrade.
I would say the issue I have is that he doesn't break particularly well all the time. Always breaks a little bit slow. And that equals getting a lot of this sloppy racetrack kicked back in his face, and I don't think he's necessarily good enough to overcome that adversity.
I'm looking for him to be third. I think at 20-1, he's very usable. I think if you look at him and compare him to some of the others in here, he's sort of... And we should talk about Great Workout, who right now is the second choice, and he's coming off a career best by a mile. Speed figure. That figure was earned because he sat behind a torrid duel. And I think he is the value in this race is pitching him. Agree, disagree, don't care?
And I used him in multis. I wouldn't bet him to win. I used him in multis.
You know, I know somebody who would be really upset to hear you say that. I would not use this horse for a nickel here. I'm excited, Lafitte. I have a chance if the 4 wins here to have a $10 on the 1x1 by all pick 4.
Have something to pull for. Well done. We will be saying goodbye to our Fox Sports 1 viewers. Coverage will continue on Fox Sports 2. We know you're waiting for the changes. We don't have the changes just yet. As soon as we have them, we will pass them along. If you're joining us, races 9 and 10 off the turf on the main track. And for the riders, Gary, the challenges on a day like this with the conditions changing and the condition of the racetrack changing.
There's nothing you can do about it. They were staying in there trying to keep themselves dry for as long as they can. They're going to come out here and get nice and muddy right now, but you just deal with it, Lafitte.
That thunder does not sound promising.
It's a long ways away.
Are you sure we're
long ways away?
You sure?
We're fine.
He rarely misses when it comes to weather. Thanks so much for joining us on Fox Sports 1. Coming up next, The Herd with Colin Cowherd. Don't forget, Jim Dandy Saturday, Big Fox, 4:30 Eastern. See you all on FS2, where Saratoga Live continues. In a blink, the jump from Fox Sports 1 to Fox Sports 2 complete as Saratoga Live continues, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Trackside, he's a Hall of Fame jockey, Gary Stevens. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. The story coming up was about the 8th race and whether or not we could trust the favorite. That was going to be the top of the conversation, Gary. Things have changed. An absolute downpour. The track is listed as sloppy. The show does continue, but races 9 and 10 off the turf on the main track.
Yeah, we're waiting for updates right now of who else is going to be scratched out of there. You were asking me earlier what you do as a jockey. You've got these wet conditions out. It's been very humid all day long. We had this big storm just blow in. It didn't last a long time, but it was serious what we had. What you have is you have built-in excuses when your horse doesn't perform well.
Absolutely.
It's sort of like a crapshoot. You just go out and hope that your horse handles the going, and you hope for the best.
And if you have a pen handy, real quick, race 9, scratch numbers 3, 4, 5, 7, 10. Race 9, scratch 3, 4, 5, 7, 10. Race 10, 6, 11, 15, scratch. Race 10, 6, 11, 15 are scratched. As we say hello to our handicappers, Andy Serling, Jonathan Kinchin, staying dry and making fun of Acacia while she's out there fighting the elements.
We're terrible people. I'm perfectly comfortable with that. I really am. I like what Gary said. You just have to deal with it, you know. And I think, yeah, maybe with a 6-5 shot, if you like that horse, you may not be thrilled. But if you have big priced horses, you're supposed to be happy because it's going to increase the amount of randomness. In this particular case, though, I like the favorite in here, the number 4, Price to Split. I just think he's better than these horses.
I think that he might be better than these horses, but he hasn't run fast enough for me to take 6-5 over 7-1 on the horse to the inside, who has run equally as fast, who could be progressing in the right direction, and who was losing ground last time. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that I don't think the 4 Price Discipline is a more likely winner of the race, but it's a gambling game with odds, and that's why I'm going to go the other way.
No, I have no argument with that whatsoever. I think it makes perfect amount of sense here. I'm going to try to get some other horse in here. I'm going to try. I played a 4-5 exactly, a small 4-2, and I played some tries in general. But you're going to try to get a horse who's 7-1 right now, which I think I don't really like the one, but 7-1 seems like an overlay. We both you don't totally agree. I think Great Workout is the horse you really want to play against here. He's kind of dressed up of his last. My 5, by the way, is taking a ton of money.
Well, yeah, with the 6 Great Workout, it's a reclaim for Linda, who ran a big number last time. And I understand he got a little bit of a setup that day.
No, he got more than a little bit of a setup. He got a monster 3-horse pace duel in front of him.
Well, maybe he'll get another setup here today, Andy. You never know. Huh?
Hey, listen, maybe, maybe Christmas comes twice a year, Acacia.
Andy, all I know is that I put my rain boots on with the dress, and now it's sunny. So welcome to Saratoga. But we're glad that the rain has lightened up. As far as the number one, who is Dangerous Edge, who you mentioned, continues to be an intriguing one off of the back-to-back wins last time out. I really thought that this was a horse I wasn't sold on in here. First of all, this is a heavier-bodied, bigger, robust type of individual. He's very good looking. He's very, very fit. He's just one that I'm concerned about with the track conditions in here today. Got a good warm up under Manny Franco. He certainly has progressed under the care of Rob Atras, and anything can happen in these kinds of races. He seems to be warming up well on this track, but I did think that there were a couple of other intriguing prospects. Yes, your favorite is the one to beat, but I'm landing on the 7, Mr. Breadwinner, who got over this wet track beautifully. His price has come down a little bit too, gelding by Tonalist for Horacio de Paz, and a horse that I think maybe has kind of fooled his connections, been a little bit of a quirkier type. He does wear that Houghton bit, that extra bar underneath the chin to help the rider have a little bit more control, as he likes to drift a little bit. He did have some trouble last time out, but got that patented Kendrick Carmouche warm up over this track, and he got over it beautifully. Lafitte?
Needs that power steering. Mr. Breadwinner, Kendrick Carmouche. It's just bizarre, as heavy as it was rain. Like the sun is out. Looks like a beautiful day at Saratoga, except everything is drenched. Sloppy track, races 9 and 10 off the turf on the main track. And again, these scratches, race 9, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 10. 3, 4, 5, 7, 10 are out. We have a late scratch in this 8th race and race 10. Number 6, 11 through 15. Number 6, 11 through 15, all out of the 10th race. Acacia, what's going on?
Well, while you have your pens out and noting those scratches, we do have a late scratch acting on advice of the attending veterinarian. The number 2, Son of an X from the inside, will be a late scratch. Eric Cancel walking back with his tack right now, and the starting gate crew adjusting the numbers. Seems everything's set now, and the outrider will escort Son of an X back to the barn as he is a late scratch today.
Son of an X out. 15 to 1 on the morning line. Even money favorite, price discipline. What would you say, Gary, is the most challenging aspect of riding in these conditions?
Vision, really. I mean, when it's like it is right now, there's so much water on the racetrack, it's pretty much going to hit and splash off your goggles. It's going to run off. When it starts drying out, it sticks to your goggles more, therefore more goggles needed. But most of these guys going a mile and 1/8 probably have 5 sets of goggles on, and what they do is they pull one down as they go, as their vision becomes impaired. You kind of have to nurse yourself a little bit. You don't want to run out of goggles, and those are the biggest challenges. And then when it's humid like this, I was a sweater. I would sweat. So when I dropped my goggles down, my goggles would fog up. So I had defogger. My valet knew to put defogger on when it was humid outside. I would sweat when it was.
I don't think I knew there was a such thing as defogger for your goggles. For that material.
Snow skiing. I had since I was a little kid.
Nice.
They make defogger. Yeah. There's a spray.
Yeah, they're going to need it. It's sticky as well, and you could faintly see that rainbow here over Saratoga. There's Kendrick Carmouche on the 7-horse Mr. Breadwinner.
This horse has raced on a sloppy racetrack, muddy racetrack. He raced on the slop the first time that he ran. Performed all right that day, but he came back and run in the mud at Aqueduct. That was last April. Came away a winner that day, so maybe this horse likes the mud a little bit.
It's kind of a racing axiom or a wives' tale. I don't know that the data is there to necessarily support it, that front runner speed types are more dangerous on wet tracks. Again, whether you agree with it or if you don't agree with it, or if the data is there to support it, but would you change strategy in these conditions?
Not unless the horse showed me that strategy that I was going to have to adapt to the style that they wanted to show that day. Listen, I rode a lot of horses in the mud in my early days up in Seattle, Washington at the old Long Acres racetrack, and it was like riding a good turf horse. You knew immediately if they liked the turf that they were running on. Horses know if they like the mud or not, and you know 3 or 4 jumps away from there whether they're enjoying it or don't want anything to do with it.
Will price discipline handle this track? Even money favorite with Flavian Pratt. For Chad Brown, it is post time for the 8th. Filing into the gate, John Embrial with the call.
for a great workout, and Boss making boss moves. Set for the start of race 8. And they're off. A good beginning for Price Discipline. Moving up on the inside is a Thrill of It. 42 Ace now advances. And on the outside it is Dangerous Edge as the field goes into the clubhouse turn. And it is Thrill of It who has the lead. 42 Ace and Price Discipline, they're together second and third. They've opened up 3 lengths on Dangerous Edge, who's running in 4th. Then comes Mr. Breadwinner next in 5th. Rhymes Like Dimes is in 6th. And then it is Great Workout next in 7th. Boss Making Boss Moves is the trailer in 8th. The quarter in the slop in 23 and 1/5 seconds. And the field is racing up the back stretch. And it is Thrill of It who leads here by a half length. 42 Ace on the outside is in 2nd. And then the favorite, Price Discipline, sitting in 3rd, 2.5 from the lead. Then we come back to Dangerous Edge, who is next in 4th. Great Workout has advanced up the inside and has moved up into 5th. Then we have Mr. Breadwinner, Rhymes Like Dimes, and Boss Making Boss Moves, the half in 47 and 1. And now it is 42 Ace who has taken over the lead. Price Discipline now makes his move and is getting closer. And Dangerous Edge is on the move on the outside. Price Discipline, Dangerous Edge, those two are now together. 42 Ace is back running in 3rd. Rhymes Like Dimes gains on the outside. And then it is Great Workout and Boss Making Boss Moves. 3/4 in 1, 12 and 1 as the field comes into the stretch. It is Dangerous Edge and Price Discipline. The two of them are heads apart. Rhymes Like Dimes next in 3rd as they pass the furlong marker. It is Price Discipline who has the lead and now kicks clear to lead by 3 by 4 lengths. A move on the outside from Boss Making Boss Moves. Rhymes Like Dimes is there. Price Discipline is the winner. Boss Making Boss Moves. Big long shot completes the exacta. And another Price. Rhymes Like Dimes finished 3rd.
Those white Seth Klarman colors, pretty clean. The rest covered in it. Price Discipline, Flavia Pratt, trainer Chad Brown, even money at post time, strikes in the 8th.
Yeah, out of this, Colt well placed early on, was laying 3rd, elected to get him to take back and get him to the outside going around the first turn. Should note this track, it's labeled as sloppy sealed, meaning that they're getting over the top of it. They're not sinking down to their ankles in sticky kind of mud right now. The internal fractions of this race, they went to 3/4 and 1/12 and change. They went 23 and some short change for the first quarter of a mile. They ran faster than they've been running some of the sprint races. Good maidens over the last couple of days been running 1:13 and 2. So the track is very glib right now.
There they are, Chad Brown, Seth Klarman. Of course, they have early voting, all set for the Jim Dandy on Saturday. Andy J.K. Price Discipline, forwardly placed today, and a different result.
You missed the real star of the show. Cousin Andrew isn't just running in the 10th race today. Cousin Andrew is going to the winner's circle. Very big day, and I know Acacia is very excited to see her close friend, Cousin Andrew. You know, I thought you made a great call with the 1, Jonathan. He loomed up like he was going to win this race. Mile and 1/8 got to him. This is a nice horse, and he was just too good for these.
Yeah, he was just better. He's lightly raced, so from a speed figure standpoint, you can have an idea of who he is, but you don't know for sure. And today he showed us who he is, and he ran, I'd imagine he'll run a faster number than he ran previously.
And also, the way the race was run, right? This race basically fell apart, and he was right on top of it. So I would actually argue that he may have run better than it even appears.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think to your point, there's 2 horses, 24-1 with the 9 Boss Making Boss Moves and the 8, 18-1 Rhymes Like Dimes. When horses like that clink up and run 2nd and 3rd, it usually tells you the pace fell apart.
Right, this was in some ways a collapse, except the horse right on top of the pace won. So sometimes even money shots, you say, nah, they weren't that good. This horse was good.
Solid today. Chad Brown had him ready. Big smile. Another trip to the winner's circle at Saratoga. 2 wins, Flavia Pratt. 2 for charging earlier, and here with Price Discipline in the 8th race. We'll have those results, 4-9, 8-1, and the stars of the 3-year-old division. Epicenter, Derby runner-up, Preakness runner-up. Aforementioned early voting, Preakness hero, hasn't raced since. That'll change on Saturday. and Zandon, third in the Kentucky Derby, unraced since. They'll all meet in the Jim Dandy on Saturday.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires, ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad. In the auction ring, his progeny continue to command top dollar. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September yearling sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners, and champions across the base.
Echo Zulu parties. Life is good. Next go, superstar.
Go to the back. Good luck. Welcome back to Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Run Happy. Eclipse champion, record-breaking speed. Run Happy now the sire of winners on all surfaces and all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. This next race will be at 1.25 miles. Flavien Prat, second winner on the afternoon. Favorite, Sharp, in victory today. Owned by Seth Klarman, standing by with Acacia in the winner's circle.
Always love an opportunity to catch up with Seth and Seth price discipline. You can see he was relatively clean as far as the rest of the field. He was up on top of the pace, and given that, really ran a valiant effort today.
Yeah, he ran really well. He's lightly raced. He's improving. We loved that there were 2 horses sort of head and head in front, so he could be a little bit clearer in third and really set up for him. But he was tough at the top of the stretch and pulled away from a good horse.
They added the blinkers today, and it seems like that helped him just really respond to Flavien right away.
I think so, yeah. Chad was pretty excited about that move.
Now, coming up this weekend, your Preakness winner, early voting, returning in the Jim Dandy. Looks like he's been training so well. Take me back to that day, you, of course, being a Baltimore native. What did that Preakness win mean to you?
It was so exciting. It was really a dream that I never imagined we could ever win a Preakness, and to have him do that as 5 years after Cloud Computing was unbelievable. He's such a nice horse, also lightly raced, improving, and we think he's training really well, but this is a monster Jim Dandy.
All the big players in there, and speaking of a big player, I know he's no longer owned by you, but Cousin Andrew coming back a little bit later today, and the reason for his name, Cousin Andrew, here on track with us today.
My Cousin Andrew is here, and when he turned 50, he said, if you could, name a horse after me, and that was an easy one. Now his brother Bill would also like a horse, so we're all looking forward to see what we come up with for that.
Cannot wait to see it. As always, appreciate it, Seth.
Good to see you.
Congratulations to the Klarman team. As Cousin Andrew, maybe we have Cousin Bill to look forward to, Lafitte.
Yeah, he's opened Pandora's box with that one. That'll be never ending. Price discipline,
I have
420. You what?
Arthur's brother, Bill.
Arthur's brother, Bill?
Yes.
There you go. Boss making boss moves, rhymes like dimes. 24-1, 18-1. Price discipline. Owned by Seth Klarman, Gary. And I think it's important to emphasize how many owners that have horses, if they had the points to qualify for the Kentucky Derby, would have raced in the Kentucky Derby. And the patience displayed by Klarman with both cloud computing and early voting and how it paid off in the end.
Yeah, and it does. It always pays off. Patience in this game, I don't care if you're a jockey, a trainer, or a horse owner. If you're patient with your horses, whether you're riding a race, training a horse, or waiting for someone to come, patience always wins in this game, 90% of the time.
You don't have to be patient to wait for a Travers prep races this weekend. You have the Curlin tomorrow, 3-year-olds, and on Saturday, the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. 59th running of the Grade 2. Jim Dandy, fields run yesterday, just 5 of them. 3-year-olds running 1 mile and 1/8. There it is, big names. Number 2, Epicenter. Number 4, Preakness winner, Early Voting. Number 5, Zandon, 3rd place finisher in the Kentucky Derby, Gary. This is his latest work on Saturday over the Oklahoma training track. What are you noticing from Zandon in terms of his breeze, his prep as he gets ready for the Jim Dandy?
That he's improved, it looks like to me. Here's another horse they were patient with. He hasn't been seen since the Kentucky Derby. Rested, then brought back for his start in this race to prepare for the Travers Stakes. I love the way this horse has been working, getting over the ground good. He hasn't been working in company, been working on his own. Big, strong, long gallop outs. I think that this horse has probably improved. He ran a huge race in the Kentucky Derby. He was kind of pinched in, tight spot going into the first turn. He was a long ways back with the early fractions of the Kentucky Derby. Came running, winds up getting beaten a length and a half for everything. I'm looking for a big race from him.
5 furlongs, 101.95, thanks to our friends at XBTV. Zandon revving his engines over the Oklahoma training track. He's come from far back in the Bluegrass. He closed in the Derby to be 3rd. Zandon and his stablemate, Andy and JK. What are we expecting from the Preakness winner in the Jim Dandy on Saturday?
I think we're expecting good races by all these horses. And, yeah, they want to win the Travers, but they want to win this race too, and they want to show that they've improved. And I think that's the key for all these horses. Have they shown improvement since their respective last starts?
Yeah, and I would think that they probably all have improved. That's the funny part about it, why I think it's going to be such an interesting race on Saturday. I think Epicenter's taken a step forward. I think Zandon has taken a step forward. And I think that, early voting as well.
I think early voting is the one who has clearly shown that he has gotten better with each start. If you look at them from a speed figure standpoint, each one gets better. I think you have to ask a reasonable question and they're going to get better with time, but if Epicenter and Zandon plateaued a little bit in their last starts. Now, I'm a big Epicenter fan, don't get me wrong, and I think Steve Asmussen's going to get some speed back into him as well. But I think they need to show more than early voting, because if early voting improves from his Beyer speed figure 105 last time, they're in trouble, Johnny.
Yeah, and the hard part about early voting for me is that I would have liked for Epicenter and him to look each other in the eye around the quarter pole and see who was best. And unfortunately, that didn't happen because Epicenter was too far back. I'm interested to see what's going to happen on Saturday, because I would predict that Epicenter will be in front of early voting early.
Well, yeah, I think you get a chance to see that in theory on Saturday, even if early voting's in front. They're going to get together in theory. Early voting did very well at the draw. Zandon did well too, but it mattered more for early voting in Epicenter. He's faster than Epicenter that we're seeing now. But he's also very comfortable rating, and I think Chad Brown's very comfortably rates. But I still think they're supposed to come out of the gate going forward, because he gets out of the gate like a shot. And if Epicenter isn't aggressive and doesn't have the same speed, I don't think you're supposed to take away his natural advantage. Is that fair?
No, I would completely agree with you. And I think the most exciting thing about the Jim Dandy is I would predict that all 3 of these horses, no matter where they run in this race, outside of like last, are going to all show back up in the Travers. We can kind of see it all over again.
No, I agree. This is a very exciting Jim Dandy.
Fascinated to see what happens just as the gates open, Gary, in this cat and mouse game that could take place between Joel Rosario, Epicenter, Jose Ortiz on early voting.
Well, it's advantage to early voting with the way the draw went, exactly as Andy said. He's quicker than Epicenter, but I don't think Epicenter is going to be far away. Is he fast enough? I don't think either one of these riders want to go into that turn and into the backside going head and head. Somebody's got to have the lead. Somebody's got to be sitting off. And the logical one is early voting. Where's he going to go? Is he going to stay out off of the fence and force Joel to stay down inside on the epicenter and then ride him tight going into the far turn? It's going to be a tactical race, very tactical. These short fields always are, especially when you've got 3 horses that on paper they're hard to separate.
And Acacia, like, nobody deserves anything in horse racing. No horse deserves anything, but it is hard not to pull for Epicenter after that second place finish in the Derby and in the Preakness.
He had a tough go of it, indeed, Laffy. And in that Kentucky Derby, it looked like he was poised to be the winner and ran a terrific race, only to be run down by the 80-1 shot in Rich Strike. To me, and I wasn't there in person prior to the Preakness, but he looked like he was a little tired after that Kentucky Derby, and I think that showed with how he broke in the Preakness. And given that effort, and the fact that they put him on the shelf after that, skipping the Belmont Stakes and pointing to this Jim Dandy instead, I think it's given Epicenter the opportunity to kind of flourish and fill into himself and just kind of bounce back. I think Andy's point about the fact that maybe he's lost a little bit of his speed, maybe that speed has been dulled a little bit in his connections being keen to give him the opportunity to rate. Now, he had his most recent work on the 25th when he went 49-2 in the morning. Unfortunately, that work not available on XBTV, but his work 2 weeks ago, he started behind a much overmatched mate and just absolutely cruised so easily past that one. He Paddock schooled in here yesterday along with Jackie's Warrior, another big star for Steve Asmussen, and looked like a horse Epicenter did that has really just had an opportunity to fill out and looking for a strong second half of his 3-year-old season. He's the one that I am really looking forward to seeing this weekend and seeing if he takes that steps forward and maybe gets his time to shine in the spotlight, Laffy.
And Steve Asmussen, he emphasized coming off the 2 hard races, the Derby, the Preakness. He said this is his first race back. We are using this as a prep, moving towards the Travers, and he should really move forward based on his effort in the Jim Dandy, moving towards the Travers.
I think his prep is going to be very, very good. I think his prep is going to be better than what we saw in the Preakness, and I think he'll take another step forward going into the Travers. And I think the same with early voting and Zandon. I think all 3 of them will run extremely well. I think they'll run better than they did in their previous race, and I think they'll take another step forward for the barn burner.
The chase for a 3-year-old championship is wide open. 3 different winners of the Derby, Preakness, Belmont, and it will be decided at Saratoga this summer and on Saturday. The Jim Dandy is on Fox. Early voting, Preakness winner, Zandon, Epicenter, some of the best 3-year-olds in the country going head-to-head. The Jim Dandy on Fox Saturday. Coverage begins at 4:30 Eastern. So our coverage continues on Saratoga Live. You're looking at cold, hard cash. 9-5 favorite for this upcoming 9th race off the turf. On the main track, 1.25 miles the distance. 1.25 miles for this 9th race on the main track here at the Spa.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratner and takes the lead.
You're watching Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com today. It's that bright out. We had an absolute downpour about 30 minutes ago, and for that reason, these horses in the 9th race will not be running on grass. They're on the main track. The distance is 1.25 miles, hence the defections. Numbers 3, 4, 5, 7, 10, all out of this 9th race at Saratoga. We check in with Jonathan and Andy standing by. Guys, what'd you come up with this night?
I think it's important in these races to take a broad view and understand that there are horses, and we appreciate the connections staying in this race in the dirt, and it's a big purse race, but they wanted to run the turf, that are taking money because of their turf form. These are horses like A Journey to Freedom, Tide of the Sea. They're getting bet. Even the number 6, Awfully Naughty. Now listen, one of them might really like the dirt, but it's pretty unlikely they will. And you've got horses that have established dirt form, like Cold Hard Cash, who I don't think is a great bet at 9-5, even though I picked him. But, I mean, this horse has an 80-something buyer at 1 1/8 miles at Saratoga. This is 1.25 miles this race. He has shown the stamina to run well in the dirt. He's got stamina on the turf, and I think he's the horse to beat, though I didn't think he'd be 9-5. I thought the entry would be favored.
Yeah, I mean, the two, he's run the dirt a few times. He's run well. I thought the entry was the way that I wanted to go, mostly because of the 1A. I thought the 1A Pioneer Spirit for the Cantor Mossies, this is a horse who's run well on the dirt, has some tactical speed, has speed figures that suggest that if he runs back to those, he could be tough, and he's run well on an off track, a track with some moisture in it. So a lot of my thoughts were to go with the 1A.
Yeah, again, one thing that matters a concern, I ran 6 days ago. And that some people bothers them probably more than you and I do. Parsimony's okay. The problem with Parsimony is, and Merton and Kensermachi, their barn is on fire. But he claimed this horse from Danny Gargan. He is not an easy guy to claim from. Now, he also has some back races to get it done as well. I kind of agree with you, the other half's the entry's the better part. What about Roderick? He has that good race. In fact, one of the better speed figures he ever ran at 1.25 miles, 2 back. And he's probably the speed, but do we really trust him to get 1.25 miles in here?
If he gets loose, they'll all get 1.25 miles if they get loose. But I will say this about...
wasn't helping in the last race.
No, I completely agree. Maybe he won't have to go as fast, going a little bit shorter last time. Maybe he'll kind of get to be able to gallop around there and go in 25 and 50.
But Johnny can't let them get away. He's got to be close with Cold Hard Cash.
I would think so. But I will say this about Phil Bauer. He had a sneaky good year last year. And if I'm not mistaken, he took advantage of some MTO spots like this last year as well, getting horses in that just kind of overmatch the field. The problem is that the 1A, I think, is probably equal to him from a dirt standpoint.
But I think, and Lafitte, I know you're not good at math, but an interesting thing about Roderick is he's got 2 wins at 5 furlongs, so you put them together, and it's 10 furlongs, today's distance, right? 5 plus 5 is 10.
Do you hear that?
I did.
You're going to let him get away with that?
What did I say about those jockeys dealing with sloppy racetracks and bad conditions? You got to just deal with it. I'll just deal with it. Bad conditions, you deal with it.
Cold Hard Cash, 9-5. That's where you're going to wind up, yes? Number 2?
No, I didn't say that. You said, who do I like? And I said, I like the 2. I like the 1A. And what's interesting is Michael McCarthy with Awfully Naughty shipping in from Belmont, then at Churchill Downs, has never performed on dirt, never performed on a muddy track, and he's showing the confidence to keep Awfully Naughty in here. And Awfully Naughty's being played right now at 9-2. Well, they're playing everybody.
Awfully Naughty. Jose Ortiz called to post here for this upcoming 9th race in a post-parade brewing off the turf of the main track, 1.25 miles. Cold Hard Cash and the wet track experience. See him again in the post parade. The entry, Parsimony. The rain arrived just in time, main track only.
Speed, I think, like Jonathan, the 1A is a stronger app, but both of them can win.
Pioneer Spirit, 2 for 1. You're getting 4 to 1.
Yeah, he's coming off a second place finish to a runoff winner. He did run just 6 days ago.
Cold Hard Cash will break from the rail.
Yeah, I think Andy nailed it. Johnny's got to be forward with this horse. I think he will be. That's kind of what Johnny did in his entire career. Put horses forward that need to be there.
9-5 favorite. Number 6, Awfully Naughty. Jose Ortiz riding for Michael McCarthy.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a concern. This horse has run 10 times in his career. He's never stepped foot on the dirt. I think it's one of those deals like, Michael McCarthy shipped him out here. Let's just let him run, see if we can pick up a check.
He's a shorter price in the dirt than he would have been on the turf. How's that?
Tied to the seat, pictured. First after the claim, Tom Morley.
And this is another one that just feels like long on the turf was what they wanted. But, hey, we got him in here. Let's go ahead and run him.
Speed too, right? Potentially.
Speed and Tied to the Sea. A Journey to Freedom, last seen in the Grade 3 Louisville on grass at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, I'm going to be surprised when this guy's effective on the dirt. I won't be shocked. But for the most part, horses that are getting bet based on turf form in these races, you're supposed to bet against. And you're supposed to lean on the horses that have run in the dirt in their careers.
Roderick will be out. We have him. There he is. Main track only, 5 to 1.
He's going to be speed. The distance is a bit of a question for him. We'll see if he gets loose because there are enough tertiary speeds that it's hard to see his pace being super slow.
The field for this 9th race looks a lot different than it did about 45 minutes ago. Off the turf of the main track, 1.25 mile distance. Awfully Naughty, there he is. And trainer Michael McCarthy trained some good ones. City of Light, the first that comes to mind, a Pegasus winner. Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner. And what he's accomplished during the course of his career, of course, the biggest moment last spring, that victory with Rombauer in the Preakness Stakes with Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, hard worker, comes from the Todd Pletcher School of Training. So that's the trickle-down effect
That
of the
coaching tree.
of the Wayne Lucas coaching. And his barn, you walk into it, and the only reason that you know that you're in Michael McCarthy's barn and not Todd Pletcher's is because of the MM on his stall webbings.
Before the 2018 Breeders' Cup, I believe he said early that year, Michael McCarthy, his goal was he wanted a runner in the Breeders' Cup. That was his goal. He wanted a runner in the Breeders' Cup. Not only did he wind up with horses in the Breeders' Cup, I believe it was 4 or 5 of them, he wound up winning a Breeders' Cup event with the City of Light. And what a terrific job he did with City of Light. What a phenomenal talent as an individual. Michael McCarthy, terrific trainer, and we'll see how he does here at Saratoga.
You know, a lot of people, including myself, questioned his moving back to the West Coast. He was raised just about a half a mile from Santa Anita Racetrack, right where the Arboretum is. We became very, very good friends early on, and his work ethic is second to none. But, you know, with the lower field sizes in Southern California and just starting out with, you know, he had some clients that came with him, and he had a fair start and everything, but he had a lot of young horses, and he had to start fresh. And the success that he's had, to me, I know it hasn't been overnight, but it seems overnight from the quality of horses that he has in his stable right now. It's been a huge meteoric climb.
And Acacia, what are you noticing from McCarthy's runner here? Awfully Naughty pictured.
Well, like all of his runners, Lafitte, this horse is beautifully turned out. They always show up looking a picture, even if you maybe have some questions about them. And of course, the question is the surface for Awfully Naughty. But shortcut blinkers go on. And this horse got a big warm-up out there on the track under Jose Ortiz. He gave him a big gallop, then he stopped and he stood and he just kind of took in the scenes, and now he's kind of giving him a nice extended jog there too. I really liked the warm-up that I saw from Awfully Naughty on the racetrack, and it seems that Jose was keen on keeping him moving and keeping him going forward, getting him into the bridle, and he's done exactly that. As it seemed last time, he just was pretty flat in the stretch last time when he moved up into a position where he could potentially be effective. Will he handle the dirt? I'm not sure. He got over it well in this warm-up here, and for what it's worth, has trained over the main track in preparation for this race. The two Cold Hard Cash, I know he's a short price. To me, it made sense. He looks like a horse that wants to go the distance. He's just one of those animals that's big everywhere. He's got a lot of size, a lot of substance to him. He got over the track well under John Velasquez. He's not going to be too far off of it. He is one who can get a little bit revved up prior to his race, and after this rain, it has gotten pretty humid out here. So if you see him getting hot on track, it's not a negative. It's pretty normal for a Cold Hard Cash, who always is pretty aggressive in his warm-ups prior to the race. As we go to the number 11, Roderick, the distance is a big question for me. Physically, he's probably the one that I like best overall, and he does look like a tried and true dirt horse. I just really question if he wants to go 1.25 miles, but he's super, super fit. Another one that got a good warm-up under Junior Alvarado. He's got the speed. Let's see how far he can take it. Lafitte?
Distance and surface, the question with so many of these, Andy, you often point out in these types of races, they're not wagered on properly. What are you noticing in terms of how the wagering has gone with this off-the-turf main track race?
I mean, I don't think this race is wildly overbet. I think that the 6 and 9 are probably slight underlays in here as the entry, the 2 and 11 to a lesser extent are the right 3 horses. But, Jonathan, I don't think this race is wildly overbet. Sometimes you'll see these races and the horses. See, these horses haven't run in the dirt yet, so who knows? Sometimes you'll see and they've run a couple times on dirt and they haven't been able to stand up.
But the other mistake I see often in these types of races is the overbetting of MTOs, where they act like just because they're MTO, they're going to gallop around there. That's not always the case.
That's why I picked the 2 in here. I thought maybe some people wouldn't recognize how good he is in the dirt. So I just thought he was the best horse in the race. 2-1 seems like a fair price on him.
On Cold Hard Cash with John Velasquez filing into the gate. John Ambrial with the call. 1.25 miles, 9th race at Saratoga.
And the rough. Cold Hard Cash from the inside, from mid-pack moving up now, is Tide of the Sea. And from the outside, there goes Roderick. Roderick, Tide of the Sea, right together. A Journey to Freedom. And on the outside, it is Pioneer Spirit. Cold Hard Cash is down at the rail. Then Parsimony and the trailer is Awfully Naughty in 7th as the field goes into the clubhouse turn. And the leader here is Tide of the Sea through a quarter in the slop in 23 and 2/5 seconds. It is Tide of the Sea on top. With Roderick running in second. And down on the inside is a Cold Hard Cash. And on the outside is a Pioneer Spirit. As they race up the backstretch now, it is Tide of the Sea, challenged here by Roderick. Pioneer Spirit, Cold Hard Cash. Those two are right together, 3rd and 4th. Then a Journey to Freedom and Parsimony. And farther back in the field is Awfully Naughty. The half-mile went in 47 and 3/5 seconds. And it's still long shot Tide of the Sea by 3/4 of a length. Roderick, Cold Hard Cash giving chase, 2nd and 3rd. On the outside is a Pioneer Spirit, who's now moving up a bit from 4th. And then comes a Journey to Freedom. Awfully Naughty, who was last, has gained some ground now and has moved up a couple of spots. 3/4 in 12 and 2. It is Tide of the Sea, challenged here by Roderick. Roderick now takes the lead. Tide of the Sea is back running in second. And then it is Cold Hard Cash. On the inside, a Journey to Freedom. Roderick, Cold Hard Cash, they are right together. As they come down for the 8th pole, Cold Hard Cash has now taken the lead from Roderick. It is Cold Hard Cash in front. Then Roderick, Tide of the Sea, trying to get back in it again on the inside. Then comes Pioneer Spirit. No doubt about the winner here, Cold Hard Cash, who stepped away at the end. Cold Hard Cash won by 4. And it's a photo for second between Pioneer Spirit and Tide of the Sea. Awfully Naughty was 4th.
A sharp, a dominant victory, I should say. Cold Hard Cash. Nobody's done it better, longer at Saratoga than Johnny Velasquez. The favorite, 2-1. Well done, Acacia and Andy. Cold Hard Cash runs away from him in the stretch, Gary.
And no horse has done any better on wet track than Cold Hard Cash. It's now 6 for 6 of being 1, 2, 3. That's his second win, 2 seconds, 2/3 on a wet racetrack, and dominated this group here.
Not exactly poetry in motion, but widening late. John Velasquez, 11 shy of 1,000 wins at Saratoga. 11 shy of 1,000 wins at Saratoga. It's incredible.
It is incredible, and I'd say he's about 1 to 5 to get that here.
He'll get there. He'll get there. John Velasquez here with Cold Hard Cash. Andy, well done.
Well, I don't know, picking 2 to 1 shots, well done, but thanks. The reality is 2 to 1's an overlay on this horse. He's the best horse, and he was the one horse, and you know, of the 3, the 1, the 2, the 11, that you knew would have no problem in the distance.
Yeah, and that's what you have to try to do in these races when they come off the turf. You got to try to identify who's going to appreciate when they come off the turf, who's going to appreciate the dirt. And like you said, he'd had a lot of races that he's run well on the dirt. He just happens to act well on the turf as well. And I think that 2 to 1 is fair. You can make a living betting 2 to 1 shots if they win at this rate.
Yeah, he was a very logical horse, maybe almost too logical in this race, and John Velasquez rode him like he could never lose. I said to you around the turn, is Johnny too confident, or is this horse just going to win by 5? And I think we saw what happened.
Easily the best here. John Velasquez, Cold Hard Cash, 2186, 2186. Cold Hard Cash in the 9th race here at Saratoga, now a 6-time winner and second on a wet track. Stay tuned for those results. 9 down, 1 left, Saratoga, and looking ahead to the weekend, 3-year-olds in the Jim Dandy and one of the most exciting thoroughbreds in training. Jackie's Warrior, there he is, schooling yesterday. The reigning champion sprinter seeking another Grade 1 victory in the Alfred G. Vanderbilt. Stay tuned.
Every breeder hopes to leave a lasting genetic legacy. It's one of the few true paths to immortality. The importance, permanence, and legacy of Alapa is best understood by the influence of Prince Palatine. To put Prince Palatine's significance and that of the farm into a proper perspective, every stallion at Alapa traces their parentage back to Prince Palatine. Hill and Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious.
New for Saratoga, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of 3 selected races on the Saratoga card each Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of the meet to win big. Go to NYRA.com/triple play for more details.
What rain? You're watching Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with NYRA Bets. Get started at NYRABets.com today. Cold Hard Cash, Johnny Velasquez. We check in with Acacia in the winner's circle.
Ready when you are, Bobby. Pleased to be joined by winning jockey John Velasquez here. Johnny, you took some mud, but not too much. Tell me about Cold Hard Cash. It really was sitting in that perfect spot and just ready to pounce.
Well, we knew it was a couple of speed horses, and they ran in the dirt anyway. And my horse ran well on the dirt, but I was a little question for me and Ma on a quarter, so I wanted to make sure I cover up a little bit, get to relax the first spot, and have him finish, and it worked out really well.
We all found out just a couple races ago that these last couple of races taken off the turf, an adjustment for handicappers, but for the riders as well. And tell me about having to kind of change the game plan at the last minute.
It does, but again, you know, so I handicapped the race for the grass, and then you have to handicap the race for the dirt. Once everything is scratched and you know and do the handicap for the race, you got to change everything. It says I thought he'd probably be on the lead on the grass, and this time I'm on a quarter on the dirt, so I totally changed my strategy from the grass to the dirt. So I know it's a couple of horses that run really well in the dirt and have some speed, so it's like I'm going to try to save him. I mean, again, these horses, I don't think they can go that far, a mile and a quarter in the dirt. So I say if I can save him for the last quarter of a mile and have him running, and it worked out.
And we see all the goggles on your helmet and an exciting attraction for a lot of the kids at the racetrack here, but an important piece of it for the jockeys. Tell me about what you have to think about with your goggles during the race.
And in a track like this, the dirt gets, or the mud sticks to the goggles really quickly. So as soon as you get hit, you got to pull one down and try to, you know, see where you're going and pull the next one down, and hopefully you have enough goggles, you know, to come down the lane. By the time I got to the back stretch, I had to pull two goggles down, and I went to the middle of two horses where not much dirt was hitting him. So I was like, I got to save some goggles for the end. And then I got so close to the horses in front of me that the dirt was not hitting me, it was hitting the horse. So I saved some goggles.
Did it well, and an impressive winner here to ration out that speed. Well done, Johnny.
Thank you very much.
John Velasquez with the win on Cold Hard Cash, and as always, some terrific insight from the Hall of Famer.
Great stuff from Johnny V. Acacia, Cold Hard Cash. Gary, it's not just the talent, the races won, the multiple Kentucky Derbies. It's who he is in the jocks room as a leader and everything he's done for the permanently disabled Jockeys Fund as well.
Yeah, not just the jocks room, but the whole United States. He is chairman, co-chairman with Mike Smith of the Jockeys Guild, so he's very involved in all the decision making that goes on with the Jockeys Guild. So when the new HISA rule started and all the new changes and the riding crop rules and everything, Johnny is front and center there. He stands up tall for his fellow riders, not just here in New York, but clear across the country. Proud of him. He's a strong-willed man. And also the Permanent Disabled Jockeys Fund. If it wasn't for Johnny Velasquez and the team that he's helped put together, Permanent Disabled Jockeys Fund would not be in the position or where they are today.
A terrific role model for young riders. John Velasquez, 11 shy of 1,000 career wins here at Saratoga. It's incredible. It feels like Jackie's Warriors won about 1,000 grade ones at this point. He is the reigning champion sprinter. And we get to see him on Saturday, one of the most exciting thoroughbreds in training. Jackie's Warrior, 1-5 in the Grade 1 Alfred G. Vanderbilt. Andy, J.K., it might not look like the most competitive race on paper, but just the opportunity to see a thoroughbred this dominant, this fast, this exciting.
I smoked out Jackie's Warrior here. I think he looks pretty good.
He looks tough.
He does.
He does look tough in here.
Yeah, he jumped right off the page at me. He's good, and I'm going to say I've been wrong about him this year. I was a suspect of him. I didn't love his other races. His race in the True North was a joke. I mean, the Carver's horses are getting sick of getting beaten up by him. Reinvestment risk. I think this was sound money that took a beating. He ran his little heart out. Jackie's Warrior just laughed at him.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I've tried a few times to beat this horse, and every time I've tried to beat him, he's stuffed me into a locker. He is a gritty, hard-trying, fast horse. Now, I will say, I don't think he's invincible, like he's an invincible sprinter.
No, I agree.
I think, you run into this year's version of Life is Good. If he were to ever run into Flightline, if he were to be cutting back or something, I think he'd have his hands full, don't get me wrong. But the horses he's facing on Saturday, he should run them off the screen.
He can only get himself beaten in here. He's too good, and he's a terrific horse. You think about, a horse who wins Grade 1s at 2, Grade 1s at 3, and Grade 1s at 4. He's the real deal.
Jackie's Warrior, perhaps the race of the year last year. That Alan Jerkins, Gary, he and Life is Good going head-to-head on the undercard of the Travers, and up out of your seat moment here at Saratoga. But here he is now back at Saratoga and breezing a half mile in 48.41. Jackie's Warrior tuning up for the Grade 1 Vanderbilt.
And this is literally like a 2-minute lick for him. That's how fast he is. I know why Andy was suspect of him after his comeback race at Oakland Park this winter, early spring. I'd watched him work out of the starting gate. He was carrying quite a bit of weight, and Steve wasn't cranking on him. He knew he was in for a long haul this whole summer to get to where we're at right now, and he let him get himself fit, and that's just how good an athlete this is. I love this horse. It's fun to watch. He's got one of the coolest heads. I mean, he just looks smart. Everything about it. He's smart, he's fast, and he's good looking.
And the fact that as talented as he is, like the class, he'll dig and he'll fight. Like you shove Jackie's Warrior, he's going to shove you right back, and almost seems to thrive in those pitch battles like we saw with Life is Good last year in the King's Bishop. Alan Jerkins.
He's going to get you down on the ground, and then he's going to kick you. Like when he's running away, sprinting away from them in mid stretch, that's him bullying them a little bit.
He's just awesome. Jackie's Warrior seeking another Grade 1 victory. Big Saturday of racing coming up with the Jim Dandy and the 3-year-olds, the sprinters in the Vanderbilt. All eyes on Jackie's Warrior, gearing up for a monster couple of days in the weekend here at Saratoga Racecourse. One left, the 10th in 18 minutes.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Standing at Gainesway.
There's no doubt that Kentucky breds are number one.
We never could compete with New York and Florida and all those tracks.
We needed a boost, and HHR has given us that boost. The purses that the Kentucky breds are now running for matches how dominant they are. We really have an opportunity to create new jobs and new tax revenue for the state on a year-round basis.
This is just the beginning. I don't think anybody has any idea how good it's going to get.
On June 6, 2019, a new chapter began at Alapa when Hillendale transferred its operations to the famed Kentucky Station and Thoroughbred Nursery in Paris, Kentucky, on a farm that traces its origins to 1827.
All the essential things have been done.
3 years later, owner John Sikora couldn't be more proud.
You know, we're trying to be progressive, thoughtful, and respectful to what's already been here, the intent of the farm, along with, trying to become efficient and modern.
The 1,400-acre Alapa is driven by its owner John Sikora's passion to return the landmark farm to its original glory. The extensive restoration includes building a brand new breeding shed out of stone and concrete, matching the training barn that's been converted to be a stallion barn and now houses a roster of world-class stallions. Hillendale also built 8 new barns, plus adding landscaping and building tens of miles of fence, plus adding roads and utilities. Sikora appreciates the daily inspiration the farm gives him.
There's the ruins of an old dairy barn, which is it's like a beautiful relic. It's peaceful and quiet. There's waterfall ponds behind the house, behind the office. There's many unique, peaceful, great parts of the farm that create peace and a sense of understanding where you are and how unique the farm is.
He also enjoys visiting the Stallion barn in the evening when it's quiet and peaceful.
The horses are looking outside their stall, looking outside the windows. You know, there's like 4,600 windows in the Stallion barn. You know, they can look outside, and it's very, very, very natural, peaceful to them. And you know, when I look at this barn too, I feel all the history and the great horses that were here. Great champions were all raised and broke and trained here.
Sakura is now focused on making new history at Alapa.
You know, when you think of all that living history, it makes you respectful of the barn and who's been housed there, and then also a responsibility of trying to keep that same standard and try to move it forward and be historic in what we do, so that when someone would look back 50 years from now, they have a feeling of obligation for them to do the same here.
Incredible scenics. Absolutely stunning. Alapa, as always, our coverage brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Saratoga live on what looks like a gorgeous day here. Not the case about an hour ago. An absolute downpour, in case you're just joining us. Washing the 9th and 10th races off the turf onto the main track. Sloppy main track, 5.5 furlong sprint. Those still opting to run, pictured. Scratch numbers 5, 6, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. We check in with Acacia with this race 10 paddock report, starting with Ginsu Warrior drawn inside. Acacia.
Yes, and we'll get to him momentarily, Lafitte. But do note, too, there was an additional late scratch. Those horses came into the paddock here of the number 5, Zealand. He did not make his way over to the paddock for this race, so an additional late scratch of the 5, Zealand. But starting with Ginsu Warrior down to the inside, a horse that does actually boast a win on the main track at Horseshoe Indy back in 2021, has been running on the turf recently. But this horse, as he goes out for trainer Tom Morley, will cut back in distance a little bit as well to the 5.5 furlongs after running a little bit more elongated sprint distances. He is a stocky, burly type of individual. He carries a lot of good condition. I like him going shorter, though. I like him as a sprinter. I think that suits him well. One thing that does concern me, given his physicality and given how much condition he just carry, is how he will get over this wet track. But that being said, he is very, very strong, and he's already shown he can handle the dirt before the front wraps do go on, but you will see that quite often with horses as they will run on a wet track, particularly horses that are meant to be running on the turf. As we take a look at the number 2, Cousin Andrew, we learned a little bit earlier today about the origin of his name, and Cousin Andrew, a horse that also boasts a win on the main track. In fact, broke his maiden on the dirt here at Saratoga. He's one that has also blossomed with being with Linda Rice as far as his weight and his condition that he carries. But typically Linda's horses do carry a little bit more substance and a little bit more condition. And it's funny, I actually never thought that he looked overly in his physicality like a turf horse, so I really don't mind him going back to the main track in here today. One thing I do question, though, is the 5.5 furlongs, if that may just be a little bit too sharp for him, as he does have some length to his frame and again, that size and substance, but he's very fit once again, and obviously when he was with Chad Brown, he was very proficient on the main track. The number 7, Lord Gatling, first off the claim for Robert Caceres, did actually have a little bit of turf pedigree on the bottom side, so I was a bit intrigued by seeing how he might potentially take to the turf today, but we'll have to wait and see, as he will run on the main track where he does come off of a win on a muddy sealed track at Belmont Park. He has a little bit of a flatter type of hoof, and sometimes when the track is sealed, it can kind of mimic almost a turf course in the way that the bounce and his Gary had mentioned earlier, kind of getting over the top of it, and that physicality in horses that maybe sometimes tend to appreciate the turf a little bit more can get over a sealed track better. But he's very fit, a lighter frame type. I think he will appreciate these conditions as we check in with Andy and Jonathan. Thanks,
Acacia. I mean, I think they're betting the race pretty much right. I think Cousin Andrew's the horse to beat in here. He's the best dirt horse in the race. And, you know, someone will look and say, well, what about his sloppy sealed track race in May? Okay, he's coming off a 7-month layoff, and that was a big speed track that day, and I believe he's up against it in that field. And I just think he's probably the best horse in the race. I'm not in love with him, but I think he's the horse to beat.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he has good races on the dirt. and that's what we have to try to identify is which one of these horses is going to handle the dirt. I thought the 7 Lord Gatling made a little bit of sense. I don't love the trainer change. Bill Morey, a high percentage trainer. Clasaros obviously not as high percentage, but this is a horse who has some tactical speed, can find the front end, and I think will appreciate the cutback a little bit too. This horse went 7 furlongs last time, now cutting back. I think we'll appreciate that as well.
Right, if he wins and he's somewhere around 9-2, people are going to say he's a massive overlay because he just won in a wet track. And I suppose it's possible. I don't like the fields he's running against, and I don't love horses claimed from Bill Morey. I like this horse of the turf, Acacia was mentioning. This is a very interesting horse. And Bob Glaceras clearly claimed this horse to run in the turf. But he's not impossible. And at 9-2, he's a fair price. The 16 is also a logical horse. This is a very good for Linda Rice. She won last race with the off the turf, and now she's got the 2 choices in this race. The problem with Storm Shooter is he has just been kind of a phony this year. He has not been good, but this is a good spot for Irad to try to blast off with him.
Yeah, the issue I have with him is a lot of his good dirt races I think most people are looking for were for other connections. Rob Atcherson, Todd Pletcher. And it's not that Linda can't win at the rate that they can. I'm not saying that at all. But once moving to Linda's barn, she had the idea of putting him on turf, and that didn't work out. He didn't run particularly well that day. So I'm a little bit ice cold there, and you're going to kind of get that over-bet MTO situation here as well.
He's got to go. He's got to just send this horse to the front. It's his best chance. To me, the value in this race, the board stands now, and he's not such a short price, is to pitch the 1 Ginsu Warrior. He's not a dirt horse. His dirt races are atrocious. I mean, it's fair to say the best race from a figure standpoint he ever ran was his debut at 5 furlongs when he was at Brad Cox barn. But he improved in the turf, and he's taking money based on his turf races, and his dirt races are just not good enough to compete.
I think in the last race we had the example of a off the turf race that was kind of bet accurately.
Right.
I think this horse is an example of one of those turf horses that's being bet a little bit too
right.
much.
He probably should be 12-1.
Exactly.
Right. Not that he can't win, but he probably should be 12-1. I'm Moto here. I went 2-16-7. We'll see how things play out.
Moto for Andy. Linda Rice looking to go back-to-back. Have a chance to see the favorite on the outside. Storm Shooter, Irad Ortiz. How aggressive will he be right off the bat? Storm Shooter 2-1. This $35,000 claimer. Non-winners to lifetime. 5.5 furlongs in the slop. We start with the aforementioned Ginsu Warrior.
He's got pedigree for turf. He improved for Tom Morley, claiming for the turf. Tom left him in and took a shot. I think he's overbet.
Cut back in trip. Number 2, Cousin Andrew, 5-2.
This horse has won on the dirt. This horse has been in the exacta 5 times on the dirt. Makes a lot of sense in here.
Kendrick Carmouche. Then number 3, Deregulation. The English gelding stays in.
His dirt races were off the turf races going long and not good enough to compete here.
Jose Gomez looking for a 3rd win of the meet. Frozen Funds at 15-1. And Hector Diaz.
Yeah, just doesn't have any dirt races to help me endorse this horse.
You get a picture of Hector so we can show everybody Hector Diaz? So, you guys get on that?
Hector Diaz is a good rider.
He is a good rider.
A very good rider.
Rode Bleecker Street to a stakes victory at Tampa. Lord Gatling at 4-1.
Yeah, Louis Cardenas not riding, so Jalen Samuel is the. But listen, you could do worse than this horse at 4-1. I pick him 3rd, but he's a fair price.
Cool layout bound out. Nature Boy in. Trevor McCarthy rides.
This horse is named for Jonathan Kinchin, actually. Most people don't know that. He looks too slow.
Is there a story behind that?
I mean, he's a man of nature, right?
Courageous Ola. 25-1.
I'm not a man of nature. Over a certain temperature, I'm not having a great time. I'm sweating right now. It's very hot.
You're sweating. You're wearing your pajamas over there, and I'm wearing a suit, and you're complaining.
The favorite Storm Shooter, Moto, 2-1.
Look, I mean, this horse is going to take some money as an MTO, has some good dirt races, but they were for previous connections. And at a short price, I think you're probably better served looking elsewhere. Wouldn't be shocked if this horse wins. I just think there's some other options.
For those wondering what the term moto means, it's an old racetrack term, master of the obvious.
2-1. Storm Shooter, leading rider Irad Ortiz, the field for this 10th race, $35,000 claimers, non-winners to lifetime, 5.5 furlongs in the slop. Gary, what'd you think?
Well, I'm going to land on the 7 horse here, I think. It's got speed. It's run well on an off track. Keep him clean. Coming off a little bit of a layoff. Workouts are, well, just okay. Tough to read the workouts at Belmont Park, but I'm these off the turf things blow my mind as far as handicapping. It's very difficult.
challenging, even with the surface switches and all the scratches. How different are these tracks? When you first started, we would see, and it would pour, that heavy, almost bottomless type of wet racetracks compared to what we look at now when they're sealed tight and most of the water is right on top of the surface.
They've made so many advances, and there are different types of dirt with different mixtures of sand and clay, and depending on where that sand comes from or dirt, whatever it may be, the dirt in Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas is totally different than the dirt here on the East Coast. It's totally different than what you have on the West Coast. And horses handle different surfaces completely different, and I know Andy's one that does not like that excuse, didn't like the track. Well, as a rider, and I'm not trying to be facetious at all, I just, as a rider, I would get on horses that I knew they were not from the West Coast that were going to ship out, and I knew that they more than likely were not going to handle the deeper type of New York tracks. Now, that was back in the 80s and the 90s, and things have changed a lot. I think the tracks are a lot more comparable now to each other than they were back in the day. There's a lot of similarities onto these track guys from around the major tracks in the country. They get together. They have seminars and meetings. They share information. They know what works best, what's the safest. Collect a lot of data. There's been a lot of science done over the years, and they collaborate and help each other.
Is there a best? Who's the best off-track horse you ever? Does anyone in particular come to mind?
I rode an old horse up in Seattle. That his name was El Mas Pintado, and
what was it?
El Mas Pintado.
El Mas Pintado.
You can tell me what that means, but
the most painted, I think.
He was a high-headed horse, and he was just not very good. He was like an $8,000 claimer, but he would come from the clouds. If it just spit on the racetrack a little bit, this horse would go from being just average to a superstar. He could beat anybody on the racetrack when it was muddy, and he'd come from 20 out of it, and you just sit there and leave him alone, and he would have fun running by him.
That's what I'm saying, that there used to be real off-track freaks, a real mudder, because there used to be that much of a distinction between a real off-track, heavy mud, bottomless track as opposed to the tracks now where it's just essentially water on top of the surface.
Yeah, Andy remembers the old mud marks. In the daily racing form, there were superior mud marks. There were just good mud marks. And what about Andy? Do you remember those days?
Yeah, the mud marks, it's funny, you bring it up, Gary, and that very few horses had the circle with the X. Centilo was one that had it. There was a brilliant mud horse. The only time he lost was against Forgo in the Woodward in '78, I want to say. The interesting thing was, though, if you go back to those days, they didn't have what they have in the form now where they list horses' career records in the mud. So what people had to do, or sick people like myself, I kept 2 years of racing forms. So you could go back and back and back, and sometimes you could dig up a horse, their PPs in the form, they show 10 lines, there'd be no wet track lines. But you dig up a horse that was really good in the slot, but you would never be able to know it unless you kept years of forms. So those are the kind of things we did in past years before Formulator and before lifetime PPs were around. And it's much easier, and there's much more information for people, but you got paid more back in those days.
But talking to you and sitting on the desk with you for the last few years, it feels like you've kind of grown away from considering the sloppy racetrack.
I don't worry that much about it because a lot of people look at where they finished. I don't. Like you, I look at speed figures. And a lot of people go, oh, they won in the mud. Well, maybe they beat bad fields at even money. But still, it was information that was hidden, and there occasionally are horses. I'm not big on that, but back then, occasionally you'd find things. I, Lafitte, had 2 years of racing forms in my apartment in my room. And I was dating a woman who hated them and complained about them incessantly. So I really liked her, so I threw them out. And she dumped me a week later.
You must have really liked her and probably really had it coming. Probably. Acacia.
That was a terrific story, though. I loved that. But I think also to that point of what Gary was talking about track maintenance, I think just talking into some friends, one of the biggest misconceptions with people that maybe don't know too much about the game is it's not just a big pile of dirt in an oval. It is so well regulated, and especially Glenn Kozak and his team here in New York do a terrific job, and it looks in really good shape right now. And the 16 Storm Shooter got over it beautifully. Irad Ortiz, I think, speaking to his intentions with a big solo warm-up, and I had already submitted my pick for the 7, but as I watched this warm-up, Lafitte, Storm Shooter really sold me. Expect him to be aggressive from the outside.
And there he is stepping forward, all set for the 10th and final. Here's Johnny I.
And they're off. A bobbling beginning for number 1, Ginzu Warrior, and he trails the field. It is Courageous Ola who's out for the early lead with Frozen Funds, the gray, now moving up on the inside. Then comes Storm Shooter, who is next in third. Lord Gatling runs in fourth. On his inside is Cousin Andrew, and on his outside is Nature Boy. At the back of the pack are Deregulation and a Ginzu Warrior. The quarter in the slop, 22 1/5 seconds. Courageous Ola, big long shot here, leads by 3 parts of a length. Frozen Funds is down at the rail. The favorite Storm Shooter on the outside in third. And then comes Cousin Andrew next in fourth. Farther back it is Lord Gatling, Ginzu Warrior, and Deregulation. The field is in the stretch. Courageous Ola, Storm Shooter on the outside, along with Cousin Andrew, who's coming on now. It is Courageous Ola. Here's Cousin Andrew on the outside. Cousin Andrew and Courageous Ola and Cousin Andrew. And Cousin Andrew is the winner by a long neck. Courageous Ola was second. Farther back, Storm Shooter finished third.
Just kept plugging away. Cousin Andrew, Kendrick Carmouche, 5-2, and Linda Rice sweeps the late double.
Yeah, well timed there. I don't know if Kendrick had it timed like that, or if, but he gave it a little pumpernickel right before the finish line there. Took him the whole length of the stretch, kind of carrying his head high through the stretch. The high action. Down on the, what is that down on the end? 10 horse.
Courageous Ola at 33-1. Andy JK nearly stole this thing in the end, though. Too much Cousin Andrew.
Yeah, this is a very good ride by Kendrick, actually. It kind of lost in the whole thing because he's a logical horse. He managed to get that position even though he's not really that fast early, and he forced his way through on the inside. He angled out when he could and he did everything right to get it done, and he needed to do everything right.
Yeah, we saw a ride like that, or a trip like that similar a couple days ago. They all run together, but there's a 3-horse duel in front, 3 horses competing for the lead, and Cousin Andrew and Kendrick were just sitting in behind, just biding their time, waiting for them to kind of tire each other out, and then Kendrick swung to the middle of the track, and it looked like he was going to run by easily at the top of the stretch. He had to work for it a little bit, then it became easy again, but I do want to say congratulations, 7 wins in a row for you today. That's pretty darn impressive.
Thank you.
No matter what the prices are.
I appreciate that. And just remember when I'm 0 for 11 tomorrow, or 0 for 10 tomorrow, 0 for 11 Saturday, and 0 for 10 on Sunday. But it's what have you done for me lately? It was a good day.
7 straight. Locked in. Cousin Andrew, 5-2. 2-10, 16-1. See, Ginzu Warrior ran 4th. Gary, go back to the start of the race and watch his start with Dylan Davis.
Yeah, it got left here and was a long ways back early on. He got left pretty good. A little stumble there. Big, long type of horse, and it took him a while, sort of like a locomotive, to get his feet back up underneath him, and really came running down the middle of the track through the middle of the stretch. Not a bad effort from him.
To overcome that stumble in just a 5.5 furlong sprint and still run 4th. Solid. Acacia told you, Cousin Andrew, he looked like he'd be just fine on dirt. Performs accordingly. For Alpha Phi Delta Racing, Linda Rice, back-to-back wins. Kendrick Carmouche, Cousin Andrew, still full of energy, feeling good, bucking, kicking, victorious in the 10th and final.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter.
Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing.
I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Going to see what a horse looks like when he's dog-tired after a winning effort. Gary, there it is.
Kendrick Carmouche, cool as an ice cube. Stick him
Not
in
even a
the
flinch.
Rider. Yeah.
Full of himself. Cousin Andrew, proud of himself. Kendrick Carmouche, good ride. Standing by with a case in the winner's circle.
To work on him during the race, though, too. Kendrick, you said this horse, you could tell, Cousin Andrew, he didn't really have that desire to get to the winner's circle. You kept on him, and he got there and showed everybody who was boss after that.
Yeah, you know, he ran an awesome race. He's just, you know, some horses get used to running second, going around there, and, you know, I just stayed after him, kept him busy, and we got to the wire first. You know, I have good connections with the owners and Linda Rice, so, you know, that always helped the motivation go a little bit forward in these horses, and we got there. I'm just glad to be in the winner's circle at Saratoga again.
And tell me about riding horses like that you know have the tendency to like to finish second. How do you time your rides with them?
You know, it's a little time thing going, but the most thing is that I find with horses that don't want to win, they don't like to whip as much. I kind of just show it to them, and then they pick it up a little bit better than me hitting them. So that's my thing that I do. You know, everybody do something different, but that's what I find works for me.
Picking up another win here, always a great way to wrap up the day. I spoke to you opening week, and we saw so much emotion. What does it mean to be back here this summer and the success that you're having and picking up winners?
Just love, you know. I love the love whenever you come to Saratoga. I meet so many of my fans and owners here that I ride throughout the year, and you know, I just like giving thanks and appreciation to those people, and you know, it's a lot of fun, man. I love Saratoga. I love the country, and you know, I'm right out the mud, baby. Louisiana, we here again.
And making good work of it. Congratulations.
Thank you, Occasion.
Kendrick Carmouche with another win. And Lafitte, fun fact on this horse, Cousin Andrew, Linda Rice had an assist from her niece, Taylor Ortiz, a former jockey and wife to Jose Ortiz, as she's back in the saddle galloping. This was one of her charges in the morning.
Taylor, well done. Having Cousin Andrew primed and ready. Kendrick Carmouche. Kendrick, when he wins, it's everybody wins.
Everybody wins. He, easy guy to be around in the jock's room. Always got a smile on his face. Prankster, but he cares about everybody that's in that jock's room.
And how much more appreciative. You see all the payouts, rather chalky afternoon, despite all the late changes here at Saratoga. What was it like for you coming back from injury, as it is for Kendrick now, who had to watch on TV essentially with the rest of us with a broken ankle and missed all of last summer at Saratoga?
Injury's never fun, especially when you're on top of your game. To sit there and watch your mounts. When I love the races. A lot of guys, they stay away when they're hurt. I was tough to keep away because I'm a fan of the sport. I love coming out in the mornings and just being here, whether I was riding or not. But the difficulties in coming back from injury and making sure that you're going to be 100% fit and be able to play your A game right when you come back. And it takes a lot of years before people know, hey, this guy, he's been hurt before many a time. He comes back on top of his game, get that confidence. But I was fortunate enough that I had a big following behind me later on during my career, and there were horses waiting for me when I came back. You still had to fight to get your mounts back.
Idaho product, as Kendrick said, out of the mud from Louisiana, and a winning ride in the 10th and final here at Saratoga. So mud here today, hopefully fast track. Weather looks pretty good heading into the weekend. America's Best Racing's race of the week, 59th running of the Grade 2. Jim Dandy, Saratoga's traditional prep for the Run Happy Travers field of 5. Mile and an eighth. Let's start with the Preakness winner. 8 to 5 on the morning line. Early voting. Epicenter coming off that second place finish in the Derby from the start here. Everything went well for early voting. Not so much, Gary. Epicenter.
Yeah, he didn't get away real clean. He moved, but he kind of broke out from under him a little bit. Not as quick as it. Starts to tighten up here a little bit. Not bad, but then watch right what happens here. Horse inside of him comes out hard, causing Joel to have to steady just a little bit, not much. It was more of a shuffle than him pulling the horse back. Gets over, saves ground, but he finds himself further back than he wanted to be early on.
And as impressed as we were with Epicenter rallying on the inside when he showed us
He had a lot of work to do early on in the stretch, at the head of the stretch, and he didn't disappoint. To me, he didn't disappoint, but there was your winner right there. Early voting, he deserved to win. He got the best trip. He's a very, very good racehorse. I don't want to take anything away from his victory whatsoever.
Absolutely.
The best horse won on the day.
No, it may be just the tip of the iceberg. Only 4 starts. 2 weeks prior, Epicenter, Zandon. Zandon strikes the front. Epicenter does. Zandon, nuclear fractions. You're saying Zandon's going to run by all of them, and in the end, it's an 80-to-1 shot by the name of Rich Strike.
Yeah, right here, it looks like Zandon's going to go on to victory, and then Epicenter fights back, and they're going toe-to-nail, and then up jumps the Devil down inside, catches them both off guard. He had all the momentum. Epicenter, it looked like to me he was just doing enough to keep Zandon, hold him at bay, and when the winner came by him, he actually tried to re-engage him just past the finish line. So a horse that needs a little bit of a target, I believe. So he's going to have a target, I think, on Saturday.
I think the start is going to be so fascinating with Epicenter drawn inside. Let's say he breaks really sharp. Early voting, we know how quick he is leaving the gate, and the chess match between Rosario and Jose Ortiz vying for position going into the first turn.
Well, if Epicenter, if he decides to go and he shows that kind of speed that he can put him in front, then they're going to love that with early voting. That plays right into his hand. He can stalk Epicenter, and I'm sure they'd like that.
On Fox, Big Fox, 4:30 Eastern on Saturday, the Jim Dandy 59th edition. Thanks so much for joining us on Saratoga Live, where we watched Fearless. Louis Saez had to work and work. Fearless finally responds, a 6th victory in the Birdstone for Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher. Creative Minister tomorrow afternoon. 3rd place finisher in the Preakness, running in the Curlin, perhaps stamps his ticket for the Travers Stakes. Terrific day of racing from Saratoga. Poured earlier, clear now. We'll see you tomorrow.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as his precocious 2-year-old Power Attack wins his turf debut at Belmont.
It is Power Attack who has a 4-length lead as they come down for the finish.
As well as a 1-2 finish on opening weekend at Saratoga.
As they come for the finish, Dancing with the Stars won it.
Now with 28 wins in 2022 and over $3.5 million in prodigy earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at War Dancer.